Blackout Nation, The Complete Season 2, written by Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr. Episode 1, The Farmhouse. Chapter 1, Sanctuary. The farmhouse emerged from the cornfield like something from another era. A 2-story colonial with peeling white paint and a wraparound porch, sagging on one side. Sarah pushed through the last row of stalks, her wounded shoulder throbbing with each step. "Looks abandoned," Pete said behind her, his voice thin with exhaustion. Rebecca kept a steadying hand on his arm as they stepped clear of the corn. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. They had maybe 30 minutes of good light left. Sarah scanned the windows. None were broken, but the curtains hung limp and gray with age. While the yard was tidy, weeds choked what had once been flower beds around the house. An old pickup truck sat beside the barn, its tires flat and rotted. It looked like it had been there for a long time. "I'm not so sure," Sarah said quietly, drawing her Glock. "Stay here. I'll clear it." "I'm coming with you," Rebecca said, but Pete swayed suddenly, and she had to tighten her grip. He was barely staying upright, his face pale and slick with fever sweat. "You need to stay with him." Sarah met her friend's eyes. "If something happens, you take Devon and Maya, and you run. Understood?" Rebecca's jaws set, but she nodded. Maya was already crouched at the edge of the corn, her notebook out, sketching the layout with quick, practiced strokes. 2 entrances visible from here, front and side. Barn's got a loft door open. Could be another entrance through there. Good eye." Sarah checked her magazine. 6 rounds left, plus the spare. Not much, but it would have to do. "Devon, stay close to Maya and Rebecca. Don't make a sound." The boy nodded, his small face serious. He'd been quiet since they'd lost Jake, speaking only when necessary. Sarah wanted to comfort him, to promise everything would be okay, but she'd learned that lies didn't help. Not anymore. She approached the house at an angle, using the overgrown shrubs for cover. The porch steps groaned under her weight. Old wooden planks, dry and brittle ones interspersed with more recent replacements. She tested each board before putting her full weight on it, moving with the careful deliberation her combat training had drilled into her. The front door stood slightly ajar. Sarah pressed herself against the wall beside it, listening. Nothing but the whisper of wind through the corn and the distant call of a crow. She nudged the door wider with her boot, weapon raised. The interior was dim, lit only by the fading daylight filtering through dirty windows. A living room opened before her, furniture covered in sheets, family photos still hanging on the walls. But something felt wrong. There was no dust on the floor or the covered furniture. It seemed to her eye that it was staged to look abandoned. She moved deeper, checking corners, clearing the room with methodical precision. A kitchen to the right, dishes still in the sink, but no food smell, no signs of recent cooking. The water faucet dripped steadily, each drop echoing in the silence. Stairs led up to the second floor. Sarah tested the first step, solid enough. She ascended slowly, her back against the wall, Glock tracking her line of sight. 3 bedrooms and a bathroom, all empty. Back downstairs she found what she was looking for, a basement door in the kitchen, secured with a shiny new padlock.
"Sarah?"
Rebecca's voice came from the front door, urgent but quiet. She hurried back to find her friend supporting Pete in the doorway, Maya and Devon pressed close behind them. Pete's legs had given out. He was barely conscious, his breathing shallow and rapid.
"He can't go any further,"
Rebecca said.
"We need to get him inside, now."
Sarah nodded, holstering her Glock to help maneuver Pete onto the sheet-covered couch. Pete's eyes fluttered open, unfocused.
"Sorry,"
he mumbled.
"Slowing everyone down." "Shut up,"
Rebecca said, with forced cheerfulness, already unpacking their medical supplies.
"You're the tough guy who got stabbed and kept walking for miles. You're allowed one break."
Sarah peeled back Pete's shirt, revealing the bandages. They'd bled through again, dark stains spreading across the white gauze. When she carefully removed them, the wound beneath made her stomach clench, red and inflamed, with yellowish discharge at the edges.
"Maya,"
Sarah said.
"check the kitchen for clean water. Boil it if you can find a way. Devon, help her look for anything we can use. Towels, sheets, anything clean."
The children hurried off, leaving Sarah and Rebecca alone with Pete.
"How bad?"
Rebecca asked quietly.
"Bad."
Sarah pressed gently around the wound, feeling how hot the skin had become.
"It's infected. He's going to need antibiotics. There has to be something here,"
Rebecca said.
"Farm families keep medicine for animals. Or maybe they have old prescriptions. Something. Then we search. Thoroughly. But first, we'll need to clean this wound and dress it."
Almost on cue, they heard the whistle of a kettle from the kitchen.
"That sounds promising,"
said Rebecca, putting a hand on Pete's forehead. He groaned, but didn't fully wake, which was probably a mercy. The fever had him in its grip now, his body fighting a battle it was slowly losing. Maya returned with a dented kettle full of water and a large bowl. She placed it on the coffee table in front of the couch and pulled out a faded but clean kitchen towel she'd tucked into her jeans pocket.
"Stove's got gas, and there seems to be plenty. I put a pile of salt in the bottom of the bowl." "Great work,"
said Rebecca, pouring the steaming water into the bowl and swirling it to dissolve the salt. Maya's eyes flicked to Pete, then to Sarah.
"He's worse, isn't he?" "Yeah, but we'll try and find something for him,"
Sarah said, trying to sound steadier than she felt.
"This is, or was, a working farm. They'll have livestock supplies, maybe even antibiotics. Start in the basement. That padlock might mean they're keeping something worth protecting."
Maya nodded.
"I'll look for a key." "And if you can't find one,"
Sarah said, heading to the kitchen as Rebecca began bathing the wound,
"find a way to break it."
Sarah left Rebecca to tend to Pete and joined Maya in the kitchen as she rifled through the drawers. She opened the refrigerator. It was empty and dark, but spotless, carrying a faint scent of vanilla. At the far end of the kitchen, she pulled open the pantry door and found a different story. The narrow room stretched deep. She tried the pull cord light, even though she already knew there was no power. Even in the dimness, she could see the shelves were packed tight. Shelves lined with canned goods, beans, corn, peas, tuna fish, pasta sauces, fruits and stews. There was also long-life milk, powdered milk, and mashed potato, bottled water, and an entire section of jars of preserves with handwritten labels. It was enough food for a couple of people to last a year or more. Whatever had driven them from this place, they'd left in a hurry, and left everything behind. Or had they? An uneasy feeling settled over her. A loud bang in the kitchen made her spin, her hand finding the grip of the Glock tucked into her jeans as she ran out of the pantry. She skidded to a halt, visibly relaxing when she saw Maya standing in the basement doorway, a claw hammer in one hand and the broken padlock in the open palm of the other. She wore a triumphant grin.
Got it. Want to see what's down there?
Sarah followed her down wooden stairs into cool darkness. Maya flicked on her small LED flashlight, a find she'd made during her stay in the hospital. The beam revealed a treasure trove, shelves stocked with more food supplies, flour, sugar, rice in sealed containers, a small generator, carefully maintained, bottles of water, medical supplies, including a veterinary first aid kit, and in the corner, something that made Sarah's blood run cold. 3 sleeping bags, recently used. 2 backpacks. 2 muddied pairs of rubber boots, set neatly against the wall.
I don't think this place is totally abandoned,
Maya whispered. Before Sarah could respond, Devon's voice carried down from upstairs, high and frightened.
Aunt Sarah, there's a truck coming.
Sarah grabbed the veterinary kit and took the stairs, 2 at a time. Through the kitchen window she could see headlights cutting through the dusk, bouncing along the dirt road that led to the farmhouse. It was a battered pickup, moving slowly, as if the driver was being careful.
Maya, take Devon upstairs. Hide until I call you. What about you?
Rebecca asked. Sarah chambered around, the sound sharp in the quiet house.
Just mind Pete. I'm going to talk to our hosts, see if they're willing to share.
The truck's engine cut off. Sarah heard doors opening, voices, an older man and woman, talking quietly. Then a younger voice, maybe a child or teenager. She positioned herself behind the door, Glock ready but not raised. Her finger stayed outside the trigger guard. These might be good people. Might be a family, just trying to survive, same as them. The front porch steps creaked. The doors swung open. Sarah stepped into view, weapon low but visible.
Don't move. We're not here to hurt you. We just need...
The old man was fast, faster than someone his age should be. The shotgun in his hands came up smooth, the barrel centering on Sarah's chest before she could react.
Don't move. That's my line,
he said quietly. His voice was weathered, calm.
Now why don't you put that pistol down real slow and tell me why you're in my house?
Chapter 2. Standoff. Sarah kept her hands visible, the Glock pointed at the floor.
My name is Sarah Mitchell. I'm a nurse. We have an injured man who needs help. We saw your house and decided to break in?
The old woman stepped into view behind her husband, a hunting rifle cradled in her arms with the ease of long familiarity. She was small, thin, with steel gray hair pulled back in a practical bun. Her eyes were sharp, missing nothing.
That's called trespassing where we come from. Grandma, wait.
A boy appeared between them, maybe 16, gangly and nervous. His eyes went wide when he saw Sarah's Glock.
Is that real?
Hush, Jesse,
the old man said, without taking his eyes off Sarah.
We didn't break in, Sarah said carefully. Door was open. We called out. No one answered. Because we weren't home.
The woman's fingers stayed near her rifle's trigger.
We were at the Miller's place, helping them bury their daughter. She died 2 days ago. Infection from a cut that wouldn't heal.
Her voice was hard.
So you'll forgive us if we're not feeling particularly charitable about finding an armed stranger in our house.
Sarah's mind raced. The reason for their absence went a part way to explaining the empty house, but not all the way. It also told her something important. These people had community, connections. They weren't isolated survivors. That could be good or bad. Very bad.
"I'm sorry for your loss,"
she said, and meant it.
"But please, we have someone dying of infection too. A stab wound."
She pointed to the kit she'd left on the floor of the hallway.
"I was hoping you—"
"Stop talking."
The old man took a step closer, and Sarah saw his face clearly for the first time. Weathered and lined, but with intelligent eyes that were studying her stance and demeanor with unsettling intensity.
"You military?"
The question caught her off guard.
"Was. Army. Combat medic.
"Afghanistan?"
3 tours."
He grunted, something shifting in his expression.
"Show me your patient. Slow. Any sudden moves and Martha will shoot you. She's a better shot than me."
"That's the truth,"
the old woman, Martha, confirmed, without a hint of humor. Sarah led them to the living room, keeping her movements careful and obvious. Rebecca stood protectively over Pete, who was barely conscious on the couch. His chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths. The old man approached, his shotgun still ready, but no longer pointed directly at Sarah. He leaned down, studying Pete's face, then glanced at Rebecca.
"You Army too?"
"No, sir. A nurse."
"And the patient?"
"Orderly. From Mount Sinai Hospital. He was stabbed yesterday, defending us from—"
Rebecca caught herself.
"From someone who meant us harm."
The old man pulled back the blanket covering Pete's torso, examining the wound with the practiced eye of someone who'd seen trauma before. His jaw tightened.
"This needs antibiotics."
He looked at his wife.
"Martha?"
The old woman had lowered her rifle slightly, her expression softening just a fraction.
"We've got doxycycline and amoxicillin from the vet supply in the basement. And in that kit you dropped in the hallway, you'll find saline solution and clean bandages."
She studied Rebecca.
"You know how to debride a wound?" "Of course." "Ever done it without anesthesia?"
Rebecca shook her head. Sarah thought of Afghanistan, of soldiers screaming as she worked on them in field hospitals, with supplies running low.
"Well, you're about to."
Martha nodded slowly.
"Jessie, grab the medical kit in the hallway." "But, Grandma, they broke into our—" "I know what they did."
Her voice was sharp.
"And we'll discuss that. But right now a man's dying, and we don't let people die on our property if we can help it. Now go."
The boy hesitated, then did as he was told. The old man finally lowered his shotgun, though he didn't set it down.
"Name's Tom Henderson. This is my wife, Martha. That's our grandson, Jesse."
He gestured toward the stairs.
"You got more people hiding?"
"My nephew. He's 8. And a girl who we found in the city. She's been helping us navigate."
Sarah met his eyes.
"They're scared. They've been through a lot."
"Haven't we all?"
Tom moved to the front window, scanning the darkening fields with the alertness of someone expecting trouble.
"Russians came through here 2 days ago. Took the miller's 2 oldest boys. Said they needed skilled labor. They were shooting anyone who protested, so Len let them go."
He turned back to Sarah.
"That why you're running? Russians?"
"We didn't know about the Russians until yesterday."
Sarah saw no point in lying.
"We had trouble in the city. We're trying for Ohio, a safe zone."
Tom and Martha exchanged glances, some wordless communication passing between them.
"That's a long walk, and the Russians are everywhere,"
Martha said finally.
"I don't think you'll make it with a man this sick."
Jessie returned with the medical kit, setting it on the coffee table with a thud. It was well stocked, better than Sarah had hoped. Surgical tools, clean bandages, even a few bags of saline solution for IV drips.
"Good boy. Now go and get the white container from the icebox in the basement."
Jessie disappeared.
"Martha and I need to talk in private,"
Tom said, and put the shotgun in the crook of his arm.
"You stay here. Tend to your friend. No funny business."
The old couple moved into the kitchen, speaking in low tones Sarah couldn't quite make out. Rebecca had already started prepping Pete for treatment, cleaning the area around the wound again, this time with alcohol from the kit.
"Think they'll help us?"
she whispered. Sarah watched Tom and Martha through the doorway, seeing the way they leaned close, the serious expressions on their weathered faces. These were people who'd survived 70-plus years of farm life. They knew how to make hard decisions.
"I don't know," Sarah said honestly. "But I think we're about to find out."
Rebecca worked quickly, sterilizing the tweezers and scissors over a lighter flame before dousing them with alcohol. The room smelled sharply of antiseptic, iron, and old wood. Sarah held the flashlight steady while Rebecca peeled back the makeshift bandage. To their surprise, the wound wasn't as bad as they'd feared. Angry and red, but not the spreading gray of dead flesh.
"Lucky,"
Rebecca muttered, setting to work with careful, deliberate movements. She trimmed away the ragged edges, wiped clean the seep of blood and pus, and flushed it with saline until it ran clear. Pete groaned, a low, animal sound that tore at Sarah's heart, but he didn't wake.
"Good,"
Rebecca whispered.
"Let him stay under."
By the time she tied off the fresh bandage, both women's hands were slick with sweat, but the bleeding had stopped. The wound looked cleaner, smaller somehow, like they dragged Pete 1 inch back from the edge. Jessie returned with a small cooler and was about to set it down when a floorboard creaked overhead. Maya or Devon, shifting position. Jessie's head snapped up.
"Easy,"
Sarah said softly.
"Just my people upstairs. They're not a threat. Grandpa said your grandfather is being careful. That's smart. But look at us."
Sarah gestured to Pete's unconscious form, to Rebecca's exhausted face, to her own blood-stained shoulder.
"We're not in any shape to hurt anyone. We just need a place to rest. A chance to save our friend."
The boy's eyes lingered on Pete, seeing the man's labored breathing, the fever flush on his face. Something in his expression softened.
"Katie, the miller's daughter," he said quietly. "She was my age. We went to school together before everything stopped."
His voice cracked slightly.
"She cut her hand on a piece of wire. That's all. Just a stupid cut. And now she's dead." "I'm sorry,"
Sarah said gently. Jessie blinked hard, then crouched beside Rebecca and handed her the cooler. She popped the lid, revealing a small white box cushioned in ice packs. The label on the top read, "Antibiotics. Keep refrigerated." Inside were 2 vials and a strip of pills. She held them up, reading the faded print.
"We've got doxycycline and amoxicillin,"
she said quietly, glancing at Sarah.
Sarah hesitated, running through what she remembered from the first aid course she'd taken years ago. Go with the doxy. It's broader spectrum. Rebecca nodded, already drawing up a dose into the syringe. The smell of alcohol and antiseptic filled the room as she swabbed Pete's arm, her movements precise despite the tremor in her hands. Hold him steady, she told Sarah. Sarah knelt beside Pete, pressing one palm to his chest. His breathing was ragged. When the needle went in, he twitched, a hoarse sound escaping his lips. That's it, Pete, Sarah whispered, her voice low and steady. Hang on. Rebecca withdrew the syringe, pressing gauze to the spot and exhaling shakily. If it's not too far gone, this might just turn the tide, she said. From the kitchen came the low rumble of Tom and Martha's voices, no longer calm, but edged with tension. Sarah exchanged a wary glance with Rebecca. The medicine might save Pete's life, but the real question was whether they'd be allowed to stay long enough for it to work. Tom and Martha emerged from the kitchen as they finished dressing Pete's wound. Their faces were set.
"Here's how this works," Tom said. "You can stay tonight. Treat your man, get some rest. But come morning, you need to move on. We've got our own problems without taking on yours."
Tom, Martha said, her tone warning.
"No, Martha. We talked about this."
He turned back to Sarah.
"Russians are tightening their grip. They haven't showed up here yet, but we've heard enough from the people who have been visited. Anyone conspiring gets shot or taken for labor camps. We can't risk Jesse. He's all we have left."
I understand, Sarah said, though disappointment settled heavy in her chest. One night wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Thank you for the supplies and the shelter. We'll be gone at first light. Martha stepped forward, her expression softening as she looked from Pete to Sarah and Rebecca. When it's time for you to move on, I'll put some things together. Bandages, antibiotics, a bit of food for the road. She hesitated, then added, There's a root cellar out back, hidden under the old smokehouse. It's dry and hard to spot from the road. If you need a day or two to rest before heading out, you can hole up there without anyone seeing.
"Martha,"
Tom started. Don't Martha me, Tom Henderson. You know as well as I do that men won't survive if they try and travel tomorrow. And I won't have another death on my conscience. Her voice was firm, brooking no argument. We give them the supplies, and they stay in the cellar. It's probably more a when, the Russians come. We don't know anything about them. Tom's jaw worked, but he didn't argue. Instead, he turned to Sarah.
You get your people upstairs down here, all of them. I want to see exactly what kind of trouble I'm getting into.
Sarah called up the stairs. Maya, Devon, it's safe. Come down. They appeared at the top of the stairs, Maya's hand protectively on Devon's shoulder. The boy's eyes were red-rimmed, but dry. He'd learned not to cry where strangers could see. Jesse's eyes widened when he saw Maya. How old are you? 16, Maya said, descending the stairs with the careful grace Sarah had come to recognize. Me too. The boy's grip on the shotgun loosened slightly. I'm Jesse. This is my grandparents' place. Maya, that's Devon. He's 8. She studied the Hendersons with the same intensity she applied to patrol patterns and escape routes. Thanks for not shooting us.
Night's still young,
Tom said, but there was less edge to his voice. He watched Devon press closer to Sarah, saw the fear the boy was trying to hide.
How long you been on the road?
3 days since we left the city, Sarah said. We had trouble there. A warlord had taken over the city, and they were hunting us for a while. We hid in an old medical school, then crossed the river. They were still chasing us when the Russians showed up. We didn't know about them until then. Anyway, we got away. She fell silent for a moment. Then we spotted your place.
You lost someone?
Maybe. Jake.
He went after the man who was hunting us.
Gave us a chance to get away. We haven't seen him since.
Everyone's lost someone,
Tom said, his voice losing its hard edge. Martha clapped her hands together.
That's enough talk. You all look half-starved. There's stew on the stove from last night. It'll heat up quick.
She turned and walked into the kitchen without waiting for an answer, an unspoken command for them to follow. Rebecca, after a final check on Pete, stood up. Maya hesitated, looking to Sarah for confirmation. Sarah gave a slight nod and guided Devon after the others. Safety, for now, was in this woman's kitchen. Before long, the kitchen filled with warmth and the mouth-watering scent of the stew. A cast-iron stove stood against one wall, a pot gently bubbling on top. It was a true farmhouse kitchen, well used, but spotless, with thick wooden counters and mugs hanging from hooks. The space felt grounded and lived in, more authentic than the rest of the house. Martha ladled thick beef and vegetable stew into 4 bowls. She placed them on a round wooden table, along with a loaf of dark bread and a stick of butter. For a moment, no one moved. It had been days since they'd seen a hot meal that wasn't scavenged from a can. Devon was the first to eat, his small hands trembling as he lifted the spoon. He ate slowly at first, then with a ravenous hunger that spoke of days of fear and deprivation. He even gobbled down the vegetables, the kind he would have pushed around his plate and complained about not so long ago. Maya ate with more control, but her eyes never stopped moving, cataloging the room, the exits, the Hendersons themselves. Jessie sat down opposite her, pushing a slice of bread her way.
It's good, he said awkwardly. Grandma's a good cook. It is,
Maya agreed, her focus now on the food.
Thank you.
The boy seemed to want to say more, but didn't know how. He looked from Maya's focused expression through the doorway to Pete's still form on the couch, and a shadow of the world outside fell over the brief peace of the meal. While the others ate, Tom beckoned Sarah with a jerk of his head toward the porch. She followed him out into the cool evening air. The sun had completely set, leaving only a bruised purple line on the horizon. A million stars were beginning to emerge in the ink-black sky, unobscured by city lights. Tom leaned his shotgun against the porch railing and pulled out a tin of tobacco and rolling papers.
You said you were headed for Ohio. The safe zone at Wright-Patterson.
That's the plan,
Sarah confirmed. He expertly rolled a cigarette, his calloused fingers surprisingly nimble.
That's a rumor, you know. If it's there, it's because the Russians haven't bothered to take it yet.
It's the only hope we've got,
Sarah said quietly. Tom lit his cigarette, the flare briefly carving deep lines into his face.
Hope gets you killed, he said. Plans keep you alive. What's your route?
We plan to stay off the main roads, Sarah said. Follow the river north, then cross at the old bridge near Portsmouth.
He took a long drag, the ember glowing red in the dark.
Bad idea. Russians threw up a checkpoint there last week. They're stretched thin. Most of their armor's heading west. But they still got enough men to lock that bridge down. They're stopping everyone, taking anything useful. People, too.
He exhaled slowly, the smoke drifting between them.
You go that way, you're walking into a cage. Problem is, they were through here already, taking names, counting who lives in every house. If they come back and find you here, it'll be trouble for all of us.
Sarah felt her stomach twist. Their whole plan, everything they'd risked, hinged on that crossing.
So what then? Sit tight and wait for them to roll through?
Tom gave a humorless chuckle.
That's what they want. Word is they're calling it a peaceful transition. No more killing and no more big pushes. Just occupation and submission. They don't want to wipe us out. Just herd what's left.
Sarah's jaw tightened.
Peaceful for them.
He nodded, flicking ash into the dirt.
Problem is, the nuke in Washington and the EMP blasts did their job. There's no organized response from our military. What's left of them, anyways. Just pockets of folks fighting where they can, when they can. Brave, but scattered. Isolated.
And maybe it's time someone pulled them together, she said. Maybe it starts in Ohio.
Tom looked at her through the cigarette haze, a faint spark of respect in his eyes.
Maybe. You got one gun?
Sarah nodded. No need to play coy. No doubt this shrewd old man already knew the answer.
Ammo?
6 rounds in my sidearm, 12 in a spare magazine.
He grunted.
Not enough to fight your way out of a paper bag. I've got shells for the shotguns, and about 50 rounds for Martha's rifle. We use them for hunting, and for convincing people to move along.
He paused.
Or for helping them.
The offer, though not quite spoken, hung between them.
We don't want a handout, Sarah said.
We'll see,
Tom said, taking another drag.
The root cellar Martha mentioned. You can stay there a few days. Let your man heal. But you make any trouble here, Sarah, and this truce is over. I'll protect my family. Whatever it takes.
I'll do the same,
Sarah said, meeting his gaze without flinching. He stared at her for a long moment, then nodded, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. He crushed his cigarette under his boot.
Let's get your people settled. The less light you show, the better.
Inside, the bowls were empty. Martha had given Devon a glass of milk and was now talking to Rebecca in low tones about Pete's condition. Jessie and Maya were clearing the table, moving around each other in the slightly awkward way of teenagers who didn't know each other.
Everyone finished?
Tom's voice filled the room, bringing the quiet activity to a halt.
Good.
He pointed to Rebecca.
You'll stay with your man tonight. We'll bring a mattress down for you. Sarah, you and the kids will take the root cellar. It's not the Ritz, but it's hidden and it's safe.
When they were ready, Tom and Martha led them out through the back door and across the yard to the smokehouse. Behind it, half hidden by weeds and a rusted rain barrel, lay a pair of heavy cellar doors, steel-reinforced wood pitched at an angle against the earth, like the entrance to a hurricane shelter. Faded red paint peeled in long curls, and one hinge squealed as Tom hauled a door open. Cool air breathed up from below, smelling of damp soil, potatoes, and the faint, metallic tang of old tools. A narrow flight of stone steps vanished into the dark.
"There are cots down there,"
Martha said, handing Sarah a battery-powered lantern.
"Blankets in the chest. I'll bring you down some water." "Thank you,"
Sarah said, her voice hoarse with gratitude.
"For everything."
Martha just gave her a tired, knowing look.
"Surviving is a group activity, dear. Always has been. Now, get some rest. You look like you're about to fall over."
Sarah led Maya and Devon down the steps. The cellar was larger than she had expected, dry and organized. 3 folding cots were set up against one wall. Shelves heavy with jars of preserved vegetables and fruits lined the others. It was a fortress of foresight and hard work. Devon, exhausted beyond words, curled up on one of the cots and was asleep in moments. Maya, however, began a slow circuit of the room, her hand brushing against the cool stone walls, testing the sturdiness of the heavy wooden door at the top of the stairs.
It's solid,
she whispered to Sarah, her voice barely audible.
One way in, one way out. Defensible, but also a trap if they turn on us.
Sarah finished for her. Maya nodded, her young face serious in the lantern light.
Do you trust them?
Sarah looked at the sleeping form of her nephew, at the peaceful rise and fall of his chest. For the first time in a week, he looked like a child, not a refugee. She thought of the warm stew, the clean bandages, the life-saving antibiotics. She thought of Tom's warning about the bridge, a piece of intelligence that could have saved all their lives.
I think so,
Sarah admitted, switching off the lantern and plunging the cellar into absolute darkness.
For now, we don't have a choice.
Chapter 3. Big Trouble. Sarah woke to a vibration, a low hum that resonated through the packed earth and up into her cot. It was a sound that didn't belong. Not the familiar clatter of Tom's pickup, but a steady, grinding diesel growl. Military. It grew from a distant thrum on the farm road to a deep-chested presence that seemed to settle right outside, shaking the very air in the cellar. Then it cut out. The silence that rushed in was heavy. Sarah was already sitting up, the Glock a cold, dense weight in her hand. A thin line of pre-dawn gray seeped in under the heavy cellar doors, barely enough to distinguish the shapes of the cots and shelves from the absolute black. She slid from her cot, her bare feet silent on the cool stone floor, and bounded up the steps before putting her ear against the rough wood. A vehicle door slammed, a solid metallic clunk that carried clearly through the still morning air. A pause, then another. 2. She heard footsteps crunch on gravel. 2 sets of boots, moving with a purpose that made Sarah's stomach tighten. Muffled voices followed, carried on the breeze. She couldn't make out the words, only the unfamiliar cadence, the hard, guttural consonants. Russian. With her heart thumping, she ran back down the steps and across to Maya's side. placing a hand gently but firmly over the girl's mouth. Maya's eyes snapped open, wide with alarm that instantly sharpened into focused awareness. She understood without a word. A small, frightened whimper came from the third cot. Devon was awake, sitting bolt upright. Sarah released Maya and was at his side in a single step, her hand on his shoulder. "Shh," she breathed, her voice a wisp of air.
Not a sound, Devon. We're playing a game. The quiet game. Okay?
He nodded, his eyes huge and terrified, and clamped his hands over his own mouth to stifle another sound. Sarah slipped on her boots and went back to the cellar steps, checking the Glock's action with a practiced thumb. The faint but distinct sound of the knock carried across the yard, a summons, not a request. She put her hand against the cool wood of the left cellar door. Pushing upwards, she prayed it hadn't been locked from the outside. The door groaned for a fraction of a second, then eased open on silent, well-oiled hinges. She lifted it just enough to slip through the gap, then carefully lowered it back into place, leaving only a hairline crack. The air that met her was cool and damp, carrying the scent of dew on dry soil. Staying low, she scuttled the few feet to the back of the smokehouse, the rough-hewn wood pressing against her shoulder. From the corner, she had a clear, if angled, view of the farmhouse porch. Tom stood in the doorway, his body language relaxed but solid, a bulwark in his own home. Martha was just behind his shoulder, a porcelain coffee mug steaming in her hands, her face a mask of calm neutrality. Facing them were two Russians. One was young, barely out of his teens, his rifle held a little too stiffly as his eyes darted around the yard. The other was older and leaner, with the quiet, predatory stillness of an officer. His uniform was clean, his boots polished, a pistol holstered high on his chest. He was the one speaking, his voice smooth and uninflected, carrying easily on the morning air.
"A routine verification, that is all,"
the officer said, his English precise.
"We are checking all designated households in this district. There is a concern about refugees from the city causing instability."
Tom's voice was a low, steady drawl, laced with feigned weariness.
"Seems a little early for a social call. You boys were just through here last week. Took our names and all." "Indeed,"
the officer replied with a thin, polite smile that didn't reach his eyes.
"And your cooperation was noted, Mr. Henderson."
A chill that had nothing to do with the morning air crept down Sarah's spine. This wasn't a random patrol stumbling onto a farmhouse. This was an audit.
"But we have new orders," the officer continued. "We must verify the previous census. There have been sightings in the area. We must be thorough."
Sarah felt her grip tighten on the Glock. Tom's warning from the night before echoed in her mind. They were through here already, taking names, counting who lives in every house. This wasn't a search. It was an inventory check. They were ticking boxes on a list, and she and her people were the unaccounted-for variables that could get the Hendersons killed. Martha took a deliberate step forward.
"Well, you verified. It's still just the three of us. We haven't seen anyone. Now, would you like some coffee before you go?"
The officer's eyes flickered to her. A dismissive glance. He ignored the offer entirely, his focus returning to Tom.
"We will not take much of your time. My man and I will just look around. The house, the barn."
He paused, his gaze sweeping the yard slowly, deliberately. It passed over the rusted pickup, the chicken coop, and then stopped. His eyes lingered on the smokehouse and on the low, angled cellar doors behind it for just a beat too long.
"And any outbuildings. For our report."
Tom held up a hand, a gesture meant to look placating.
"Look, I don't want to be difficult, but my grandson's sick. Woke up with a bad fever, coughing. We're keeping him isolated in his room. Might be that old flu, the COVID."
The word, a ghost from the world before, had an effect. The young conscript shifted his weight, glancing nervously at his officer. But the officer remained impassive, his expression unchanged.
"Then we will be quick," he said flatly. "It will only take a moment."
That was it. That was the moment Sarah knew. There was no reasoning, no deterrent that would work. The officer's cold dismissal of a potential biohazard told her everything. This wasn't a negotiation. It was a procedure, and he would see it through. Martha tried a different tack, her voice softer, almost pleading.
"We are just two old people and a boy. What trouble could we possibly be? We've seen no one. Please, just leave us be."
The officer's politeness cracked. His eyes hardened, and his voice took on a sharp edge.
"Your cooperation is not a request. We will verify the premises. Now stand aside."
Sarah didn't wait to hear Tom's response. She didn't need to. The Russians were going into their house one way or another. Their tiny window of opportunity was closing. While their attention was fixed on the front, the back of the house was unwatched. She pushed off from the rough wood of the smokehouse, her movements fluid and silent. Staying low, she used a gnarled woodpile for cover, then the sagging bulk of the old rain barrel, closing the distance to the house. Her mind raced, calculating the impossible logistics. Moving a barely conscious man and an exhausted nurse out of the house and across an open yard to the tree line without being seen. It was possibly a suicide mission, but it was the only chance she had to avoid the discovery of her group and the danger that would bring. She reached the back door, the sound of the escalating argument on the porch covering the soft click as her fingers closed around the cold, worn metal of the doorknob. Inside the living room, the air was still and smelled of dust and antiseptic. Rebecca sat on a low stool beside the couch, her world narrowed to the fragile rhythm of Pete's breathing. It was no longer the shallow, frantic rasp of the night before, but something deeper, more even, a thread of hope. The murmur of voices from the porch sharpened, cutting through the quiet. She couldn't make out the words at first, just the low, unyielding rumble of Tom's voice against a smoother, more clipped cadence. A knot tightened in her stomach. The officer's voice, laced with an irritation that sliced through the walls.
"Please, sir. One look and we go. That's all."
Tom's reply was immediate.
"You're not coming in my house."
Rebecca's breath hitched. She looked at Pete, so utterly helpless on the couch, and a wave of protective terror washed over her. The Russian officer's tone dropped, losing all its feigned politeness and cooling to hard steel.
You would refuse inspection? You already had your look last week, Tom shot back, his voice rising. You got your names. Now get off my land. A beat of ringing silence. Click. The sound was small, but somehow hideously loud. It wasn't a gunshot, but the promise of one, the unmistakable sound of a rifle's safety being disengaged. Rebecca's hand flew to her mouth, stifling a gasp. Her eyes were locked on Pete. Martha's voice came next, thin and trembling, but threaded with iron. Please, just go. The officer's reply was quiet, almost conversational, but it was the coldest sound Rebecca had ever heard. His jaw must have been tight, his words bitten off. I am sorry for this. The knob turned silently under Sarah's hand. She slipped through the back door into the dim utility room, a ghost of movement against the backdrop of the escalating confrontation out front. She was moving through the kitchen, her objective the living room door just feet away, when the world shattered. Bang! The shot echoed through the house, flat and final. Sarah didn't freeze. She ran. She burst into the living room to see Rebecca bolt upright from her stool, her face a mask of shocked horror. Down! Sarah hissed, shoving a hand out in a sharp, downward gesture. As Rebecca dropped to the floor behind the couch, Sarah lunged for the front window, pressing herself into the wall beside the frame. Peeking through the grimy glass, she saw it all in a horrifying, split-second tableau. Tom was already on his knees on the porch, his hand clutching his chest as he crumpled forward, without another sound. A scream ripped through the morning air, a sound of pure agony and rage. It was Martha, a blur of gray hair and faded floral print. She launched herself from the doorway, her hands outstretched like claws, aimed at the officer. Bang! The second shot was almost an echo of the first, just as final. The scream cut off instantly. Martha fell beside her husband, a still, silent heap on the weathered planks. From somewhere upstairs, a boy's voice broke. Grandpa! It wasn't a shout, but a name torn from his throat, the raw, broken sound of a world ending. Sarah pulled back from the window, pressing her back flat against the wall, her breath trapped in her lungs. The Glock felt impossibly heavy in her hand. The instinct to rush forward, to empty the magazine into the figures on the porch, was a white-hot wave of fury that threatened to drown her. Her eyes stung with it. These people had saved them, and now they were dead. The acrid bite of gunpowder, sharp and metallic, crept through the house like a ghost, settling on the back of Sarah's tongue. Fury sharpened into focus. Footsteps crossed the porch, one set, measured. The officer. A floorboard sighed under his weight. She slid away from the window, keeping to the shadow where the curtains pooled. Motioning for Rebecca to stay down, Sarah edged along the far wall, hugging the mouth of the side hallway that led toward the foyer. From here, the front door itself remained out of sight, blocked by the short corridor and the angle of the foyer. But sound would carry, and anything that came in would have to pass that choke point. She drew the Glock up into a two-handed hold, arms locked, the front sight a single, steady point in a world that had just tipped. The officer's voice floated through the doorway, neutral and clinical, the kind of voice that filled out forms and issued summons. If anyone else is here, come out now. No one else has to die. The false gentleness scraped across Sarah's skin like a fingernail. Her finger rested on the outside of the trigger guard.
her breath slow and controlled. She would not be baited. A single Russian word followed, a short, guttural command, and the younger soldier answered it with the sound of boots suddenly surging onto the porch. The heavy thump of his stride crossed the threshold and thundered into the hallway. Sarah tensed, her finger tightening on the trigger. Chapter 4. A Deal with the Devil. Marcus moved to pick up the rifle when a metallic click behind him made him freeze in place. That's far enough. His shoulders sagged, and he tipped his head back, staring at the sky as if it might offer an answer. With a slow exhale, he lifted his hands. "I let you live back there," he said over his shoulder. "You did?" Jake's aim didn't waver. "Because you had no choice. And now I have nothing left. No weapons, no men. Back in the city, though," he said thoughtfully. "What do you say we do a deal? Work together. Get back there before the Russians are at full strength. You'll kill me the first chance you get." Marcus chuckled. "Yes, I would. That's why this has to end here. Are you going to shoot me in the back like a coward? At least look me in the eye." "Fine. Turn around." Marcus turned slowly, his eyes locking onto Jake's, a smirk playing at the corner of his bloodied lips. The rock was still in his fist, slick with crimson, fingers tightening around it. Jake's grip on the rifle never wavered. His finger rested on the trigger, steady. For a beat, neither moved. Then Marcus lunged. His arms snapped forward, the rock a blur in the dim light. Jake fired. Jake's world detonated into white pain. The rock had hit him square in the forehead with a sickening crack. He staggered, the rifle wobbling as blood ran hot into his eyes. He dropped to his knees as he struggled to focus on Marcus, who was writhing in the grass, 10 feet away. Jake climbed to his feet, and his world spun as he took a wobbly step toward his nemesis. Marcus moaned and rolled over, clutching his left bicep where crimson was seeping through his sleeve.
"You couldn't even do that right, you fucking hippie," he spat. "Sticks and stones," said Jake, stopping and putting his hands out like a tightrope walker as he wobbled, trying to stay upright. "Give me a sec, and I'll do it right. I've got my doubts." "You hear that?" Jake interrupted, wiping blood from his eyes. Marcus rolled onto his good arm, eyes widening. Over the lip of the ravine, shadows spilled. Russian soldiers fanning out along the rim. "Get down!" Jake roared, diving behind a boulder as rounds snapped through the air, stone chips stinging his face. His shout bounced off the stone walls and was immediately followed by the staccato bark of rifles. Marcus crawled to cover opposite him, one arm pressed tight to his bleeding bicep. "How many of these commie bastards are there?" he spat through gritted teeth. Bullets chewed into the dirt between them. One ricocheted, whining off the ravine wall. Jake raised his head just long enough to see the Russians advancing down the slope. 4 figures, disciplined, spreading into firing positions. "Too many. At least 4. Jake shouted over the gunfire. Marcus grimaced, teeth bared. "We need to improve the odds. Throw me your pistol." "No chance," Jake said without looking at him. "Don't be stupid, man." Marcus's voice was a low rasp, cutting through the gunfire. "They flank us. We both die here. Give me the gun." Jake hesitated, wiping a fresh trickle of blood from his eye. The world swam for a second. He risked a glance over the boulder. 2 Russians were laying down suppressing fire while the other 2 moved methodically down the slope,
One left, one right. A classic flanking maneuver. Professional. He ducked back as a round sparked off the rock near his head. The math was simple and brutal. He was one concussed man with a rifle against 4 trained soldiers. He might get 1, maybe 2 if they made a mistake. The others would get him. His odds of survival were close to 0. He looked across the 10 feet of open ground to Marcus, who was watching him, his face a mask of pain and feral intensity. The irony of their positions being reversed so quickly was not lost on Jake. Giving Marcus his pistol was insane. The man would likely try and kill him the second the last Russian fell. But that was a problem for 5 minutes from now. First, he had to survive the next 60 seconds. Arming Marcus didn't make the odds good, but it turned them from impossible to merely terrible. 2 guns, 2 targets for the Russians to focus on. A chance to break their rhythm, to sow chaos. Dying later was infinitely better than dying now. Jake pulled the Glock from the holster on his hip and looked at it. The weight felt solid. Final. When he looked across at Marcus, his enemy nodded solemnly. It wasn't the nod, but the earnest look in the man's eyes that decided him. He tossed the pistol underhand in a short, desperate arc across the space between them. Marcus's good hand shot out, snatching it from the air with surprising speed. He didn't even look at Jake. He checked the magazine, racked the slide, and then grinned. A bloody, terrifying sight. "Let's do this," he snarled, and brought the pistol up over his cover. Episode 2. No Plan B. Chapter 1. Surrender. The young soldier's footsteps slowed as he approached the opening to the living room. Sarah leaned further back, into the shadows, fully committed to shooting him as soon as he passed the threshold. The creak of a floorboard told her exactly where he was, and she adjusted the aim of the pistol and readied to step forward and shoot. A strangled sob, raw and urgent, sounded from above. "Jesse." Sarah stepped forward and brought her pistol to bear on the wide-eyed Russian soldier, but before she could squeeze the trigger, Jesse dropped from the second-floor banister like a thrown brick. He didn't leap so much as break from gravity, a knot of grief and muscle that tore loose and hurtled down the open well of the staircase. He hit the soldier square in the shoulders and head with a ragged cry. The impact threw them both hard to the floor, the rifle spinning from the young soldier's hands, sending it skittering across the floor, banging the baseboard. Sarah moved. 2 steps, a third. She dropped and slid into position on the sheen of worn varnish. She pivoted behind the soldier as he writhed under Jesse's flailing limbs, his hand tearing for the sidearm at his hip. Sarah holstered the Glock in a single motion and went hands-on. "Off! Off!" Sarah snapped, the command a low, clipped rasp, meant only for Jesse. He obeyed without thinking, hands scrambling and heels scraping as he tumbled away. Sarah's right forearm slid beneath the soldier's jaw in one clean move, her biceps pinning tight to his right carotid, the crook of her elbow pressing the left. Her left palm planted on the back of his head and dragged back, chin high, throat open. She locked her wrist and squeezed, her knees finding purchase on his ribs to anchor the hold. His breath ripped out in a panicked hiss. His boots drummed the floorboards. Jesse crabbed backward on his backside until his shoulders hit the wall, eyes fixed on the struggle. "Stay down, Jesse," she said. The Russian youth bucked under her hold, heels hammering. He pawed at her forearm with frantic, weakening hands. Sarah adjusted a millimeter, no more, easing his windpipe while closing the choke. She felt his pulse tapping against the wedge of her elbow. 1, 2. The fight in his legs jittered, then slipped. 3, 4. His grip on her sleeve lost its purpose. He went slack. She lowered him to the floor and eased the hold away. Not dead. Not today. The medic won out against the part of her that wanted swift revenge for the death of Tom and Martha.
Easy,
she whispered to her own thundering pulse. She eased her forearm from the soldier's neck, came off his ribs, and flowed into a low crouch, pistol up, a pivot, a check, clear lines. Jessie was still braced against the hallway wall, tears streaming, breath stuttering as if each inhale might cut him.
Grandma! Grandpa!
Sarah slid in beside him, shoulder to the wall, keeping her sightline on the door.
I know,
she said, voice low.
They're gone. You're with me. Listen.
She tipped her chin toward the living room without taking the muzzle off the entry.
Crawl to Rebecca. Behind the couch. Stay low, stay quiet. Go.
Rebecca edged an inch higher, face bloodless, fingers trembling.
Pete?
A low groan from the couch. Present. Sarah filed it. Pete was still with them. On the porch, the officer's voice cut the air cleanly.
Dimitri, report.
The words landed like a thrown knife. Sarah tightened to the frame and held her breath to listen. Deep within the root cellar, the muffled crack of the first gunshot was a distant cough, easily dismissed as a branch snapping or something falling in the barn. The scream that followed, however, tore through the earth-packed ceiling and slammed into Maya's ears. It was raw, unadulterated agony, and it froze her blood. Then came the second shot, a sickening echo that choked off the scream instantly. Devon, who had been curled in a fitful sleep on his cot, bolted upright, his eyes wide and vacant in the gloom. He didn't make a sound, but his small body trembled violently. Maya was already on her feet. Her hand instinctively went to the heavy wooden door at the top of the stone steps. Then she pulled back, remembering Sarah's instructions. One way in, one way out, defensible, but also a trap if they turn on us. Her mind raced, processing the sounds, the screams, the terrifying silence that followed. 2 shots, 2 screams cut short. Tom and Martha. She knew it with a sickening certainty. The Russians were here, and they weren't being friendly. She risked pressing her ear against the stout wood of the door again. Muffled voices, harsh and guttural. A thud. Another muffled shout. The sounds were closer to the house, but she knew the yard was open. If they left the cellar, they'd be exposed. Her gaze swept the cellar, frantically searching. Jars of preserves, sacks of potatoes, gardening tools. And then, near the woodpile in a dusty corner, a small hatchet, its blade glinting faintly. It was old, but sturdy, clearly well maintained. It wasn't much, but it was something. She moved to Devon, crouching low.
Devon,
she whispered, her voice fierce but gentle, cutting through the boy's fear.
Aunt Sarah's in trouble.
He looked at her, blinking, a silent tear tracking a path down his dusty cheek.
What happened? I don't know,
Maya admitted, her jaw set.
But I have to go see. You need to stay here, hidden. Not a sound. Can you do that for me?
He shook his head, burying his face in his hands.
No, don't go. Stay here.
Maya put a hand on his shoulder, firm but comforting.
Hey, look at me.
When he slowly lifted his head, his eyes huge and terrified, she tried to infuse her voice with a courage she didn't entirely feel.
Remember the stories Aunt Sarah used to read about Thor? How brave he was?
Devin nodded, a tiny, watery flicker in his eyes.
You have to be brave like Thor now,
Maya continued.
You are the protector of this place. No one comes in, no one sees you. You are the strongest, quietest hero in all the 9 realms. Can you do that for your Aunt Sarah? For me?
He sniffed, then slowly, hesitantly, nodded again.
Like Thor. Exactly like Thor,
Maya said, giving his shoulder a firm squeeze. She snatched up the hatchet, testing its weight in her hand. The cold metal was a small comfort.
I'll be back,
she promised, her eyes meeting his.
Soon. Don't worry. Stay here. Be quiet.
She turned, climbed the stone steps, and with a final, lingering look at Devin, who was already trying to mimic the stillness of a statue, she pushed the heavy cellar door open just enough to slip through. The faint sound of the latch, clicking into place, was swallowed by the dawn. Sarah didn't spare a glance for the unconscious soldier crumpled in the foyer. He was down, out of the fight for now. Her focus was on the door, on the next threat. Sarah tightened to the frame, Glock up and steady. Beside her, Jessie was a statue of terror. Rebecca, visible now from behind the couch, looked to Sarah, her eyes wide with a desperate plea for direction. Covered completely by a sheet, Pete was still groaning faintly on the couch. Sarah gestured at Rebecca to get down.
Jessie, go!
Sarah hissed, her voice a clipped whisper, barely audible over her own thundering pulse.
Stay with Rebecca, behind the couch, low. Do not move. Don't make a sound. Don't come out until I say it's okay.
Jessie nodded, tears still streaming, but his jaw set. He crawled back to join Rebecca behind the couch. Rebecca, pale but resolute, hunkered down, her hand instinctively going to Pete's chest through the sheet, a silent vow to protect him. Sarah backed away slowly into the living room doorway. She didn't want to be exposed in the narrow confines of the hallway. The wider living room offered more cover. She pressed her back against the cool plaster, her Glock held in a two-handed combat grip.
Identify yourself, or I will assume hostile intent,
the officer barked, his voice now right outside the front door. I will assume, Sarah processed. That meant he was alone. And as far as she could tell, he hadn't called for reinforcements. He banged 3 times on the doorframe.
Last chance,
the officer roared, his voice thick with a murderous intent that stripped away any remaining politeness.
Surrender. Come out with your hands up, or everyone in the premises will be shot.
There was a short pause. Then she heard soft cursing in Russian. He had spotted Dmitri. She heard the metallic click of a safety being disengaged, then a single, deafening bang ripped through the silence, followed quickly by another. He was trying to draw her out. There was another shot. Behind the sofa, Rebecca suppressed a shriek of fright as the bullet tore a ragged hole in the wall just above Sarah's head. Dust and plaster exploded inward, showering her as the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. He would breach the home now. Sarah rolled to the floor and brought her gun to bear, waiting for the thunder of boots. What she heard instead was a cry of pain. Chapter 2. No Plan B. The world outside the cellar was sharp and cold. The rising sun had not yet burned off the night's chill, and the dew-soaked grass clung to Maya's worn boots, silencing her steps. She moved with a predator's economy, low and fast, using the line of overgrown lilac bushes that bordered the house as cover. Her breath plumed in the air, a fleeting ghost she tried to suppress. The hatchet felt heavy and clumsy in her hand, a farmer's tool for a soldier's fight. She rounded the corner of the house just as the officer's roar of "Lest, gents!" echoed from the front porch. Peeking through the leaves of a rhododendron, she saw him, a hulking silhouette against the open doorway, broad-shouldered and radiating menace. She looked at his feet, and she suppressed a gasp with the back of her hand. For now the man was focused entirely on the house's interior, but the crumpled bodies of Tom and Martha were a testament to his brutal intent. Then came the deafening reports. Bang! 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 3 shots fired blind into the hallway. Maya flinched with each one, the concussions vibrating through the ground. Dust and the smell of gun smoke billowed from the doorway. He was trying to flush Sarah out, to terrify them into surrender. Maya knew, with a certainty that chilled her more than the morning air, that surrender was not an option. The officer lowered his weapon, his posture shifting. He was about to step through the doorway, to breach the threshold and end the standoff. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden silence. The world narrowed to a tunnel, her, the hatchet, and the exposed back of the man in the doorway. There was no time for a second thought, no room for the terror that was screaming to take over. Just as his heavy boot lifted to cross into the foyer, Maya tensed. All the fear, the desperation, the protective fury for Sarah and Devon coiled in her arm. She didn't aim with precision. She threw with raw, desperate strength. The hatchet tumbled end over end, a clumsy, wobbling arc through the air. For a horrifying second, she thought it would miss, clattering uselessly against the doorframe. Instead, it connected, not with the clean bite of the blade, but with the flat, heavy pull of the axe head. The sound was a sickening thud, a sound of solid metal meeting bone that cut through the air. The officer's body went rigid. A choked cry of pain, sharp and surprised, was ripped from his throat. He stumbled forward into the hallway, not with a purposeful stride, but like a puppet with its strings cut. Still gripping his pistol, he dropped to his knees with a heavy grunt and clapped a hand to the back of his head. Maya froze, her hand still outstretched from the throw. The woods, the house, the very air itself seemed to hold its breath. She had done it, but he wasn't down. A dark, ugly stain was already blooming between his fingers, matting his short-cropped hair. Dazed, his movements thick and sluggish, he slowly began to turn. For Maya, there was no plan B. Her only weapon was now lying on the floor a dozen feet away, next to the man she had just struck. His head swiveled, and his eyes, wild with pain and incandescent rage, found her. They locked onto her small frame, half hidden in the bushes. A low, guttural sound rumbled in his chest. He continued to hold the back of his head, as if keeping his brains from spilling out, and began to bring his pistol up. "Suka!" he roared, the Russian curse a spray of spittle and hate. With a groan of effort, he leveled the pistol, its black muzzle a perfect circle, aimed directly at her heart. The cry that came from the soldier wasn't the sound of an aggressor breaching a doorway. It was the sound of a man being struck, hard. Sarah's finger, which had been tightening on the trigger, eased by a fraction. The thunder of boots she had braced for never came. Instead, there was a heavy thud and a ragged groan. Confusion warred with training. Was it a trap? Was there someone else outside? She peeked around the corner, her body a coiled spring of tension, risking a sliver of her vision past the doorframe. The sight that met her eyes made no sense. The Russian officer was on his knees in the doorway, head bowed, and clutching the back of his head with one hand, his other still gripping his sidearm as it propped him up. And lying near his knee, its wooden handle stark against the floorboards, was a small hatchet. A knot formed in Sarah's stomach. Who would have attacked an armed man with a hatchet? Maya. And then the man fell back to his knees and twisted his body to see who had assaulted him. Sarah was careful not to move, for now he appeared dazed, but she knew it could be a ruse. His movement was slow and agonizing as he swiveled to the left, his face a mask of feral rage, aimed at something, someone, outside. He began to bring his pistol up, leveling it towards the garden that lined the porch. Suka! The man roared, the curse echoing into the yard. There was no thought, no calculation, only a primal protective instinct that bypassed her brain and went straight to her hands. The officer's body was twisted, offering her a clear shot of his side and torso. He fired just as Sarah's Glock barked 3 times, sharp, contained explosions that were brutally intimate in the enclosed space. The officer's body jerked, and the roar of fury on his face collapsed into a slack-jawed mask of surprise. He hung there for a heartbeat, suspended between life and death, his pistol still half raised, and then pitched forward, landing face down on the floorboards with a heavy thud. The silence that slammed down was heavier than any sound. Gunsmoke coiled in the air, acrid and biting. From behind the couch, Rebecca let out a choked sob. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the open doorway as she began towards the front door. Maya? Silence answered her. Ignoring the potential threat still outside, she moved, stepping over the dead man's legs without a second glance. Her Glock was still up, scanning, as she moved onto the porch. Her eyes swept the lawn, and then she saw it. A small, still heap in the dew-soaked grass, 20 feet from the porch. A splash of dark hair against the green. No! A choked sound escaped Sarah's throat. She broke into a desperate sprint, her boots slipping on the wet grass. The world narrowed to that small form, the acrid smell of gunpowder replaced by the clean, damp scent of the earth. She skidded to her knees beside the crumpled teenager, her heart a leaden weight in her chest. A trembling hand reached out and she rolled Maya onto her back. A pair of wide, terrified eyes flew open and stared up at her. The girl wasn't bleeding. She wasn't hit. She had pressed herself into the dirt, frozen from the moment the man's gun had fired in her direction. A single tear traced a clean path through the grime on her cheek. Then she smiled. You saved me. Chapter 3. You got them killed. The farmhouse kitchen was a pocket of surreal normalcy in a world that had come undone. The scent of burnt coffee and lingering cordite hung in the air, a foul counterpoint to the weak morning sun slanting through the dusty window. At the table, Maya robotically spooned cornflakes into her mouth. Devon, tucked close to her side, stirred his listlessly, occasionally taking a bite. Jesse sat across from them, untouched bowl before him like an accusation. He stared at a crack in the wooden table, his body so still he barely seemed to be breathing. In the living room, Sarah and Rebecca conferred in urgent whispers. Pete lay on the couch, his breathing shallow but steady.
He was an officer, Sarah said. They don't lose an officer and just forget about it. We have maybe a few hours before they realize this patrol is overdue. We have to be gone." "Gone where?" Rebecca asked, her voice cracking. "This was our chance for Pete to recover. Maybe we can hide in the root cellar. If we buy him some time—" "We don't have time to buy," Sarah cut in. "They'll notice soon. We have to push on." "But they'll be watching the roads, especially if they work out what happened here." "Exactly. So we don't use them." Sarah pointed through the kitchen window, past the yard to the vast, green-gold ocean of corn, stretching for miles. "We go through there. We stay hidden." Rebecca's gaze flicked to Pete. "He can't walk, Sarah." "I know." Sarah's jaw was tight. "Before we do anything else, there are things that need to be done. The children stay here." The first task was one that would haunt them. Together, they carried the unconscious soldier, the one from the foyer, out of the house. He was heavy, a dead weight of muscle and gear. They half-dragged, half-carried him to the root cellar. With a grunt, Sarah shoved him down the stone steps, where he tumbled into a heap on the dirt floor. From the barn she found a length of heavy chain and a rusted padlock. The slam of the thick wooden door was followed by the harsh rattle of chain being wound through the handles, the click of the padlock sealing the man in his tomb. "We're just leaving him?" Rebecca whispered, her face ashen. "We can't kill an unconscious man, and we can't take him with us," Sarah stated, her voice devoid of emotion. "This is the only way. I'm sure someone will find him soon enough, and hopefully by then we'll be long gone." Their next task was grimmer. Using clean sheets from the linen closet, they wrapped the bodies of Tom and Martha. The act was silent and awful, but a gesture of respect. They carried them, one at a time, to the barn. It was there, while laying Martha on a bed of clean straw in an empty stall next to her husband, that Sarah saw it. Tucked in a corner, its single wheel caked with dried mud, was a sturdy wheelbarrow. "Look, we can use it to transport Pete." Rebecca went across and inspected it. "It might just work, if we pad it out with pillows and blankets." "Great. Bring it inside. We'll have to get rid of the officer and his vehicle before we do anything else." They brought it back to the house and wheeled it into the kitchen. The sight of it seemed to finally break Jessie's trance. "What are you doing with that?" "It's how we'll move Pete. We have to leave the farmhouse." Tears filled the 16-year-old's eyes. "They're dead because of you," he hissed at her. "We were fine before you came." "Jessie, stop," Rebecca warned. But his eyes were locked on Sarah. "You made this happen," he continued, his voice shaking with anger and grief. "All they did was try and help you, and you got them killed." His words struck Sarah in the chest. But before she could respond, he turned and ran upstairs, his footsteps thundering through the house. Rebecca made to follow him, but Sarah grasped her arm gently. "Leave him. He's grieving. I'll try and talk to him later. We need to finish what we started and get out of here." They took a sheet out onto the porch and wrapped the body of the younger officer quickly and efficiently. He was heavier than either of the other bodies had been, and they struggled to pick him up and get him down the steps of the porch. As they angled toward the drab, olive-green SUV, Rebecca asked if Sarah had the keys. Sarah nodded once. "I already checked. In the ignition. I haven't driven a stick shift since I was 17, but I'll work it out." They set the body on the ground for a moment as Sarah pulled open the heavy rear swing door of the Jeep-like vehicle. The cargo area was Spartan, all exposed metal and scuff marks. "Ready?" Sarah asked, her breath pluming in the cool air.
Rebecca just nodded.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
They heaved him up, but Rebecca didn't quite lift high enough. The officer's sheet-wrapped head struck the steel frame of the door opening with a dull crack that made Sarah flinch. The body was now awkwardly half in, half out, its weight threatening to pull them both down. Rebecca was bent over, her forehead against the shrouded Russian, as she tried to retain her grip.
Lift,
Sarah grunted, trying to get a better purchase.
Rebecca, lift!
A muffled, choked noise escaped Rebecca's throat, and her shoulders began to quiver.
Rebecca?
Sarah asked her friend.
Are you okay?
The wheezing sound came again.
Beck?
Rebecca lifted her head and brayed with laughter. It was a sound stripped of all humor and joy. It was an unhinged sort of laughter, like a wire pulled too tight and finally snapping.
We just...
Rebecca choked out, tears now streaming down her face.
His head, it just...
She couldn't finish. Her body was racked with the convulsions of raw emotion. The body began to slip.
Rebecca,
Sarah yelled, the command cutting through the hysteria.
Now, push!
Spurred by the order, Rebecca gave a final shove. The corpse tumbled the rest of the way into the cargo area and came to rest in an undignified heap. Sarah slammed the door shut, the sound echoing across the unnaturally quiet yard, and turned to find her friend collapsed against the side of the truck, her laughter finally dissolving into sobs. In 2 quick strides, Sarah was beside her, pulling Rebecca away from the cold metal and into a firm hug that was like an anchor in the storm of the last 24 hours.
Hey, it's okay,
Sarah murmured.
You're exhausted. We all are.
She held her for a moment longer, then pushed her back to arm's length, forcing Rebecca to meet her gaze.
Go inside. Get the wheelbarrow kitted out while I get rid of the truck. Okay,
said Rebecca softly, before turning and heading back to the front porch. Sarah watched her a beat longer, concern threading through her, then turned to the Russian truck. She climbed into the driver's seat, fingers tentative on the gear shift. The cabin smelled of canvas, oil, and stale cigarette smoke. She twisted the key, and the engine barked to life. The clutch was stiff and unyielding, and she almost had to lift her backside off the seat to stomp it down, as she tried for first. The gears snarled, a metal-on-metal crunch that made her jaw clench. Finally, the vehicle lurched forward in a violent jolt, then another, bunny-hopping across the yard until she forced it into third and turned left toward the cornfield, the green wall of vegetation rushing up to swallow the drab hood. The stalks closed around her, tassels whispering across the windshield, dry leaves rasping and ticking along the doors like fingernails on tin. She pushed deeper, 50 yards, then 100, zigzagging 4 times so there was no direct line of sight from the backyard. When she judged she'd gone far enough, she braked hard and cut the engine, leaving only the gentle hiss of corn settling back into place. She got out of the truck and, working fast, picked up the broken stalks and armfuls of leaves left in the wake of her passage and threw them over the top of the vehicle. When she was done, she locked the truck and threw the keys as far as she could before stepping back and studying her handiwork. From the house it would be hidden, unless one followed the meandering trail of flattened corn stalks. From the air it might pass a quick glance, but not closer scrutiny. Hopefully it would buy them a few hours at least. She turned, following the flattened path she'd carved, then jogged the last stretch back to the front of the farmhouse. Maya was on the porch with a hose, sluicing dark spatters off the boards. She glanced up, breathless.
Don't really need to clean up blood in gaming, but I figure it's best not to leave evidence for the invading army when you take out one of their players,
she said, matter-of-factly. She swept the stream across the steps, crimson water spilling into the grass.
Good call,
said Sarah. Rebecca?
She's waiting. She needs you to help get Pete into the barrow. I tried to help, but he's too heavy.
Okay. When you're done, could I ask a huge favor?
Sure,
said Maya.
Jesse is pretty upset, as you know. I have a feeling he won't listen to Rebecca or me, but he might listen to you. I need you to talk to him about coming with us. He can't stay here. It's too dangerous, and he has no one left.
Maya washed the last dregs of crimson away and turned off the faucet.
Well, he was pretty rude to you, but I guess I understand why he's feeling shitty. Don't worry. I'll make sure he comes.
Thank you. A half-hour later, the group stood at the edge of the cornfield. The sun was higher now, warm on their faces. Given the circumstances, it felt like a mockery. Maya had persuaded Jesse to come with them, but he stood well away from the rest of them, his face stony. They were all burdened for travel, Rebecca with a pack cinched tight and a second canteen on her hip. Maya carried a rucksack filled with a first aid kit, canned food, and a sloshing jug of water. Even young Devon strained under his backpack, which was crammed with as much packaged food as he could carry. Sarah had taken the rest: knives, a map, matches, a flashlight, and over her shoulder she'd slung a captured AK-74M. Tucked into her jeans was a spare .545, and her pistol rode at her hip. Sarah took one last look at the farmhouse and the barn that was now a tomb, at the cellar that was now a prison. The weight of the ghosts she was leaving behind settled upon her. She turned her back on it all and gripped the handles of the wheelbarrow. "Move," she ordered. The first step into the corn was like stepping into a new world. The towering stalks closed in around them, the rustle of a million leaves swallowing all other sound. The adrenaline of the morning had long since burned away, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and the horrifying clarity of what had happened. Pushing the heavy wheelbarrow over the uneven ground was grueling work. The single wheels sank into soft spots, and every bump and jostle elicited a low moan from Pete. Devon stumbled often, but he never cried out, his silence almost as unnerving as Jesse's. Jesse walked apart from the group, a satellite of grief orbiting their desperate flight. Sarah's leadership, once a shield of confidence, now felt like a shroud of atonement. Every push of the wheelbarrow, every rustle of the corn, was a reminder of Jesse's words.
"You got them killed."
And they pushed on, deeper into the endless green, a fractured family haunted by the ghost of a boy who was still walking beside them. Chapter 4. Wakey, wakey, Little Soldier. The day bled away in a monotonous cycle of grueling effort and suffocating silence. The sun arced across the small patch of visible sky, a merciless white eye beating down on the green canyon of the cornfield. The air grew thick and heavy, an oppressive blanket of humidity that soaked their clothes and made every breath feel like a chore. The only sounds were the rhythmic squeak of the wheelbarrow's axle, the rasping whisper of a million dry leaves, and the labored breathing of the living. It was late in the afternoon, during a brief halt in the meager shade of the stalks, that the silence finally broke. Sarah, wiping sweat from her brow with the back of a grimy hand, uncapped a canteen and offered it to Jessie.
"Jessie, you need to drink."
He flinched away as if she'd offered him poison. His vacant eyes focused on her, and for the first time they burned with a cold, clear light. It was the light of pure hatred.
"What's the point?"
he whispered, his voice a dry rasp.
"You're just going to get us killed, too."
Rebecca, checking on Pete, froze.
"Jessie, we'd all be dead if it wasn't for Sarah. So you just watch your mouth."
Sarah saw the agony in the boy's face, and a low rhythmic thrumming began to vibrate through the soles of their boots. It was a sound out of place in the whispering corn, a mechanical pulse that grew from a distant beat to a roar, with terrifying speed. Sarah's head snapped up, her eyes scanning the narrow strip of blue sky.
"Down,"
she said, her voice a low command. The percussive whoomp 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 of rotor blades beat against the air, against their chests.
"Down, now!"
Instinct took over. Sarah shoved Jessie and Maya to the ground, pulling Devon down with them. They pressed their faces into the dirt as Rebecca threw herself protectively over the wheelbarrow and Pete. A dark shadow fell over them. A Russian Mi-8 transport helicopter roared directly overhead, so low that the downdraft flattened the cornstalks around them in a violent, swirling vortex. The noise was deafening, a physical assault that vibrated through their bones. It was a monstrous dragonfly, its fuselage painted a dull green, its open side door a black, watchful eye. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, continuing its patrol pattern to the north, the sound of its blades receding into the afternoon haze. Silence crashed back down, more profound and menacing than before. For a long moment, no one moved. The threat was no longer a vague possibility of a search party on the roads. It was a hunter in the sky. Slowly, shakily, Sarah pushed herself up, her ears ringing. She helped a trembling Maya to her feet. A renewed purpose shot through her, forged not from hope, but from primal fear. She met Jessie's eyes across the flattened corn. The terror of the helicopter had not erased the unforgiving verdict in his gaze. He got to his feet, his face a stony mask, and turned away. The confrontation was over, but it seemed that Rebecca's words hadn't resolved anything. Sarah walked back to the wheelbarrow and gripped the worn wooden handles. The boy's hatred was a brand on her skin, a fresh wound seared over the deeper one of her own guilt. "Move," she ordered, her voice flat and hard. She put her shoulder into the weight and pushed, forcing their small, broken world deeper into the endless corn. 8 hours. 8 hours of walking through a rustling, green-walled hell. The world was reduced to the space between 2 rows of corn, the squeaking axle of the wheelbarrow, and the burning protest of muscles pushed past their limits. They crossed invisible property lines, the only change in scenery being a slight variation in the height of the stalks or the texture of the dirt underfoot. The sun baked them, the humidity suffocated them, and the silence between them grew heavier with every step. By the time the corn finally thinned, giving way to a dense line of oak and hickory, they were moving in a zombie-like trance. The sudden shade of the woods was a cool balm on their sunburnt skin. Ahead, the ground sloped downward into a shallow hollow. At the bottom, a small creek whispered over moss-covered stones. To Sarah, It was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard.
"Here," she rasped, her voice a dry crackle. "We'll rest here." The relief was so profound it was painful. They half slid, half stumbled down the steep, mossy bank to the rocky creek bed. The place felt hidden, ancient, and safe. For the first time since dawn, they were completely concealed from the sky. Rebecca immediately went to Pete, dipping a strip of cloth into the blessedly cold water and laying it across his forehead. His fever had come down, but his skin was still clammy, his weakness a palpable aura around him. Devon, who had been a silent shadow all day, finally let go of Maya's hand and sat by the water's edge, trailing his small fingers in the current. "Maya, with me,"
Sarah ordered quietly.
"We checked the perimeter. 50 yards up and down the creek. Look for tracks, shelters, anything."
Maya nodded, her young face grim and set, and followed Sarah into the trees. Jesse didn't move. He sat on a large, flat stone a dozen feet from everyone else, a statue of grief staring blankly at the downstream flow of water. He watched them, a collection of strangers who had invaded his life and burned it to the ground. He saw Rebecca tending to her own, her focus entirely on the weak man in the wheelbarrow. He saw the two strange children, a self-contained unit that had nothing to do with him. And he saw Sarah, the architect of his personal apocalypse, moving through the woods with the confidence of a predator. His grandparents' faces were ghosts that flickered at the edge of his vision. He saw Tom's kind smile and heard Martha's gentle voice offering these people sanctuary. That kindness, his grandparents' defining quality, had been a fatal mistake. The Russians might have killed them, but if this woman hadn't led her group to their doorstop, they'd still be alive. Now, watching these strangers care for each other, it felt like a mockery. Every sip of water they took, every whispered word of comfort, was something they had stolen from him. The grief in his chest curdled into something toxic and unbearable. He couldn't breathe here. He couldn't be a part of this group, born from the ashes of his world. An animal chewing its own leg to escape a trap doesn't think. It just acts. Overwhelmed, suffocated by a sorrow too vast for his young shoulders, Jesse made his decision. It wasn't a plan. It wasn't even a coherent thought. It was impulsive flight. He couldn't go on with them. He couldn't bear to look at their faces another minute. He waited until Sarah and Maya had disappeared around a bend in the creek. Rebecca was focused entirely on Pete. With movements that were silent and ghost-like, Jesse stood up. He cast one last, hollow look at the scene, then turned and disappeared into the trees. He didn't look back. He stumbled through the dense woods, branches whipping at his face, not thinking, just moving. He was navigating by pure instinct, back in the direction they had come, back towards the only other landmark he knew in this shattered world, the main road. Dusk was bleeding purple and gray across the western sky, draining the color from the endless fields. The air, thick with the scent of cut grass and diesel fumes, hummed with the low growl of the BTR-80's engine as it chewed up the asphalt of the county road. Inside, Sergeant Volkov stared out the narrow vision slit, his teeth tightly clenched as fury swelled within him. The report from the farmhouse had been concise. One dead officer, shot multiple times. One infantryman, Dmitry Barin, barely clinging to life in the root cellar, his skull fractured. The bodies of the elderly owners were also found, executed. It was a messy, unprofessional engagement, and the full picture of what had happened had not yet been established. But the murder of a Russian officer was an insult that demanded a swift, brutal answer. The canine teams were still an hour out, but Volkov hadn't wanted to wait. His orders were to sweep the surrounding roads, to contain the area, to look for anything out of place. He scanned the tree line where the vast cornfield finally gave way to woods, his eyes accustomed to picking out unnatural shapes in the gloom.
"Sergeant,"
the driver's voice crackled over the internal comms.
"left side, something moving."
Volkov's gaze snapped to the left. At first he saw nothing but the dark wall of trees bordering a fallow field. Then a figure stumbled from the woods, a scarecrow's silhouette against the fading light. It wasn't a soldier. It moved with a shambling, aimless gait, tripping over its own feet before lurching forward again. A civilian. A teenage boy. "Stop!" Volkov commanded. The armored vehicle hissed to a halt, its bulk dominating the narrow road. Before the engine had fully settled, the rear ramp slammed down, and two soldiers swiftly exited the vehicle. Jesse didn't see them until they were almost on him. His world was a tunnel of grief and exhaustion, his only thought to put distance between himself and the faces of the group he'd left by the creek. The sudden roar of the engine dying and the clang of metal on metal barely registered. It was the crunch of boots on the gravel shoulder that made him look up. He froze, caught in the blinding glare of the BTR's headlights. Two large armed figures were moving on him, flanking him. There was no shout, no warning, just a ruthless convergence. One of them grabbed his arm, twisting it viciously behind his back, and shoved him to his knees on the rough asphalt, the impact jarring his teeth. The other man jabbed the muzzle of his rifle hard against the boy's cheek. Jesse whimpered as he was patted down. One of the men yelled out, "Chista!" clear, and a hand tangled in his hair, yanking his head back. He cried out. He was hauled to his feet and goose-stepped along the road until he was slammed against the cold steel side of the vehicle, his cheek scraping against a rivet. The world smelled of exhaust fumes and his own coppery fear. Sergeant Volkov stepped down from the BTR, moving with an unhurried, predatory grace. He circled Jesse slowly. He stopped in front of the boy, his expression unreadable in the harsh wash of the headlights.
"Kitotsi."
Volkov's voice was low and guttural. Jesse just stared, his mind a white void of panic. He didn't understand the words, only the menace they carried. Volkov let out a sigh of impatience and switched to heavily accented but clear English.
"Who are you? Where did you come from?"
I was just walking,"
Jesse stammered, the lie thin and pathetic, even to his own ears. The back of Volkov's hand cracked across his face. Jesse's head snapped to the side, his lips splitting against his teeth. The taste of blood filled his mouth.
"The farmhouse, 2 miles from here,"
Volkov stated.
"Do you know it?"
Jesse nodded miserably.
"How? Do you live there?"
Jesse, still stunned from the blow and exhaustion, didn't answer until the man raised his hand again.
"Yes,"
he sobbed.
"with my grandparents."
"Ah, the old man and woman. They were your family."
He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that was more terrifying than a shout.
"An officer is dead, and another injured. Can you tell me what happened? I need to know who did this."
Tears streamed down Jesse's face, mingling with the blood.
"I don't know."
Volkov straightened up and drew his sidearm from its holster. The click of the safety being disengaged was unnaturally loud in the evening quiet. He pressed the cold muzzle of the pistol to Jesse's temple. The boy's entire body went rigid. A choked sob caught in his throat. "You have 3 seconds to tell me who killed our man," Volkov said, his voice devoid of all emotion. 1, 2, 3... Wait! I'll tell you. Her name is Sarah. The Russian lowered his gun. "Ah, good boy. Tell me everything." The dam inside him broke. The words tumbled out in a slobbering rush, a torrent of grief, fear, and venomous accusation. He told them how he and his grandparents had come home from town to find the strangers in their house. Led by Volkov's barrage of questions, "How many? Describe them. Any weapons?" Jesse painted a perfect picture of his enemies. He described Sarah, the leader, and the one who had killed the officer. He told them about Rebecca, the 2 children, the injured man, Pete, his voice cracking as he mentioned the wheelbarrow they used to haul him. He told them how they had fled into the cornfield, heading south, and how he had finally broken away, unable to bear another second in their presence, because if they hadn't broken in, his parents would still be alive. When he was done, a hollowed-out silence fell over him, punctuated only by his shuddering breaths against the cold steel of the armored vehicle.
"Where are they?"
Jesse didn't answer right away. A part of him knew that this was the final line, the ultimate betrayal. But then the image flooded his mind, the stiffened, shrouded forms of his grandparents being carried out of the house by Sarah and Rebecca. He saw the grim set of Sarah's jaw, and the curdled grief in his chest ignited into hatred. They would still be alive if it wasn't for her, for them. Any echo of loyalty he might have felt to the group was incinerated in that moment.
"They're camped by Boot Creek,"
he said, the words tumbling out. He pointed back into the fields.
"That way."
Volkov barked an order over his shoulder.
"Karta."
A soldier hurried forward, unfolding a battered map between them. Volkov indicated the soldiers should relax their hold on the boy.
"Get this helpful young man some water,"
he said in English, and the man who had handed him the map disappeared. After Jesse had gulped down half the canteen, Volkov showed him the open map.
"I want you to point where you think the camp is."
Jesse's hand trembled as he studied the faded lines and names. He hesitated, then pressed his finger to a spot near the winding blue line of Boot Creek.
"Here,"
he said quietly.
"Excellent. You have done well. We're going to take you back to camp and make you comfortable. You've been through quite an ordeal."
He gestured to his men, and they escorted the boy to the back of the vehicle. Once back in the front of the vehicle, Volkov raised the radio handset to his mouth.
"Command, this is Vulture 1, he said calmly. "K-9 unit is no longer required. We have a location. I repeat, we have their location and require an extraction team. The coordinates are..."
3 hours later, the leafy hollow was a pit of absolute blackness, the sliver of moon obscured by the thick leaf canopy. The air had a damp, earthy chill that clung to clothes and settled deep in the bones. The only sounds were the soft, constant murmur of the creek and the occasional chirping of crickets. Sarah sat with her back against the mossy trunk of an ancient oak, the AK-74M lying heavy across her lap. Its cold steel was a familiar, if inadequate, comfort. In the deeper gloom, near the water, She could just make out the huddled shapes of the others. Rebecca was a still form beside the wheelbarrow, while Maya and Devon were curled together under a single blanket, a small knot of shared warmth. Sleep had claimed them easily, the deep sleep of the utterly spent. Even though she knew they were safe here for at least another 8 hours, sleep eluded Sarah. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Jessie's face, contorted with anguished rage. "You got them killed." The accusation echoed in the hollow space between her ribs. She had failed him. Not in the way he thought, though. She'd failed him by not seeing how close he was to breaking, to doing something rash. A leader should have seen it coming. She and Rebecca had spoken in hushed voices after they realized he was gone. The argument was brief, because the reality was brutal. They couldn't go back. To search for one boy in the dark, calling his name, would be to announce their position to anyone within a mile. It was 1 lost versus 5 lost. The math of survival was unforgiving, and it made Sarah feel like a monster. At dawn, they would continue northwest. They would leave him behind. The exhaustion was a physical weight, pressing down on her eyelids, making her thoughts swim. The creek's gentle burble, once a comforting sound, was now a hypnotic lullaby, pulling her under. Her grip on the rifle loosened. The forest blurred at the edges, the shadows melting into one another. Her head nodded once, twice. Just a few minutes, she told herself. Just close your eyes for a few minutes. Her drift into sleep was a slow, welcome surrender. The weight of guilt over Jessie and the death of Tom and Martha seemed to lift, replaced by a dreamless void. It wasn't a sound that woke her. It was the sudden, prickling absence of it. The crickets had fallen silent. The air felt charged, heavy with a presence that hadn't been there before. Her eyes snapped open. But before her brain could command a single muscle to move, cold steel settled against her right temple. A soft whisper, laced with the scent of tobacco and the cold night air, slithered directly into her ear. "Проснись и пой, солдатик. Wakey, wakey, little soldier." Episode 3. Ambush. Chapter 1. Ambushed. The whisper was a physical thing, a vibration that traveled from the cold steel muzzle pressed against her temple, directly into her skull. "Проснись и пой, солдатик. Wakey, wakey, little soldier." Sarah didn't move. She didn't breathe. Her training screamed at her, an internal litany of survival. Threat is direct contact. Do not escalate. Do not react. Assess. The AK-74 across her lap was a dead weight, a useless length of metal. Her Glock, holstered at her hip, felt a mile away. Every muscle in her body went rigid, locked in a state of hyper-awareness. Slowly, carefully, she let her eyes track to the left, without moving her head. What she saw stole the air from her lungs. Ghosts. They were ghosts in the absolute blackness of the hollow. 8 figures materialized from the trees and rocks, their movements fluid and utterly silent. She couldn't see their faces, only the faint, unsettling green glow from the cyclopean eyes of their night vision goggles. They were specters of war, and they had materialized in the heart of her camp without making a sound. Tiny red dots from laser lights danced across the sleeping forms of her group. One quivered on Rebecca's chest. Another painted a bullseye on the blanket covering Maya and Devon. Resistance wasn't just futile. It was a death sentence for everyone she had sworn to protect. The realization was a hard stone in her gut. She had led them from one trap straight into another. A new silhouette detached itself from the deeper shadows near the creek. This one wore no goggles. He moved with the unhurried confidence of a wolf inspecting its catch. As he stepped into a patch of faint, filtered moonlight, his face resolved into hard planes and shadows. It was the man from the BTR, Sergeant Volkov. He stopped a few feet in front of her, his gaze sweeping over her, the rifle, and the exhausted lines of her face. He gave a slight nod to the soldier holding the pistol to her head.
"You have had a long day,"
Volkov said, his English a low, calm rumble.
"It is over now."
He gestured with his hand. Two of his men moved forward. One prodded Rebecca sharply in the ribs with his rifle barrel. She awoke with a startled gasp, her hands flying up instinctively before she saw the glowing green eyes above her, and froze, her face a mask of terror. Another soldier was already standing over Maya and Devon. Maya came awake with a teenager's silent swiftness, her eyes snapping open. She didn't scream. Her immediate instinct was to pull the blanket tighter, shielding Devon's small body with her own as she stared up at the soldier, her expression a mixture of defiance and fear. A small, terrified whimper escaped Devon's lips from beneath the cover. The camp was taken, swiftly, silently, and completely. It was then that a low groan, thick with fever and pain, drifted from the wheelbarrow. Pete, lost in his own world of delirium, shifted under the thin blanket, his body arching in a spasm of discomfort. The sound, though quiet, was a rock thrown into the still pool of the night. Every Russian head snapped toward the wheelbarrow. Volkov's placid expression sharpened with a flicker of professional curiosity. He took a step closer, peering down at the shrouded figure.
"And what is this?"
he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else.
"A casualty."
"He's sick."
Rebecca's voice was a sharp, desperate cry. She scrambled forward on her hands and knees, trying to place herself between Volkov and the wheelbarrow.
"He's injured. Please, don't hurt him."
Before she could reach Pete, a hand clamped down on her shoulder, hard as a vice. A soldier hauled her backward, dragging her away from the wheelbarrow. She cried out, her fingers scraping uselessly at the dirt.
"Silence,"
Volkov commanded, his voice never rising. He gestured to the open space in the middle of the small camp.
"All of you, on your knees. Place your hands on the back of your head."
The soldiers moved efficiently, nudging Sarah with a rifle muzzle, pulling Maya and Devon from their blanket and forcing them into a line next to Rebecca. The cold, damp earth seeped through the knees of their pants. The circle of green-eyed ghosts closed in, their weapons held at a low, casual ready. They were surrounded, helpless, illuminated in the invisible spectrum of their captor's light. Volkov let the silence stretch, a tool of intimidation as effective as any weapon. He walked slowly down the line of kneeling figures, his boots crunching softly on the gravel of the creek bed. He stopped first in front of Rebecca, who was trembling with a mixture of cold and terror.
An officer of the Russian Federation was murdered this morning, Volkov stated calmly. Executed. His subordinate was left for dead. This is not an act of war. It is terrorism, and it will be answered. He crouched down, bringing his face level with theirs. Justice must be administered. A life for a life. It is that simple. So tell me, who pulled the trigger? Rebecca shook her head, tears streaking through the grime on her cheeks.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a nurse. I help people.
Volkov sighed, a sound of theatrical disappointment. He stood and moved on, his gaze falling on Maya, who held Devon protectively against her side. The boy was shaking, his face buried in her jacket. Volkov ignored the young boy's non-compliance with his order for them all to place their hands on their head. Perhaps the girl saw something, Volkov mused, tapping a finger against his chin. Children have such honest eyes. Maya looked up at him defiantly and said in a strong, steady voice,
I did it.
Volkov stopped. A slow, incredulous smile spread across his face. He turned to face her fully, his head cocked, as if listening to a joke. You?
Yes,
Maya said, lifting her chin.
I killed him.
A low chuckle escaped Volkov's lips. Then it grew into a short, dismissive laugh that echoed in the quiet hollow. A little sparrow claims the kill of a hawk. A brave story, but a foolish one.
He was slow,
Maya said evenly, her voice laced with a contempt that belied her youth.
and loud. He stood in the doorway yelling like an idiot. I threw a hatchet from the bushes and hit him in the back of the head. Then I shot him. It was easy. For an officer, he didn't seem very smart.
The laughter died in Volkov's throat. His face went from amused condescension to a mask of fury. He closed the distance between them in a blur, and his hand shot out, grabbing Maya by the front of her jacket and hauling her to her feet. Devon cried out, scrambling away as Volkov pulled the girl nose to nose with him.
You think it is a game?
He hissed.
You think you can stand there and mock a soldier of the Russian army?
The pressure of his grip made Maya wince, but she continued to glare at him.
Let her go.
Sarah's voice was not loud, but it carried the weight of command. It cut through Volkov's rage, stopping him cold. He slowly turned his head, his eyes locking with hers.
She's a child trying to be brave. She's lying to protect me,
Sarah said, her voice dropping.
It was me. The children saw nothing. Rebecca was tending to our wounded man. I killed your officer. It was my hand, my weapon. Mine alone.
Volkov's eyes bored into hers, searching, assessing. He saw no deception, no fear, only a flat resolve. After a long moment, he released his grip on Maya, shoving her back so she stumbled and fell next to Devon. His full attention was now on Sarah. He saw the way she held herself, the economy of her movements, even in surrender, the focus in her eyes that belied her simple confession. He replayed the scene at the farmhouse in his mind, the ambush, the efficiency, the professional kill. It was not the work of a panicked refugee, and it certainly wasn't the work of a goading child. He tilted his head and regarded her.
Are you a nurse too?
He asked quietly. his anger replaced by curiosity.
You hold yourself like a soldier. Tell me, what training have you had?
Sarah held his gaze, the world narrowing to the space between them.
U.S. Army,
she said emotionlessly.
Combat medic, 3 tours. Afghanistan.
The words hung in the cold night air. In the faint moonlight, she could see him clearly for the first time, up close. He was older than she'd first thought, not the 40-something career officer she'd assumed, but closer to 50. There was a dusting of gray at his temples, and a web of fine lines etched around his eyes, the kind earned from years spent squinting into a hard sun. He was lean and moved like a predator, but time had marked him. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. Not sympathy, but the grim recognition of a shared, bloody history.
Afghanistan,
he repeated, the name a curse on his tongue. He looked away for a moment, toward the dark, whispering trees.
I was there too, fresh out of training. My first deployment, and it was a hellhole. Still, it taught us certain skills.
He turned back, his eyes boring into hers once more.
You create for me a conundrum.
He began to pace slowly in front of her.
You see, we have a great need for medics with your experience. The transition is not as peaceful as we would like. There are many casualties. You are a valuable asset.
He stopped, his voice becoming hard as iron.
But you are also, in the eyes of my command, a murderer. You executed a Russian officer. The discipline of my army, the honor of my unit, demands retribution.
He leaned in close, his voice carrying a final verdict.
A life for a life. It is the old way, but it is the only way that is understood. I have no choice. You will be shot.
No!
Devon screamed out, the terror that had held him paralyzed now shattered. He scrambled forward, launching himself at Sarah, his arms wrapping around her neck in a clinging hug. He buried his face in her shoulder, his body racked with hysterical sobs.
No, please, Auntie Sarah, don't you hurt her!
Sarah's arms came up automatically, holding him tight, her own resolve cracking at the feel of his small, trembling frame. She squeezed her eyes shut, a single tear finally escaping. Volkov watched them, his expression unreadable. He saw the boy clinging to the soldier medic, a tableau of desperation. And in that desperation, he saw an opportunity, a solution to his conundrum.
Auntie, parents dead?
He asked softly. His next words were laced with a chilling pragmatism.
It would be a shame to orphan a child a second time.
He let the statement hang in the air.
Perhaps there is another way punishment can be satisfied. A life for a life, yes. But the ledger does not specify which life.
Sarah's eyes snapped open, a dawning horror on her face as she began to understand. Volkov straightened up, his decision made. He turned to one of his men, a large soldier standing near the wheelbarrow, and issued a sharp order in Russian.
Устранить раненого. Eliminate the wounded one.
Rebecca, who had been watching in frozen terror, saw the soldier nod. She didn't understand the words, but she understood the movement. As the large soldier took 2 steps toward the wheelbarrow where Pete lay moaning softly, something inside her broke. No! She lunged forward, a frantic bid to throw her body over Pete's. She didn't make it 2 steps. The soldier guarding her reacted with reflexive speed. He didn't even turn his head, simply swung the butt of his rifle in a short, vicious arc. The heavy wood and steel met her temple with a sickening thud. Her cry was cut off, and her eyes rolled back in her head. She collapsed in a heap on the ground. The soldier by the wheelbarrow had paused for the briefest of moments. Now, with the interruption dealt with, he raised his rifle, the muzzle pointed down at the figure under the blanket. He didn't hesitate. The single flat crack of the rifle shot ripped through the night. The sound echoed off the trees and was gone, leaving behind a ringing silence and the soft, constant murmur of the creek. Devon's hysterical cries were cut off as if by a switch. Maya let out a small, strangled gasp. Sarah could only hold her nephew tighter as she stared at the still form in the wheelbarrow, at the terrible price that had just been paid for her life. Chapter 2. Coward. The shocked silence in the hollow was punctuated by the sound of a zip tie being pulled tight, and another, and another. Volkov gave the orders in Russian, and his men moved to bind their captives. A soldier yanked Sarah's hands behind her back, the plastic biting deep into her wrists, a humiliating seal on their capture. "Get her up," Volkov ordered, pointing at Rebecca, who was still unconscious. A soldier stepped forward, unhooked his canteen, and dashed the cold contents onto her face. Rebecca came to with a sputtering gasp, the shock of the cold water dragging her from the blackness. Before she could even focus, a hand tangled in the collar of her shirt and hauled her roughly to her feet. She swayed violently, a dazed look on her face as her hands were zip-tied behind her back. A dark bruise was already purpling on her temple, the skin swollen around the point of impact. Maya, her own hands bound tight behind her, shuffled closer. Unable to use her arms, she pressed her shoulder firmly against Rebecca's side, using her own small frame as a crutch to keep the groggy woman upright. As the order to move was given, a soldier shoved Rebecca forward, forcing her first steps away from the scene of the execution. Supported by Maya, she stumbled, her grief-stricken gaze fixed over her shoulder for one last look back at the still form in the wheelbarrow. A choked sob escaped her lips. Maya, her face grim, took a last glance at the man who had been part of their fragile family. Devon only buried his face deeper into Sarah's side, trying to erase the image, the sound, from his mind forever. Sarah was the last to turn away. As a rifle barrel prodded her forward, she allowed herself one final look. Her face was a mask of stone, but her eyes held the terrible weight of the transaction, a silent apology, a broken promise. The forced march began. They were pushed out of the hollow and into the dense, pre-dawn woods, a miserable procession of ghosts. The Russians, with their glowing green eyes, moved with quiet ease through the darkness, herding their blind, stumbling prisoners before them. Sarah's mind, though reeling from the shock and the sudden loss, defaulted to its training. Escape. Survival. She couldn't see. Not really. Only vague shapes and shadows. But she could feel. She felt the ground slope upward, the soft loam giving way to shale that shifted underfoot. She noted the direction of the faint breeze on her cheek, from the north. She counted her paces, building a mental map in the darkness. 200 paces, uphill climb, Stand of pines, I can smell them. Creek is now behind us, to the southeast. Escape was always on her mind. A flicker of resistance in the face of absolute defeat. Devon, his small legs exhausted and his spirit broken, stumbled on an exposed root. He went down hard with a pained cry. The soldier behind him didn't slow, grabbing the boy by the collar of his jacket and yanking him back to his feet with a grunt. A surge of protective fury flared in Sarah's chest. Her body tensed, every muscle screaming to lash out, to drive her shoulder into the man's gut, to do something. But she saw the other rifles instantly swing toward the sound, and she forced the rage down, swallowing the bitter taste of helplessness. Calm. She had to stay calm. Any reaction would only get them hurt, or worse. They trudged on, the only sounds the crunching of leaves, the occasional muttered Russian command, and the exhausted breathing of the captives. Sarah managed to fall into step beside Rebecca, who was leaning heavily on Maya.
"Beck," Sarah whispered. "You with me?"
Rebecca's head lolled toward her. Her eyes were unfocused, clouded with pain and grief.
"He's gone, Sarah,"
she mumbled, her words slurred.
He's gone."
"I know," Sarah said, her own voice tight with emotion. She pushed it down. Now was not the time.
"Listen to me. We're going to get through this. We'll find a way out. I promise you."
Rebecca gave a slight nod, her gaze dropping back to the forest floor. Sarah looked ahead into the impenetrable darkness, the promise she'd just made feeling like a hollow lie in her own ears. The mental map she was building felt like a child's game, a futile exercise against an enemy that was so completely in control. They were caught. Pete was dead. Rebecca was injured. The children were traumatized. They all were. Hope was a luxury she couldn't afford right now. There is no way out, she thought. The internal monologue a stark counterpoint to her whispered words of encouragement. Only through. The 2-mile trek felt like 20. Time stretched and warped in the disorienting blackness, each step laden with exhaustion and uncertainty. The forest finally thinned, the oppressive canopy giving way to a pale, bruised sky that promised a dawn they might not live to see. Ahead, at a lonely intersection of 2 dirt roads, a pair of headlights cut yellow slashes through the gloom. The low, heavy rumble of a diesel engine grew from a vibration in the ground to a tangible presence in the air. A large canvas-covered military truck, a Ural 4320, sat idling at the crossroads like a great beast waiting to be fed. As they were marched into the glare of its headlights, the rear flap was thrown open by a soldier, the heavy canvas slapping against the truck's frame. Volkov turned to the black-clad soldiers who had materialized from the woods with them, the extraction team. He spoke in Russian, his voice carrying in the still air. The soldiers in black acknowledged the order with sharp nods, then melted back into the shadows as silently as they had appeared, their part in the night's work finished. He was left with 5 men in regular camouflage fatigues. He looked at Sarah and gestured toward the waiting truck with his pistol. "Inside. Move." Climbing into the high truck bed with their hands bound was a clumsy, humiliating ordeal. A soldier gave Sarah a rough shove to get her started. She managed, then turned to help Maya hoist Devon up. Rebecca, still unsteady, nearly fell, but was pushed unceremoniously from behind, tumbling onto the cold metal floor. The flap was dropped, plunging them into near darkness. The air was thick with the smell of diesel, old canvas, and the metallic tang of fear. As their eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom, they saw it. A figure, huddled in the far corner, trying to make itself as small as possible. A boy in a worn flannel shirt. It was Jesse. Sarah's stomach dropped, a sickening lurch of comprehension that made the world tilt. Volkov knowing their exact location. The perfect ambush. It all clicked into place. Jesse wouldn't look up. He had his arms wrapped around his shins, his face buried in his knees as if trying to disappear into himself. It was Maya who spoke first, her voice icy as she delivered a statement of fact that cut through the rumbling of the engine.
You told them.
Jesse flinched as if struck, a shudder running through his small frame, but he said nothing. He didn't move.
Jesse, how could you?
Rebecca's voice was a broken whisper. After everything, after they'd taken him in. Sarah said nothing. She simply stared at the boy's huddled form, the architect of their ruin. She saw the scene on the road in her mind's eye, a lost, grieving boy, alone and terrified, stumbling into the path of a predator like Volkov. She saw how easily the sergeant would have turned the boy's grief into a weapon. She understood, with the clarity of a battlefield assessment, exactly how it had happened. Grief makes people do unforgivable things. But as she looked from the boy who had betrayed them to the empty space where Pete should have been, she knew that understanding was a universe away from forgiveness. The truck lurched into motion, a violent jolt that threw them hard against the cold, corrugated metal walls. Gears ground, the engine roared, and they were moving, prisoners in a rumbling steel box, heading toward an unknown fate. The darkness inside was broken only by thin, gray slivers of pre-dawn light that sliced through tiny gaps in the canvas cover. The rhythmic vibration of the floor, the sway and bump of the uneven road, and the stifling smell of diesel became their entire world. They sat in silence, a collection of broken people, sharing a cage. Rebecca had slumped against the wall, her eyes closed, lost to the pain in her head and her heart. Devon was a small, trembling ball pressed against Sarah's side. Maya stared across the dim space at Jesse. She watched the huddled, pathetic shape he made in the corner, and the grief she felt for Pete curdled into venom. Finally, her anger exploded.
Coward!
Jesse's head snapped up.
They killed Pete because of you,
Maya hissed. Jesse started, his voice a strangled whisper.
Because of you,
she repeated through clenched teeth.
You led them right to us. We all heard you crying about your grandparents. Pete didn't do anything to them. He was stabbed trying to save us. And you got him a bullet in the head. I hope you're proud.
Her words, so full of righteous fury, finally pierced the shell of his shame. He scrambled up onto his knees, his face a mess of tears.
They killed my grandparents,
he cried, his voice cracking as he jabbed a finger at Sarah.
She brought them to our house. They were fine. We were fine before she showed up.
If we hadn't come, Sarah's voice cut through his hysterical defense, calm and cold as the steel floor, the Russians would have found another reason. A sick cow, a missing tool, or they'd just have come back next week for a second census. This is who they are. This is what they do. Jesse stared at her, his mouth open to argue, but no words came. The simple logic of her statement struck him dumb. He had wanted to blame someone, to find a single cause for the cataclysm that had destroyed his world. But she was right. They had been the spark, but the Russians had been the powder keg, waiting. He let out a sob, the last of his defiance crumbling into despair, and collapsed back into the corner, curling tighter into himself. A boy lost in a darkness far deeper than the inside of the truck. Chapter 3. Intercept. The truck rattled on, a monotonous, soul-crushing journey into the heart of their new reality. An hour passed, then another. The gray light filtering through the canvas brightened, signaling a morning that felt like a mockery. Inside the steel box, the air was stale and heavy with despair. Jessie remained a hollowed-out shell in the corner. Rebecca had drifted into a fitful, groggy state, a ghost taunted by the events in the hollow. Devon had finally succumbed to exhaustion, his small body curled into a tight ball, asleep against Sarah's leg, a small, warm anchor in a sea of cold dread. But Sarah's mind wasn't resting. It was working, churning, fighting back against the tide of hopelessness. She shifted slightly, angling her body closer to the front of the truck bed, where the canvas flap met the back of the cab. Muffled voices filtered through. The guards. They were talking, their tones relaxed. She caught Maya's eye. The girl was listening too, her expression tense and focused. Sarah gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod toward the front. Maya nodded back.
Can you understand any of it?
Sarah whispered, her voice barely a breath above the engine's drone. Maya leaned closer, her brow furrowed in concentration.
A little,
she breathed back.
My mom, she tried to teach me. I was a stupid kid, never paid enough attention. Now...
Her voice trailed off, thick with a regret and loss that was suddenly immense. She shook her head, refocusing.
I can only get words, not whole sentences.
They listened, a two-person intelligence unit. The Russian was a low, guttural flow, mostly unintelligible. But then Maya's eyes would widen slightly as she caught a familiar word. Sergeant. Orders. Long drive. It was like assembling a puzzle with half the pieces missing. Then one of the guards laughed, a harsh barking sound, and spoke a phrase that was clearer.
Dostavit vaba bratstvo yushit center.
Maya froze. Her face went pale.
What was that?
Sarah pressed, seeing the change in the girl.
What did he say?
Obra batyev yushit center,
Maya repeated, the words clumsy and foreign on her tongue. Her gaze met Sarah's, her eyes wide with a dawning dread.
It means processing center.
The phrase landed in the pit of Sarah's stomach like a block of ice. Tom's warning from the farmhouse, a lifetime ago, echoed in her mind.
They're taking people. Said they needed skilled labor. Labor camps.
They're taking us to a processing center,
Maya whispered, her own sharp mind connecting the dots.
They're not just holding us. Does that mean they're sorting us? Useful and not useful?
She looked at Sarah, her medic's training, her military background. Then she looked at herself, a teenager, and Devon, a child. A cold realization washed over her. And for the first time she thought of her own parents. Had they been processed, sorted into piles by men with guns? From the wall, Rebecca stirred.
What happens to the not useful?
Sarah didn't answer. She couldn't. She met Rebecca's pleading gaze and let her own expressions say what words could not. There was no comfort to offer, no room for the lies of false hope. The air in the truck seemed to grow thin. Hope, the stubborn, resilient weed that had survived the city, the chase, and even the capture, finally withered and died. This wasn't a temporary detention from which they might escape. This wasn't a punishment for a single act. This was systematic. This was a machine, and they were being fed into it. Yet even as the despair threatened to swallow her whole, a part of Sarah's mind kept analyzing. She listened again, not for words, but for voices. How many?
Volkov's not with them,
she said quietly. Maya looked up, blinking.
What?
The sergeant. He's not in the truck. I only hear 2 voices, plus the driver. Maya's eyes lit with a flicker of understanding.
He said something when they were tying us up. I heard the name of his unit. Vulture 1. He said Vulture 1 is clear. Maybe his job was just to help catch us.
That has to be it, Sarah thought. That means there are only 3 guards. The spark in her mind wasn't hope, not yet, but it was something, a variable, a crack in the equation. Their hands were zip-tied, their weapons gone, their bodies exhausted. But 3 guards in a moving truck was a different problem than 5 or more. Still impossible, but a smaller impossible. The journey stretched into a hypnotic, jarring rhythm. The drone of the engine, the shudder of the floor, the sway of the truck. Less than 15 minutes after their whispered conversation, the sheer weight of exhaustion began to claim them. Devon was still deeply asleep. Rebecca's head rested against the vibrating wall, her breathing shallow. Even Maya's watchful posture had softened, her eyelids drooping. Sarah fought it, her mind still cataloging the bumps and turns. But her own body was a traitor, heavy with a fatigue that was almost a physical pain. Her head nodded once, twice. The hypnotic drone shattered. A violent, gut-wrenching lurch threw them forward, slamming them into the hard front wall of the truck bed. Brake shrieked, a high-pitched metallic scream of steel as the truck skidded sideways, its heavy frame groaning in protest. Muffled, panicked shouts in Russian came from the cab. Before anyone could process the crash, a new sound punched through the chaos. Crack! It wasn't the familiar bark of an AK. This was a single, heavy, authoritative report that seemed to split the air itself. Down! Sarah yelled instinctively. They scrambled, a desperate tangle of limbs with hands bound behind their backs, trying to flatten themselves against the floor. Maya threw her body over Devon, who had woken with a terrified cry. Then, an exact, chilling echo of the first shot. Crack! A moment of silence. Then the world outside the canvas erupted. The frantic, chattering reply of a Kalashnikov tore through the air, wild and uncontrolled. They heard boots crunching hard on gravel, more shouting. Was it one man's voice or 2? They couldn't tell. The AK fired another short burst, then stopped. The truck's engine sputtered, coughed, and died. Then a door slammed, followed by heavy bootsteps on loose gravel, sprinting down the side of the truck. They weren't measured or confident. They were the pounding steps of someone trying to get away. A heavy thud slammed against the back, right behind them. followed by the ragged sound of someone gasping for air. Chapter 4. You have 10 seconds. The desperate gasps on the other side of the tailgate stopped. A frantic fumbling began, metal hooks scraping against metal loops. They braced themselves, a knot of helpless captives in the dark. The canvas flap was torn open. Harsh morning light flooded the truck bed, instantly blinding them. They flinched back, spots of green and purple dancing in their vision. As their pupils constricted, the silhouette of a man resolved out of the glare. It was a young Russian soldier, his eyes wide and wild with fear. A dark spray of blood, not his own, was spattered across the front of his uniform. His AK was gone, replaced by the pistol clutched in his trembling hand. The truck was stopped on a narrow rural road, dense woods pressing in on both sides, the trees dark and silent. The soldier didn't speak. He acted. With a grunt, he reached in and grabbed the only person within reach. It was Rebecca. Before anyone could react, he yanked her forward. Rebecca, still groggy and off balance, stumbled out of the truck, her feet hitting the gravel with a pained cry. The soldier dragged her to the back right corner of the Ural, his arm locked around her throat. She whimpered as he pressed his pistol hard against her temple. He shoved her forward, forcing her into the open, a clear target for whoever was watching from the trees. Her body was a shield between him and the bend in the road ahead, where the ambush had been sprung. He screamed, his voice raw with panic, his broken English tearing through the morning quiet. "Show yourself, or the woman dies." A heart-stopping silence descended, broken only by the whisper of wind through the leaves. Rebecca could feel the rabbit-fast pulse of the soldier's thumb against her throat. Then, at the edge of the woods ahead, a figure detached itself from the shadows. He emerged slowly, hands raised in a clear gesture of surrender. A rifle was held loosely in his right hand, also pointed toward the sky. He was battered. His face was marred with bruises and cuts, and a crude, blood-soaked bandage was wrapped around his head, obscuring his hairline and one temple. His clothes were torn and filthy, but as he drew closer, Rebecca saw that his eyes were clear, cold, and lethal. This was no victim. This was a predator who had been in a fight. Rebecca's heart, already a frantic hammer against her ribs, pounded with a fresh wave of terror. Who is this? Another Russian? A bandit, drawn by the gunfire? A scavenger here to pick their bones? She was a pawn, a piece of meat with a gun to her head, trapped between a terrified soldier and a dangerous stranger. The stranger's eyes didn't focus on the soldier. They locked directly onto Rebecca, zeroing in on the gun pressed to her head. For a split second, something passed between them. His gaze was intense, focused, assessing not just her, but her condition, the soldier's grip, the angle of the weapon. She saw determination, calculation, and something else. Realization dawned on Rebecca. The Russian soldier, seeing only the raised hands of the single opponent, felt a surge of confidence. He had the power now. A smirk twisted his lips. "Drop weapon!" he barked, his voice still shaky but regaining its authority. To emphasize the point, he jammed the muzzle harder against Rebecca's temple, making her flinch. The stranger's hands began to lower, slowly and deliberately. He bent at the waist, never breaking eye contact with Rebecca, and placed the rifle carefully on the gravel of the road. Braver now, the Russian soldier dragged her a few steps further into the open, maximizing his leverage. "How many of you—" His head snapped back before he could finish his question. He dropped instantly, dead before his body hit the gravel. The pistol clattered from his hand. Rebecca staggered forward, released from his grip, gasping and shaking. Her knees buckled. Jake was already moving. He caught her before she fell, his hands steadying her shoulders. "You're okay. You're safe now." Behind him, more figures emerged. 4 men, maybe 5, dressed in mismatched tactical gear, worn plate carriers, faded camouflage, scavenged weapons. They weren't military, not quite militia either, something in between. They fanned out with practiced efficiency, checking the dead Russians, securing the perimeter.
"Sarah?"
Jake said.
"The others?"
Rebecca nodded, unable to speak. She lifted a trembling hand and pointed toward the truck. When he was sure she wouldn't fall, Jake released her and moved quickly toward the tailgate, where he tore open the canvas flap. Harsh light flooded the truck bed again. The captives recoiled, squinting against the glare.
"Jake?"
Devin called after a moment, looking up from where he was huddled against his aunt. Sarah's eyes narrowed as she processed what she was seeing.
"You're alive?"
She breathed. Their eyes met. For a moment, neither moved. Relief, disbelief, and something deeper passed between them, an acknowledgement of survival against impossible odds. Then he smiled. "Alive for now. It's nice to see you."
"How did you find us? Where have you been?"
"I didn't. Had no idea you were in here. As to where I've been, let's get these ties off you and into the fresh air, and we'll talk." Jake pulled his knife from his belt and climbed into the truck and went to Maya. "Good to see you, Maya."
"You too,"
she managed, her voice tight with relief. "Hold still." The plastic parted with a clean slice. As she began rubbing her wrists, he gave her a tired smile. He moved to the boy huddled in the corner. Jesse flinched back, clearly expecting a blow. Jake ignored the reaction and simply knelt, positioning the knife. "I'm Jake," he said, his voice low and calm as he worked the blade under the plastic. "What's your name?"
"Jesse,"
the boy mumbled, not meeting his eyes. With a sharp snick, the tie fell away. "Good to meet you, Jesse." Without another word, Jake turned and knelt beside Sarah and Devin. "Hey, kiddo," he said softly to Devin, ruffling his hair before gently slicing through the nylon that bound his small wrists. Maya pulled the young boy away and helped rub life back into his wrists and hands, as Jake scrambled behind Sarah and began sawing through the zip tie around her wrists. The nylon snapped and she pulled her hands free, wincing as blood rushed back into her fingers.
"Thanks,"
she said. "No problem," said Jake. Then they both paused, awkwardly, before Sarah finally pulled him into a tight embrace.
"Glad you're alive,"
she said softly.
"Me too,"
he said, hugging her back. When they broke away, he looked around. "Pete?" She shook her head. Jake's jaw tightened, and he nodded once before directing them to the back of the truck. He helped them down one by one, stiff and unsteady, their legs weak from hours of confinement and thirst, as one of the other men began passing around water bottles. Sarah went immediately to Rebecca, who stood near the back corner of the truck, still trembling. She pulled her friend into a fierce embrace.
"We made it,"
Sarah whispered.
"somehow."
Rebecca nodded against her shoulder. The armed men gathered around in a loose perimeter, their weapons trained outward, watching the tree line. One of them, a wiry man with a scarred jaw, glanced at Jake.
"We need to move to the clearing. More patrols will be coming."
"I know," Jake said. He turned back to Sarah.
"Can everyone walk?" "Yes, I'll help Rebecca. She has a concussion."
"Okay, great. I'll explain everything when we get to the clearing. First, there's something you need to know." Sarah's gaze swept across the faces of their rescuers, taking them in one by one. Strangers. Hard men with harder eyes. Men who had just killed without hesitation. Men who had helped save her group. Then she froze. Approaching from up ahead was a figure whose build and gait she recognized instantly. A rifle with a scope held loosely in his right hand. Sarah didn't speak. She reacted. She lunged forward, her hand shooting out to grab the nearest man by his tactical vest. Before he could react, her other hand darted to his belt and yanked the pistol free from its holster. In one fluid motion, she spun and leveled the weapon, aiming it directly at Marcus's face.
"Sarah, wait!"
Jake yelled. Sarah didn't flinch. Her finger rested on the trigger. Her hand was steady. Her voice was cold and calm.
"Jake, you have exactly 10 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't pull this trigger right now."
The armed men tensed, unsure whether to intervene. Weapons shifted. The man Sarah had disarmed took a half step forward, then stopped, glancing at Jake for guidance. Marcus had stopped and slowly raised his hands, palms out and eyes wide with recognition. A small, ironic smile formed on his lips.
"Sarah."
Jake stepped forward, his voice urgent.
1.
Sarah didn't take her eyes off Marcus.
2.
Rebecca and the others in their group stood frozen, shock written across their faces. Maya's voice was barely a whisper.
"Sarah, what are you doing?"
Sarah didn't answer. Her gaze bored into Marcus. Her entire body tensed.
3.
Jake took another step, placing himself halfway between her and Marcus, his hand still raised in a placating gesture.
"Sarah, he's not the enemy right now. The Russians are." 4.
The pistol didn't waver.
"We don't have time for this,"
Jake pleaded.
5.
Marcus watched her, that infuriating, knowing smirk still playing on his lips, as if he was enjoying the drama.
6. "Sarah, stop!"
Jake roared, the command finally cracking through her resolve. Keeping the weapon trained on Marcus, she met his eyes. He took a breath, his eyes locking on hers, pleading with her to understand. Then he blurted it out, the words tasting like ash in his mouth.
"He saved my life."
The countdown stopped. The word hung in the air, so utterly impossible that it seemed to bend the reality around it. Rebecca's eyes widened. Maya just stared, her mouth slightly agape. Sarah's trigger finger, which had been tightening with each count, eased by a fraction of a millimeter.
"What?"
she breathed, the single word full of disbelief.
"Another squad of Russians attacked us in the ravine,"
Jake said.
"Just as he was about to execute me,"
Marcus interjected, with a gruff laugh.
"They had us pinned down, 4 of them. I had a concussion, couldn't see straight. He'd taken a gunshot to the arm."
Sarah noted the blood-soaked bandage on Marcus's left arm.
"It was die separately or fight together."
He glanced at Marcus, a look of shared, grim memory passing between them.
"When we managed to finish them, I passed out.
Marcus dragged me out of there and bandaged me up." Marcus let out an amused snort.
"Don't get sentimental, hippie,"
Marcus said, not unkindly.
"It was just good business. Doubled my odds of survival. Now, do you mind if I put my hands down? My arm hurts like a bitch."
She looked from Jake's battered, earnest face to Marcus's cynical smirk, and saw the truth. They had forged an alliance in blood and desperation. Her fingers slid from the trigger. Reluctantly, she lowered the pistol to her side. The other men also lowered their weapons, breathing a collective sigh of relief. Jake stepped forward and gently took the pistol from Sarah's hand, returning it to its stunned owner. "The truce is temporary," he said to her in a low voice meant only for her. "But for now, we need him. We need them all." Sarah watched Marcus as he took a canteen from one of his men, her expression unreadable. She understood the math of survival. She understood that sometimes, to fight monsters, you had to stand beside one. But understanding didn't mean she had to like it. With the uneasy truce in place, the captured Ural truck had been stripped of its radio, weapons, and supplies, and loaded with the corpses of the dead Russians before being rolled deep into the brush, its bulk hastily covered with branches and a camouflage net they found under the benches in the cargo tray. Now, 3 hours later, it was as if the world had been temporarily reset. The clearing was a pocket of disciplined activity carved out of an old logging road, screened by a thick stand of pines. A shallow creek provided water, and a ridge to the west offered a natural lookout. Smoke from a small fire curled low to the ground, its heat shielded by a makeshift stone ring. At the perimeter, 2 of the militiamen stood watch, silent and still. The air was thick with the scent of pine, damp earth, and the brittle tension of a truce born from gunfire. Everyone moved with a controlled urgency, running on the fumes of adrenaline and sheer will. Rebecca sat on a bedroll under a stretched tarp, a padded wrap fashioned by Maya cushioning the bruised temple where the rifle butt had struck her. Maya was diligent, checking Rebecca's pupils every 20 minutes and making her sip from a canteen of water laced with electrolyte powder. Nearby, Devon sat on a log, systematically demolishing a sleeve of dry ration crackers, while Jessie remained apart, withdrawn and watchful, flinching at every sharp sound. Sarah stood by the fire, her movements a study in contained energy. She took the pistol Jake had returned to her, dropped the magazine into her palm, racked the slide to eject the chambered round, and reassembled it with fluid, practiced motions. It wasn't a check for function. It was a ritual, a way to bleed the last of her fury into hard discipline. She holstered the weapon, the click of it seating in the kydex punctuating the relative quiet. Across the clearing, Marcus sat shirtless against a tree, while the wiry, scar-jawed man, Harlan, peeled back the bandage on his arm. His muscular torso was a canvas of prison ink, crude skulls, faded scripture, and the ghostly outlines of names, long crossed out. The puckered wound where the bullet had passed through his bicep was angry and swollen, but didn't appear infected. His jaws stayed tight, muscles coiling beneath the tattoos as Harlan cleaned and rewrapped the gash. Off to one side, 2 other militiamen had dumped the captured Russian gear onto a tarp. 4 AK variants, a dozen half-empty magazines, and a folded map with grease pencil markings. A small pouch held a scatter of crushed cigarettes and a handful of rubles that were now just worthless paper. Jake sat next to Sarah by the fire. "After you got clear of the ravine," he said without preamble, "Marcus and I were hunted downhill by a second Russian fire team. We took them out, but there were more. We broke contact twice, lost the high ground, and spent hours crawling a dry creek bed until nightfall." He nodded toward the militia. Found these men on a logging spur. Locals, neighbors, members of a hunting club. When the occupation started, they became something else, a kill team that knows every deer trail and drainage ditch for 20 miles. He allowed himself a wry smile. It was hairy for a second or two. Anyway, they wanted intel. We needed a way out. So we made a deal, too good for either of us to refuse, and slipped past the remaining teams before dawn. He paused, letting the weight of it sink in. They've already hit 3 patrols and an unsecured fuel cache. They move light, never sleep in the same place twice, and leave nothing behind.
You really trust Marcus?
Sarah asked, her eyes probing his.
Truce or no truce, why hasn't he gone back to the city?
You haven't heard.
Heard what?
2 nights ago, the city was bombed. There'll be no going back there for anybody. He looked at Marcus in the distance, his expression unreadable. We'll decide what to do about him later. Right now, though, he's a fighter, and we need every one of those we can get. Almost as if he knew they were talking about him, Marcus crossed towards them, the captured map in one of his big paws. He gave Sarah a wide berth and squatted next to Jake. We need to plan our route. Jake knelt as his former enemy unfolded the Russian map next to an old, creased county atlas. He laid them side by side on a flat rock, creating a combined picture of enemy intelligence and local knowledge. The objective is the safe haven in Ohio, Jake said, his finger tracing a line on the atlas. Sarah's farmer confirmed it exists. He nodded at Ortiz, who sat slightly apart, carefully turning the dial on the captured Russian R-168 radio. One earpiece of a battered headset was pressed to his ear, the other cocked back so he could follow their conversation. And the radio gives us confirmation. Ortiz, believe it or not, is one of 2 Russian speakers in the group, and has been pulling what he can from the non-encrypted shortwave bands since we got here. The chatter confirms it. Word is it's fortified, with medical support, communications, and an organized defense. It's our best shot. His finger moved, plotting a course. We can't take the river bridge. It'll be locked down. The plan is to dogleg south, then cut east using a network of farm roads and utility easements. We move by terrain, not pavement. We bypass towns. We travel at first and last light, staying hidden in midday shade. No cooking after dusk. We never silhouette on a ridgeline, and we spend no more than 10 minutes in any open area. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over all of them, the refugees and the fighters. We avoid fights unless it cripples their pursuit or opens a door for us. But when we hit hard and fast. We're gone in 2 minutes. He glanced at the pile of captured AKs. The kill count on the way isn't sport. It's how we survive. It's deterrence. It's how we harvest rifles, batteries, boots, and maps. Harlan knelt beside Jake, pulling a greased pencil from his vest. He circled 3 locations on the Russian map.
Intel from a farmer down the way says they're using the old dairy co-op as a communications relay. We know they're staging vehicles in the high school parking lot in Centerville. And there's a gas depot south of here with a generator they use to recharge their equipment.
Jake nodded. We don't need to hit all 3, he said. We pick one. The one that gets us through, the one that opens the door east.
Why hit anything at all?
The voice was Marcus's, low and forceful. All eyes turned to him. He gestured with his good arm toward Harlan.
He speaks fluent Russian, yes?
Marcus didn't wait for an answer.
And your intel says they're staging vehicles at the high school.
He looked from Jake to Sarah. a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Walking to Ohio is a fool's errand. It's slow, it's exhausting, and it leaves a trail for dogs. We need a ride." He leaned forward, the strategist in him taking over. "Forget the firefight. We watch the school. We find a transport truck, a supply run, a troop carrier, something with canvas sides, leaving with a light crew. We take it, quietly. Harlan puts on a dead man's uniform, and he drives us through their checkpoints like we own the place." The audacity of the plan hung in the air. It was a completely different philosophy. Not guerrilla warfare, but infiltration. Jake's eyes narrowed, processing the variables. The immense risk versus the incredible reward. "That's ambitious," he said slowly. "One mistake, one checkpoint guard who asks the wrong question, and we're all dead in the back of that truck." "And walking through 100 miles of Russian-held territory isn't a risk?" Marcus countered, his voice sharp. "My way, we're in Ohio in 2 days. Your way, maybe we make it in 2 weeks, if half of us are still alive." The clearing was silent as the two opposing strategies settled over the group. One was a war of attrition, fighting on foot, and a long, brutal slog east. The other was an all-or-nothing gamble, a high-stakes deception that could either be their salvation or their mass execution. Jake looked from Marcus's confident smirk to Sarah's wary expression. He was the tactical leader, but she was the heart of the group he'd sworn to protect. The decision had to be shared. "What do you think?" Jake asked her. Sarah stared at the map for a long time. Then, without looking up, she said quietly, "Commandeering a vehicle makes a lot of sense." "Why didn't we just keep the one we had then?" asked Ortiz, with a frown. "Because that truck is a coffin," Marcus said, his voice tinged with condescension. "It missed its check-in the second we ambushed it. Right now, every Russian patrol in a 50-mile radius is getting a bolo for an overdue transport. Driving that thing would be like sending up a flare and inviting them to a barbecue where we're the main course." "He's right," said Sarah. Marcus shifted his gaze back to the map. "The school, that's different. We watch. We learn the routine. We grab a truck that's just starting its run. It's got the right call signs, the right paperwork. And for the next few hours, no one even knows it's missing." He looked up, his eyes meeting Sarah's, then Jake's. "We don't just steal the truck," he finished, a predatory glint in his eyes. "We steal its schedule. It's the difference between being the hunter and being the hunted." Episode 4. Hunting. Chapter 1. Night March. The order to move came without ceremony, a command from Jake that was passed down the line in hushed tones and sharp nods. The sun, a bruised orange disk, was already sinking behind the western ridge, casting long, distorted shadows that bled across the forest floor. They moved in a practiced, staggered formation, a grim procession swallowed by the encroaching twilight. Jake and Harlan took point, a shared language of hand signals passing between them as they navigated the dense undergrowth. In the center of the column, Sarah walked with Devon clinging to the back of her belt. Her gaze, however, was fixed on the man walking 10 yards to her left. Marcus moved with an unnerving, relaxed confidence, his good arms swinging freely, his head on a constant, lazy swivel. He knew she was watching him. She could feel the faint, knowing smirk he didn't bother to hide. Her hand never strayed far from the cold, reassuring grip of the holstered Glock. Behind them, Rebecca leaned heavily on Maya. The world for her was a nauseating, tilting landscape. Every jolt of uneven ground sent a fresh wave of dizziness through her, and the long shadows played tricks on her vision, making the trees seem to sway and lurch.
"Easy, Beck,"
Maya murmured, her voice a steady presence in the disorienting swirl.
"We're almost there."
The teenager, burdened with her own pack, was a pillar of unexpected strength. She matched her stride to Rebecca's faltering pace, her arm a firm and constant support around her friend's waist. At the very rear, a dozen paces behind everyone else, Jesse walked alone. His shoulders were slumped, his eyes fixed on the scuffed toes of his boots. He was a part of the group, but utterly separate from it, wrapped in a suffocating blanket of shame and resentment. Up ahead, Jake and Harlan paused behind the thick trunk of a fallen oak.
"My boys don't like it,"
Harlan said, in barely more than a whisper.
"This plan of his.
He jerked his chin back in Marcus's direction.
Too many variables. Too much that can go wrong."
Jake pondered this a few seconds before he spoke.
"I'm no fan of Marcus, but walking to Ohio was going to be hard. Possibly a death sentence if something went the wrong way,"
Jake countered, his eyes scanning the darkening tree line.
"We've been lucky so far. That luck runs out the second a Russian patrol stumbles on our trail with a dog team. This might be our only play to get everyone through in one piece." "If it works," Harlan grunted. "If it doesn't, we're delivering ourselves to them on a platter."
"It'll work," Jake said, with more confidence than he felt.
"Now let's keep moving. We need to be in position before full dark."
As the march resumed, Sarah fell back a few paces, the gap between her and the others widening until she was walking alongside the lonely figure at the rear. She uncapped her canteen, the soft scrape of plastic loud in the quiet woods.
"Jesse," she said, "drink."
His head snapped up as if she'd shouted. For a moment, he just stared at the offered canteen. It was a simple gesture of care, of inclusion, and it felt like a brand against his skin. He couldn't take anything from her, not after what he'd done. He shook his head and turned away, quickening his pace to put distance between them. But Sarah followed, her footsteps steady and unhurried. She didn't speak, didn't press, just kept pace with him, the canteen still extended in her hand like an offering. After another 30 yards, she tried again.
"You need water."
"Leave me alone,"
he muttered, but his voice cracked on the last word. She didn't. She stayed at his shoulder, quiet and persistent as a shadow, and the 5th time she held out the canteen, something in him simply broke. Not dramatically, just a small collapse of will. His hand reached out, almost involuntarily, fingers closing around the plastic with a grip that trembled. He didn't look at her. Couldn't. He raised it to his lips and drank, the cool water cutting through the dust in his throat, and it tasted like defeat and mercy all at once. Sarah waited until he lowered the canteen, then took it back without a word. She rejoined the group, leaving him to the ghosts that walked beside him. But now, at least, he wasn't quite so thirsty. The trees thinned, giving way to the checkered, open vulnerability of farmland. They moved more stealthily now, hugging the shadowy line where the forest met the vast, fallow fields of harvested corn. The air changed, losing the scent of pine and damp earth, replaced by dust and the dead grass smell of abandoned fields. Ahead, Ortiz held up a hand, bringing the column to a halt. He adjusted the battered headset, his brow furrowed in concentration as he listened to the captured radio. The static-laced Russian was a stream of call signs and clipped reports that painted an invisible map of the enemy around them.
"Patrols are active,"
he whispered back to Jake, his voice tight.
"Call sign Sokol 3 is sweeping County Road 9. They're jumpy, mentioning a missing transport."
Marcus, overhearing, let out a humorless chuckle.
"Told you. We lit a fire under their asses."
They pushed on, the radio chatter a menacing hum in the background. The evidence of the occupation became a grim, repeating landmark. First, a farmhouse. Its roof collapsed inward. Its walls blackened into a charcoal skeleton picked clean by fire. Jesse stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the ruin. He wasn't looking at a stranger's loss. He was looking at a mirror of his own. Further on, they passed an abandoned sedan, its driver's side door peppered with bullet holes, the windows shattered. Beside it, driven into the soft earth of the shoulder, was a makeshift cross fashioned from 2 sticks tied with a length of faded blue twine. A small, neat pile of stones rested at its base. Rebecca made the sign of the cross without thinking, a reflex from a world that had changed irrevocably, but one that seemed more significant than it had just 2 weeks before. It was the low, grinding growl of an engine that froze them. The sound was wrong. Not a farmer's pickup, but something heavier, more industrial. Jake's reaction was instantaneous. His hand shot up in a clenched fist, and the command was a hiss of air that barely carried.
"Ditch!"
There was no time to think. They dove into the shallow drainage ditch that ran alongside the field. It was a muddy, weed-choked trench that offered meager cover, smelling of stagnant water and decay. Sarah pulled Devin down with her, shielding his body with her own. Maya helped Rebecca slide into the muck, the sudden movement making her groan. The sound grew. A diesel-powered Predator approaching. It was a BTR, the same type of armored vehicle that had brought Volkov. Its heavy tires crunched on the gravel of the unseen road just beyond the tree line, not more than 50 yards away. They pressed themselves into the wet earth, the world shrinking to the smell of mud and their own tense breathing. The BTR was close now, so close Sarah could feel the vibration through the ground, a low thrum that resonated in her teeth. Devin began to tremble, a small whimper building in his chest. Sarah reacted without thought, her hand clamping over his mouth. She brought her face close to his ear, her lips brushing his hair.
"Shh, buddy,"
she whispered, her voice a desperate, calming current.
"It's okay. It's just a truck. They can't see us. We're invisible. Breathe slowly. They'll be gone in a minute."
His small body was rigid, but he focused on her voice, his panicked whimpers subsiding into shuddering breaths against her palm. The BTR slowed, the grinding of its gears painfully loud. For a heart-stopping eternity, it seemed to idle right beside them. Sarah could hear the soldiers laughing now, a harsh sound that scraped along her nerves. She risked a glance at the others. Jake was a statue of mud and leaves, his hand resting on the grip of his rifle. Marcus lay perfectly still, his eyes closed, not in fear, but in a state of patience, as if listening to the movements of prey. Then, with a final, grinding complaint from its transmission, the BTR picked up speed. The sound of its engine began to fade, the crunching of its tires receding down the road until it was nothing more than a distant drone, finally swallowed by the chirping of crickets. The silence the truck left behind was heavier than the noise had been. For a full minute, no one moved. They lay in the cold, wet ditch, a collection of breathing statues, letting the adrenaline drain away. Finally, Jake gave the signal. One by one, they rose, dripping and mud-caked, ghosts emerging from a shallow grave. He looked from Sarah to Devon, saw the lingering terror in the boy's eyes, and gave a single grim nod of acknowledgement. They were through this one, but the high school was still ahead, and the night was just beginning. The last mile was a silent ascent through a stand of dense, old-growth hickory. The air grew cooler, thinner. When Harlan finally signaled a halt, they were on the crest of a low ridge, looking down into a shallow bowl of land. Nestled in the center, a dark, hulking shape against the bruised, twilight sky, was an old tobacco barn. Its roof sagged in the middle like a tired spine, and its weathered gray planks were stripped bare of paint. But its stone foundation was solid, and its position in the hollow offered cover from the surrounding higher ground. It was defensible. "This is it," Jake murmured, his breath pluming in the chill air. "We hole up there. Get some rest." The group moved down the slope with the last of their energy, a stumbling collection of muddy, exhausted figures. The huge barn doors groaned open on rusted hinges, revealing an interior cavern of darkness that smelled of damp earth, old hay, and the faint scent of animal musk. "Cold camp," Jake commanded as they filtered inside, his voice an authoritative whisper that was instantly obeyed. "No light, no talking above a whisper. Eat cold. We're in their backyard now. Sound carries." There was no sense of relief, only a temporary pause in the tension. Rations were passed around in near silence. Dry crackers, jerky, foil packets of peanut butter. Rebecca, her face pale and drawn in the gloom, was guided to a pile of old hay by Maya, who helped her lie down and uncapped a canteen for her. Sarah settled Devon in a dusty, empty stall, pulling a spare blanket around his small shoulders. He was shivering from the cold. She held him close, one hand stroking his hair while her eyes swept the cavernous darkness of the barn, cataloging the exits, the weak points, the fields of fire. In a far corner, away from the faint warmth of the huddled group, Jesse sank to the floor, pulling his knees to his chest. When Maya quietly approached and offered him a protein bar, he accepted it with a quiet, "Thanks." Jake moved to Sarah's side, his boots silent on the packed earth floor. He nodded toward the back of the barn, where a section of wall had rotted away, creating a wide, horizontal slit that looked out toward the east. "Come look at this." Devon had fallen asleep, so Sarah gently eased him off her and followed Jake. They stood together at the opening, the cool night air a balm on their grimy faces. In the distance, maybe 2 miles away, the horizon was not dark. It pulsed with a faint, unnatural glow, a smear of sickly yellow light against the blackness. "The high school," Sarah breathed. "Yeah." Jake's voice was grim. "They're running generators. Big ones." As they watched, the pinpricks of headlights from a truck swept across the distant grounds, briefly illuminating the stark rectangular shape of the school building and the silhouettes of other vehicles parked in neat rows. Even from this distance, they could feel the low, constant buzz of the generators, a vibration that seemed to travel through the earth itself, a declaration of power and permanence. Jake's hand found hers in the darkness. his fingers rough and warm as they threaded through her own. The touch was brief, a squeeze, solid and deliberate, and she returned it, her pulse quickening, before he let go. Neither of them looked away from the lights. "Harlan and Ortiz are taking first watch," Jake said quietly. "They'll set up on the ridge. Get a proper look with the binocs. We'll rotate in 2-hour shifts." She nodded, her gaze still on the enemy camp. It was a fortress of light and noise, in a world that had gone dark and quiet. And tomorrow, they were going to try and walk right through its front door. On the ridge above, Harlan and Ortiz were already in position. They lay prone behind a screen of low brush, a camouflage scrim net pulled over them, making them all but invisible. Ortiz had the radio, its volume turned down to a barely audible whisper, one earpiece pressed tight to his ear. Harlan had the binoculars, the powerful lenses transforming the distant yellow glow into a scene of chilling clarity. He could see the chain-link fence, the guard towers at the corners, hastily constructed platforms of scaffolding and sandbags. He saw the methodical sweep of searchlights, their white beams cutting across the parking lot. He saw armed men moving with purpose between idling trucks and stacks of crates. It wasn't a staging area. It was a forward operating base.
"They're dug in deep,"
Harlan murmured, his breath fogging the air.
"This isn't temporary."
He focused the lenses on the main gate, watching as a patrol prepared to leave, the soldiers climbing into another BTR. Their movements were relaxed, routine. This was their territory now. They owned the night. Ortiz tapped his shoulder.
"Chatter's picking up. Sokol 3 is reporting clear. Another patrol, Yastreb 1, is heading out to check the southern perimeter."
Harlan grunted, not taking his eyes from the binoculars. He watched the BTR rumble out of the gate and turn south, its headlights disappearing behind a line of trees. The low growl of its engine carried across the 2 miles of still night air. A predator beginning its hunt. Chapter 2. Hunting Party. The air in the barn grew colder, the kind of penetrating chill that settles in the bones. Marcus rose from the shadows, his eyes adjusted to the gloom. He approached Jake, who was studying the creased county atlas under the faint, shielded glow of a tiny penlight.
"This rabbit food isn't going to get us to Ohio,"
Marcus said, his voice a gravelly whisper.
"We need protein, real food."
Jake looked up, his expression unreadable.
And the moon is covered. Good night for hunting,"
Marcus said matter-of-factly.
"I'll take Briggs and Coop. We slip out northwest, away from the school, find a deer trail. We'll be back before dawn with something to put in a pot."
Jake's eyes narrowed. The logic was sound. Their scavenged rations were dwindling fast. But the thought of Marcus moving through the darkness, armed and unsupervised, was a knot of suspicion in his gut. He weighed the risk against the reward. A successful hunt would mean strength for the journey. It would also be a test of Marcus's uneasy allegiance. He gave a slow nod. "Go. But if you're not back by 0400, we're gone." Sarah, who had been listening from the shadows of the stall, pushed herself to her feet and intercepted Jake as he turned away.
"You can't be serious," she hissed. "You're letting him wander off with guns and 2 of your men?"
"He's got nowhere to go," Jake countered, his voice just as quiet but firm.
"The city's gone. His power base is a memory. He needs us as much as we need a hot meal.
And if he runs, Jake's gaze hardened, well then, we're better off without him. A dry chuckle came from the barn's entrance. Marcus stood silhouetted against the faint starlight, his rifle slung over his shoulder. He had overheard every word. "Relax, soldier girl," he said, his voice laced with mocking amusement. "I'll be back before sunrise. Try to get some sleep instead of worrying about me." With that, he melted into the darkness. Coop and Briggs exchanged a brief, uncertain look with Jake, then followed, their forms swallowed by the night. The rest of the group settled into the deep quiet of the barn. A new kind of tension took hold, not of immediate threat, but of waiting. Two of the remaining militiamen took up positions near the main doors, their silence a watchful presence. In a nest of hay, Maya gently placed a cool, damp cloth on Rebecca's forehead. "What if—" Rebecca's voice was a fragile thread in the darkness. "What if that place in Ohio isn't real? What if it's just another rumor?" Maya was silent for a moment, adjusting the cloth. "Then we find the next place," she said, her tone soft but unwavering. "And the one after that. We just keep going." Across the barn, Devon stirred when Sarah resumed her position next to him. "Aunt Sarah?" he whispered, his voice small and sleepy. "Are we ever going to have a real home again?" Sarah's throat tightened. She pulled the blanket higher around his shoulders, tucking it against the draft. "Of course we will," she said quietly. The lie, or hope, she couldn't tell which, came easier than expected. Then, softer. "But you know, a home is anywhere you are with people who love you." He made a small sound, something between agreement and exhaustion, and his breathing evened out as sleep pulled him back under. Sarah stayed still, listening to the barn settling around them, and wasn't sure if she'd given him comfort or just words. Jake, oblivious to the quiet conversations, sat cross-legged, meticulously field-stripping his rifle by feel in the near-total darkness, the soft, metallic clicks of the bolt sliding home, of the magazine seating, were the only sounds he made. When he was done, he closed his eyes, the rifle cradled on his lap. The 2-hour watch was nearly over. On the ridge, Harlan fought a losing battle against a bone-deep weariness, the cold seeping into him, making his limbs feel sluggish. The distant lights of the high school had become a hypnotic, blurry smear. His eyelids, heavy as lead weights, fluttered shut for a second too long. It was a soft scuff of a boot on stone that broke the stillness, a sound so subtle he almost dismissed it as a nocturnal animal. He turned his head slowly, his drowsy mind struggling to catch up. Too slow. Two shadows detached themselves from the deeper gloom of the trees. They didn't rush. They simply stepped into the open space behind the brush screen with an unnerving, silent confidence. Harlan's hand was halfway to his rifle when a cold, round mouth of a pistol barrel pressed hard against his temple. Across the small clearing, Ortiz was already on his knees, a knife held to his throat by a second figure.
"Don't make a sound,"
a voice rasped in his ear. Inside the barn, Jake awoke, not to a sound, but to a subtle shift in the atmosphere. A draft of cold night air where there hadn't been one. The main door was open. He heard Maya gasp. Marcus, back early, he thought. a flicker of annoyance mixing with relief. He pushed himself into a sitting position, his eyes still adjusting to the deeper darkness. It wasn't Marcus. The sound that followed was sharp, mechanical, and unmistakable. The clack of a pump-action shotgun being racked shattered the silence. It echoed through the cavernous barn, a brutal punctuation that jolted every sleeper into heart-pounding awareness. From the doorway, a woman's rough voice cut through the dark, the kind of voice born from screaming or a pack-a-day or both.
Well, well, what do we have here?
5 silhouettes filled the doorway, black shapes against the faint spill of moonlight. They moved as one, predatory and precise, shoving Harlan and Ortiz ahead of them like unwilling shields. As they stepped into the barn, details emerged from shadow: scavenged leather, battered tactical vests, faded camouflage. One figure's motorcycle helmet bristled with rusted spikes. An AR-15 held low and steady. Another cradled a hunting rifle, its scope glinting faintly. They fanned out, covering every angle. A figure, the speaker, broke from the line. She clicked on a flashlight and held it beneath her chin, a campfire trick that revealed a jagged scar carved from temple to mouth, twisting her features into a permanent sneer. She was tall and stocky at the same time, the light illuminating her broad shoulders and thick arms. In her other hand, she held a sawn-off shotgun with casual familiarity, its black muzzle leveled squarely at Jake's chest.
Nobody move,
she said, her voice a dangerous growl.
And nobody dies. Maybe.
Chapter 3. Nobody Dies. The word maybe hung in the cold, dusty air, a promise and a threat, all in one. No one in Sarah's group dared to breathe. All of the men, except a wiry man of about 40, were big and bulky in denim and leather, and the 2 women were just as menacing. The newcomers owned the space with an air of casual menace. The leader didn't move from her position, and the shotgun didn't waver. The wiry one skulked straight to the back of the barn. He peered through the rotted opening where Sarah and Jake had stood, scanning the darkness outside before giving a sharp nod back to his leader.
Clear back here, Cass,
the man rasped, his voice thin and sharp. Cass, Sarah thought, filing the name away. Know your enemy. Cass's gaze flicked to the small, neat stack of captured AKs.
Rook,
she said to the same man as he returned.
Secure those.
Rook, another name banked. The wiry man, Rook, turned. With a contemptuous shove of his boot, he sent the weapons clattering and scraping across the floor, well out of reach of the prisoners. A mountain of a man with a greasy beard and patched leather, a heavy machete hanging from his belt, took up a position blocking the main door. A second woman, not as physically imposing as the leader, but her face a mask of cold indifference, circled silently along the edge of the group, her gaze lingering on Sarah, then Maya. The 5th man was a bundle of nervous energy, his finger twitching on the trigger of his AR-15 as his pale eyes darted around the barn. Jake decided he had to be the one to speak. As he began to slowly push himself up, he saw one of his men, a quiet former mechanic named Steve, tense beside him, his hand inching toward a boot knife. Steve, easy, Jake breathed. Steve froze, his hand dropping. Jake rose fully to his feet, his hands held open and away from his body. We don't want any trouble. Cass's scarred mouth twisted into a smile that held no warmth.
Looks like trouble found you anyway.
She took a slow, deliberate step forward, the shotgun never wavering from his chest. Her gaze swept over them, taking in Jake, Sarah, Rebecca, Harlan, Ortiz, and Steve. 6 adults. Then she took in Maya, Devin, and Jesse. 3 kids. Her expression soured with disdain.
6 adults, 3 kids,
Cass announced, her voice a mocking drawl that filled the suddenly too small barn. She flicked her eyes to the scattered weapons on the floor.
And a bunch of guns you clearly don't know how to use.
She turned back to Jake, her eyes scheming.
So let's get acquainted. Who the hell are you? And what are you doing in our territory?
Well, unless you're Russian, I don't think this is your territory. Jake kept his voice calm and steady, a deliberate counterpoint to the nervous energy radiating from the twitchy guy holding a pistol on him.
Oh, you're a wise ass,
she said. Sorry, didn't mean to be. As he spoke, his eyes caught the faint outline of a worn patch stitched onto the grimy leather of Cass's vest. A skull inside a gear cog. The iron coffins. He knew the patch. They were hard cases, even before the world ended. He decided to take a gamble. You with the coffins? He asked, his tone shifting slightly. A man trying to find common ground in a minefield. I knew a guy from the Cuyahoga Valley chapter. Big fella. Went by Tiny. Cass snorted, a sound of pure derision that echoed in the barn.
That chapter's a grease spot on the I-90. And as for this Tiny,
she gave a theatrical shrug.
Don't know him. Sounds like a dick.
So where are your bikes? Jake pressed, changing tactics. Run out of gas? The question seemed to amuse her. She glanced around the barn as if looking for a place they might have hidden a dozen motorcycles. Her gaze drifted from his face, past the huddled forms of Rebecca and the children, and landed on the captured AKs scattered on the dusty floor. The amusement evaporated from her face, replaced by a calculating stillness. Her eyes narrowed, taking in the design, the distinctive Kalashnikov silhouette. She understood what they were. She understood what they meant.
You boys been stealing from the Russians?
She asked, her voice gaining a more menacing edge.
Or maybe you're working for them.
Working for them. Then Jake's eyes saw what she'd spotted. He laughed at her. The laugh was a mistake. It wasn't loud or mocking, just a short, incredulous burst of air. But in the dead quiet of the barn, it was like a gunshot. Cass moved with a speed that belied her casual stance. Her free hand shot out, a blur of motion, and buried itself in Jake's stomach. The punch wasn't designed to injure, but to incapacitate. The air exploded from his lungs in a painful gasp. He doubled over, his body folding around the impact, his face contorted as he fought to suck in a breath that wouldn't come. He was still trying to draw a wheezing breath when cold steel pressed down hard on the crown of his head, forcing him to his knees. Cass leaned over him, the full weight of her body driving the shotgun's muzzle into his skull.
Something funny, asshole,
she hissed. From the shadows, a new voice cut through the tension, dripping with contempt. We've been killing them, you dumbass. Every head in the barn snapped toward the sound. It was Sarah. She had pushed Devin behind her and taken a single step forward. Her chin lifted in defiance and her eyes blazing with a cold fire that matched the biker leader's own. The word dumbass hung in the air, an act of open rebellion. Rook tensed, his pistol coming up a few inches. The twitchy one flinched, his finger tightening on the trigger. Cass didn't react for a long moment. Then, slowly, she straightened up. The shotgun lifted from the top of Jake's head. The barrel swung until its black, unforgiving mouth was pointed directly at Sarah's chest. The mocking smile was gone from Cass's face, replaced by a look of murderous appraisal. "You," she said, her voice dropping to a dangerous purr, "have a mouth on you. Let's see if the rest of you is as tough." Sarah didn't flinch as the shotgun centered on her. She simply widened her stance slightly, squaring her shoulders, making her body a more solid shield for the boy hiding behind her legs. Devon's small hands were balled into fists, clutching the back of her pants. Cass's eyes narrowed, taking in the posture, the lack of panic, the way Sarah's gaze met hers without a flicker of submission. It was a look she recognized. "You," Cass said, her tone shifting to one of curiosity. "You've got a look. Military?" Sarah said nothing. She could feel Jake tensing from his position on the floor, ready to move, and she gave a minuscule, almost imperceptible shake of her head. The lack of response grated on Cass. She took a step closer, then another, deliberately invading Sarah's personal space until the shotgun barrel was inches from Sarah's sternum. The air was thick with the smell of stale leather and unwashed bodies. "I asked you a question, bitch," Cass snarled. "Former Army. Medic," she finally said, without breaking eye contact. "And you need to back up." For a moment, the entire barn held its breath, waiting for the explosion of violence. Instead, a slow grin crept across Cass's face, making the scar on her cheek writhe. "Oh, I like you," she breathed. "You've got spine." Her gaze traveled down Sarah's body and back up. "Pretty, too." She finally took a half step back, though the shotgun remained level. She turned her head slightly, addressing her crew but keeping her eyes locked on Sarah. "This one thinks she's tough," Cass said, her voice dripping with condescending amusement. "But I think I can soften her up." Rook let out a dry chuckle. "You sure could, Cass." The shotgun barrel remained fixed on Sarah for a beat longer, a silent assertion of dominance. Then, with a dismissive smirk, Cass lowered it. "The fun stuff can wait, though," she said, her voice returning to a conversational drawl. She sauntered back toward the center of the barn, reclaiming the space, her eyes once again on Jake as he slowly pushed himself up from the floor. "Here's how this works," she announced to the room at large, but her gaze was locked on him. "You give us all your weapons, all your supplies, and anything else we want." She let that last part hang in the air for a beat. "In exchange," she finished, with a magnanimous sweep of her hand, "we let you walk away." Jake's jaw was tight, his stomach still aching from her blow. "And if we refuse?" he asked. Before Cass could answer, Rook let out a sharp laugh. A cruel grin stretched across his face. "Then we take it anyway," he said, "and we bury you in the woods." "Look, Harlan interjected, as he tried to find a crack in their hard-edged posture. "We can share. We've got food, ammo." Cass's head snapped toward him.
"I don't share,"
she snarled.
"I take."
Sarah stepped forward, drawing the leader's focus. "You need to leave. Now. We're not giving you anything," she said firmly. The direct refusal sucked the air out of the barn. "Sarah, don't," Jake warned, pushing himself up from the floor. "We can find more supplies. There's no need for this." Cass didn't even glance at him. Her entire focus was a laser beam on the woman who had just defied her. A grating laugh escaped her lips.
"Your boyfriend's trying to save your life, sweetheart. You should listen to him."
She punctuated the insult with a hard, one-handed shove to Sarah's shoulder. Sarah stumbled back 2 steps, her boots scraping on the dirt floor before she caught her balance, her expression unchanged. Cass's eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance in their depths. The woman hadn't gone down. She closed the distance in a single step and shoved again, this time with both hands and the full weight of her body. The force sent Sarah staggering backward, her heel catching on an uneven patch of earth. She went down, landing hard on her hip with a grunt of pain. Cass loomed over her, the shotgun held casually at her side.
"What are you gonna do, Missy?"
she goaded.
"Bleed on me?"
A cry tore through the silence. It was Devon. He scrambled from his hiding spot behind the stall, launching himself at Sarah's side. He tried to pull her up, his small hands fumbling at her arm.
"Get up, Aunt Sarah! Get up!"
The boy's frantic movement was a flash of vulnerability that Cass seized upon instantly. An ugly smile spread across her face.
"Aw, is that your kid?"
she cooed sarcastically.
"How sweet."
She crouched down, bringing her scarred face inches from Devon's. He flinched, pressing tighter against his aunt, his eyes wide with terror.
"You scared, little man?"
Cass whispered, her hand reaching out and caressing his ear. The sight of this woman touching Devon, after all he'd been through, it was a combination that bypassed every rational thought in Sarah's head. Her training, her discipline, her carefully constructed control. It all evaporated in a flash of rage. She was still on the ground, but she was not helpless. Her leg lashed out, uncoiling from the dirt floor with the speed of a striking snake. Her boot heel connected with a meaty thud against Cass's shoulder, right at the collarbone. The biker leader, crouched and off balance, had no way to brace. She grunted in surprise as she was sent sprawling backward, landing hard on her ass in the dust. The shotgun clattered to the floor beside her. In one fluid motion, Sarah was on her feet, pulling Devon behind her.
"Touch him again," she hissed, "and I'll kill you."
For a heartbeat, everyone was quiet. The bikers were frozen, stunned by the sudden reversal of power. Jake tensed, ready to intervene. Cass's smile had vanished. Her face was a storm cloud of disbelief that quickly curdled into murderous fury. She lurched to her feet and snatched the shotgun from the floor, leveling it directly at Sarah's face.
"You know what?"
Cass said, almost in a whisper.
"I've changed my mind. I don't like you after all."
The sound of the shotgun being racked echoed throughout the barn. Chapter 4. Duck. In that final second, Maya moved. Her hand shot out, grabbing the back of Devon's jacket and yanking him backward, pulling him behind the relative cover of a thick wooden support beam. He stumbled and cried out as she threw her own body in front of his. Cass's scarred smile was still plastered to her face. Her finger tightened on the trigger.
About to be another orphan because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Any last words, hero?
Sarah stared straight down the twin black holes of the shotgun's muzzle, a stony expression on her face. Even as Jake tensed to make a move, her eyes didn't waver from Cass's, holding the biker's gaze in a silent contest of wills. Then, for a fraction of a second, her focus shifted, flickering to a point just over Cass's shoulder, a flicker of recognition in the deep darkness outside the barn doors.
Yeah,
Sarah said. Duck. The sharp, flat crack of a high-velocity rifle round split the night. It was a sound utterly different from the expected shotgun blast. Clean, professional, and brutally final. The nervous, trigger-happy biker dropped without a sound. One moment he was a bundle of twitchy energy. The next, his body was a limp pile of gangly limbs on the dirt floor. Chaos erupted. The spell of intimidation shattered into 1,000 shards of panic and confusion. The big man at the door let out a startled roar and fumbled for the machete at his belt. Rook spun, his pistol coming up, trying to acquire a target in the darkness outside. 3 figures stepped from the heavy shadows of the tree line, moving into the dim light of the barn entrance. They advanced with the spacing and discipline of a military unit. Marcus held the center, the stock of his captured AK tucked tight against his shoulder. To his left and right, Coop and Briggs flanked him, their rifles raised and already acquiring targets. Marcus's voice cut through the chaos, cold and commanding, leaving no room for negotiation. "Drop your weapons, now!" Cass reacted on pure, feral instinct. She was a cornered animal, and she would bite. She spun, her body a blur of leather and fury, swinging the shotgun away from Sarah and toward the new, more immediate threat closing in on the barn doors. She didn't hesitate. Boom! The shotgun roared, a deafening, thunderous blast that dwarfed the rifle's report. The spread of buckshot chewed into the wooden frame of the barn door, sending splinters exploding outward and forcing Marcus and his team to back out of the line of fire momentarily. Cass didn't wait to see what she'd hit. Before the smoke had even cleared the barrel, she was moving. She bolted, scrambling toward the heavy shadows cast by the stacked hay bales in the far corner. The moment the shotgun swung away from her, Sarah's world narrowed to one thing. She scrambled across the few feet of open ground to where Maya was shielding Devon, her hand finding the back of the boy's head. "It's okay, I've got you," she murmured, pulling him tight against her, her body a wall between him and the chaos. Crack! The second rifle shot punched through the air, aimed for where Cass had been standing a heartbeat before. Instead, the round found the next available target. The smaller female biker screamed, a piercing sound of agony. She went down hard, clutching her leg as she crumpled to the floor, a dark stain already blossoming through the fabric of her pants where the bullet meant for her leader had struck home. Rook, blinded by the muzzle flash of Cass's shotgun and the sudden violence, lost his nerve completely. He didn't aim, he just pointed his pistol toward the open barn doors and hammered the trigger. The 9mm barked rapidly, wildly, sending some rounds harmlessly into the doorframe, and others into the dark. Marcus didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. Pop, 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 pop. The return fire was a masterclass in discipline. 2 controlled bursts forced Rook to dive behind a stack of feed bags, wood chips exploding from the crate next to his head as the gunfire suppressed him with terrifying accuracy. Seeing his shooter pinned, the larger man roared, a primal, desperate sound, and charged. He ignored the rifles. He was a mountain of muscle and rage, raising the heavy machete high as he barreled toward Marcus, intending to cleave him in two. Marcus waited until the massive biker was 2 steps away, the blade beginning its downward arc. Then, with a fluid, deceptive speed, he stepped inside the swing. The machete whistled through empty air, missing his shoulder by inches. Before his attacker could recover his balance, Marcus drove the steel-shod butt of the AK-47 upward. There was a sickening crunch of cartilage as the stock connected with the giant man's face. His head snapped back, blood spraying from a shattered nose, his roar cutting off into a wet gurgle. He staggered, stunned and blinded. Coop surged in from the side, rifle coming up to help finish the job. Marcus shot out his free hand without looking, planting it flat on his chest and stopping him cold. His eyes never left the bleeding giant. "My kill," he snarled. Marcus pressed the barrel into the center of the big man's chest and fired once. The shot was muffled by the contact, a dull thud that dropped the biker instantly. He hit the dirt floor like a felled tree and didn't move again. From the shadows of the hay bales, Cass watched her enforcer, Boone, die, and felt a cold bucket of reality douse her rage. 2 of her people were dead, and Tanya was bleeding out. Their ambush had blown apart. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was an execution. She lunged out of the shadows, not toward the enemy, but toward Rook. She grabbed the panicked biker by the collar of his vest, nearly jerking him off his feet.
"We're leaving. Through the back,"
she screamed over the ringing in their ears.
"Now!"
Rook was staring at Boone's body, his eyes wide with shock, but Cass shoved him toward Tanya.
"Grab her!"
They scrambled to the wounded woman. Cass's venomous glare locked on Sarah one last time, an unspoken promise of future violence. Then she and Rook grabbed Tanya, hauling the screaming woman between them. Without turning, Cass swung the shotgun back over her shoulder and fired a blind, booming blast toward the barn's main entrance. Rook, his face a mask of panic, did the same with his pistol, firing wildly as they dragged Tanya's dead weight toward the rear exit of the barn. Keeping low, Jake exploded into motion. He scrambled to the pile of discarded weapons and scooped up an AK. The familiar weight was a jolt of power in his hands. Without pausing, he grabbed another and tossed it to Harlan, then a third toward Steve. The tide had turned. Marcus and the others had seen to that. He crouched low and headed towards the rear of the barn. Cass and Rook kicked open the rotting back door and spilled out into the night, dragging Tanya with them into the concealing darkness. Jake watched them through his sights, the stumbling silhouette of the survivors dragging their wounded comrade into the dense tree line. He exhaled slowly, his finger hovering over the trigger. He could have taken the shot. He could have dropped Cass before she made the trees. But he didn't. "It's done," he said flatly. He lowered the barrel of the AK, watching the darkness swallow them up. The sounds of their crashing retreat faded, replaced by the heavy, ringing silence of the aftermath. It pressed down on the barn like a physical weight, broken only by the ragged breaths of people who'd just stared death in the face. The acrid smell of recent gunfire hung thick in the air, mixing with the copper tang of blood and the dust kicked up by boots and bodies. Devon's muffled sobs were the first sound to break through. Sarah held him tight against her chest, one hand cradling the back of his head, her lips moving in a constant, whispered stream of reassurance. "It's okay. You're safe. I've got you. It's over." But it wasn't over. Not really. The body of the twitchy one lay sprawled on the dirt floor, staring sightlessly at the rafters, a dark pool spreading beneath his head. Outside, Boone, the mountain of a man, was dead on his back, his machete still clutched in one massive hand. Marcus stepped into the barn, his rifle lowered, but still held with casual readiness as he surveyed the scene with the detached interest of a man inspecting his work. Coop and Briggs flanked him, their faces pale but their weapons steady. The group's reaction was a tangle of relief, gratitude, and suspicion. Sarah's eyes found Marcus across the smoky gloom. For a long moment they simply looked at each other. No words, no gestures. Just a silent acknowledgement of the brutal arithmetic of survival. He had saved their lives. That didn't make him trustworthy. It just made the situation more complicated. Marcus's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. He gave her a small, mocking salute with 2 fingers, then turned away. Jake returned, still gripping the AK he'd scooped from the floor. His eyes were tired, his stomach still aching from Cass's punch. He stopped in front of Marcus. Then Jake gave a single, curt nod.
Good timing.
Marcus's eyes glittered in the dim light.
You're welcome.
That was all. No handshake. No gratitude beyond the bare minimum. But it was enough. Sarah gently eased Devon away from her chest, tilting his tear-streaked face up so she could look into his eyes.
Are you hurt? Did anything hit you?
He shook his head, unable to speak, his small body still trembling.
Okay, good.
She ran her hands over his arms, his shoulders, checking for injuries she knew weren't there, but needing to confirm it anyway. Then she pulled him close again.
You were so brave.
Across the barn, Maya knelt beside Rebecca, who had gone deathly pale, her breathing shallow and rapid. The stress and adrenaline had taken a toll.
Beck, stay with me,
Maya murmured, her hand on her friend's clammy forehead.
Sarah.
Sarah was already moving, Devon's hand still clutched in hers as she crossed to Rebecca's side. She dropped to her knees, her fingers finding Rebecca's pulse. Too fast. Too weak.
She needs rest. Real rest,
Sarah said, her voice tight with frustration.
Not this. We don't have time for rest yet,
Harlan said from the doorway, his rifle still trained on the darkness outside.
If those shots were heard, they could bring any Russian patrol that was within a mile down on our heads. Or more bikers,
Ortiz added grimly, his hand pressed to his ear as he listened to the captured radio.
If that crew had friends nearby.
They did, Marcus interrupted. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and jerked his thumb toward the woods.
Saw their camp about a mile northwest when we were tracking the deer. Maybe a dozen more. Bikes, trucks, the whole setup.
The words landed like a grenade.
A dozen?
Steve's voice cracked.
And you didn't think to mention that?
Marcus shrugged, utterly unbothered.
Didn't seem relevant until now.
Jake's hands clenched into fists, but he forced himself to breathe, to think.
How long do we have?
Depends, Marcus said.
If those 3 make it back to their camp and sound the alarm, maybe an hour before they come looking for payback. If they bleed out in the woods,
he glanced at the body on the floor.
We might have until dawn.
We can't stay here, Jake said, the decision already made.
We pack up. We move to the final position before first light. We can plan our incursion at the school from there.
What about them?
Jesse's voice was small and hollow. He stood staring at the body on the floor with wide eyes. It was the first time he'd spoken since the firefight.
What about them?
Harlan said flatly.
Do we bury them?
The question hung in the air, absurd and painfully human, all at once.
No time,
Jake said, his voice hard.
We leave them. Jake, Sarah started. We leave them, he repeated, louder this time. We didn't start this. They came at us. We don't owe them anything. Sarah wanted to argue, but she couldn't. He was right. The old rules, the old decencies, they were luxuries they couldn't afford. Maya turned away, her face pale. Rebecca closed her eyes, her lips moving in a silent prayer. Jesse just stared, his expression unreadable. Marcus, meanwhile, had walked back to the entrance and out into the night with Ortiz and Briggs. Those two returned a minute or two later, dragging the body of Boone and dropping it next to his dead gangmate. Marcus appeared not long after, dragging something heavy, wrapped in a tarp. He dropped it on the floor with a wet thud. Almost forgot, he said, his tone light. Got you that deer I promised. The juxtaposition was jarring. A successful hunt laid out next to two dead men, almost as if they were part of the same transaction. Jesus Christ, Marcus, Steve muttered, turning away. Marcus ignored him, crouching to peel back the tarp and reveal the gutted carcass of a young buck. We can butcher it on the move. Smoke it tonight at the next camp. You'll thank me when you're not chewing stale crackers. Harlan sighed. It's a good haul, but not now. We've got too much on our backs already. Marcus shot him a look. You want to go hungry? This is how you don't. Jake stepped in before the argument could spool up. He looked from the deer, to the bodies, to the hollow-eyed faces of his exhausted team. We're not taking it. Marcus straightened. Come on, soldier boy. If you haul it, Jake said evenly, you haul it alone. No rotation, no help. Your weight, your burden. And you keep pace. Marcus opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. The reality sank in. They were all spent. The mission loomed, and carrying a quartered deer solo across hostile ground was suicide. He kicked the tarp closed with a muttered curse. Fine, whatever. Jake nodded once. Grab your gear. We move in 5. No one celebrated the decision. They just moved, a flurry of quiet, efficient activity. Packs were shouldered, weapons were checked. The captured AKs were redistributed. Sarah helped Rebecca to her feet, Maya taking her other arm. Devin stayed glued to Sarah's side, his small hand gripping the back of her belt, like a lifeline. As they filed toward the barn doors, Sarah paused, glancing back over her shoulders at the bodies. She thought about Cass, the ugly promise in her eyes. I don't like you after all. They'd made an enemy tonight. Another one. They stepped out into the cold night air. The distant glow of the Russian base still pulsed on the horizon. Jake took point, Marcus falling in beside him without being asked. The rest of the group formed up behind them and began moving through the trees like a funeral procession. Episode 5. Safe Haven. Chapter 1. Scoping. The air on the ridge was cold and thin, smelling of damp leaf litter and pine. Dawn was still an hour away, a faint, bruised promise in the eastern sky. They moved through the final stand of trees, the only sounds the rasp of their own breathing and the soft crush of boots on damp earth. Jake held up a clenched fist. The column halted, not at the crest, but in a shallow, defensible hollow 20 yards below it, a natural depression screened by thick undergrowth. This is it, he whispered. The command passed down the line. Cold rations. 5 minutes.
A collective sigh of relief rippled through the group as they shrugged off their packs. The tension didn't vanish, but it eased its chokehold, replaced by a bone-deep weariness. Jake passed around tough, leathery strips of jerky and pieces of stale bread, spoils of war from a pack they'd found on one of the dead bikers. He glanced at the grim expressions as they chewed. Leaving the deer was the right call. He said to the group at large, his voice low, "Too much weight. No time to butcher. This will have to do." Near him, Marcus grunted unhappily. As the others ate in near silence, Sarah watched them. Her gaze settled on Rebecca, who had laid down and was already dozing fitfully, her head pillowed on a bundled jacket. Maya sat beside her, a rifle across her lap, her young face weary beyond her years. Devon was awake, fidgeting with the strap of his backpack, his eyes wide in the gloom. And then Sarah saw it, a small, quiet miracle. Jesse was no longer a ghost haunting the edge of the group. He was sitting cross-legged, his back against a tree, near Maya. As Sarah watched, he broke a piece of jerky in two and offered a piece to Devon. The boy took it with a grateful whisper.
"It's salty,"
Devon mumbled around a mouthful.
"Good boy. Have to keep your strength up,"
Jesse said, ruffling Devon's hair. His voice was rough with disuse. He reddened when he noticed Maya watching him. The fury she'd felt in the back of the truck had been burned away by the recent firefight, the shared terror, and by the simple, grinding reality of their situation. Grudges were a luxury none of them could afford. Jessie finally met her eyes.
"Maya, I'm sorry about... Don't..."
She cut him off, not unkindly.
"It doesn't matter now. We're here. That's all."
It wasn't forgiveness, not completely. But it was a start. It was a door, cracked open. Devon, oblivious to the delicate currents passing between the teenagers, finished his jerky, and with a burst of restless energy, gave Jesse a light shove on the shoulder.
"You're dumb,"
he whispered playfully. For the first time since his world had been torn apart, a genuine expression crossed Jesse's face, the ghost of a smile. He gave Devon a gentle nudge back.
"You're small."
The horseplay that followed, a quiet pantomime of shoves and suppressed giggles, was a fragile bubble of normalcy in a world gone mad. Seeing it, feeling the shift in the group's broken dynamic, Sarah felt the tightness in her chest ease. This was what they were fighting for. Not just survival. This. The moment was broken as Jake rose, the 5 minutes up. "Marcus, Harlan, let's go to the ridge." He looked at Sarah. "You want to come?"
"You go. I'll make sure everyone is ready to move."
They watched them go.
"All right,"
Sarah said, passing canteens down the line.
"Everyone have a small drink of water, not too much. Then grab your packs so we're ready to move, quick."
The canteens came back, and minutes stretched as they waited. Finally, a low hiss cut through the pre-dawn quiet.
"Sarah, come up."
It was Jake's voice. Sarah gave Maya a look, her gaze flicking to the now dozing Devon. Maya nodded in understanding, and Sarah crawled up the slope to join them. She found them behind a dense screen of leaves. Harlan had the binoculars pressed to his eyes. Marcus was a statue beside him. Jake was studying the scene, his expression grim. Sarah raised her own binoculars, bringing the scene below them into sharp focus. Centerville High School was an island of harsh, artificial light and activity in the darkness. Louder now, the guttural thrum of a diesel generator vibrated through the rock beneath them. Sarah scanned the lot, cataloging the scene. She saw orderly rows of military hardware, Ural transport trucks, slab-sided BTRs, a squat fuel tanker. Soldiers moved with the unhurried confidence of an occupying force. Sandbags turned the school's main entrance into a fortified checkpoint and transformed second-story window wells into machine gun nests. "Cocky bastards," Marcus murmured. "Think they own the place." "They do," Harlan countered, without taking his eyes from the binoculars. "For now." "How many?" Sarah asked. "Hard to say," Jake replied. "I count 30, maybe 40 on the move. But the school buildings are doubling as a barracks. Could be 100 or more sleeping in there." It was a hornet's nest. Harlan grunted, adjusting the focus on his binoculars. He swept the lot slowly. Then he stopped. "There," he breathed. Jake and Sarah shifted their view. In a far corner of the lot, parked away from the main cluster of vehicles, sat a canvas-covered Ural transport truck. Its engine was idling, a thin plume of exhaust puffing into the cold air. 2 soldiers were loading wooden crates into the back. A third man, presumably the driver, leaned against the front fender, the red ember of his cigarette glowing brightly in the gloom. He took a long drag, then flicked the butt onto the asphalt. The truck was being prepped for a supply run, just as Marcus had predicted. It was perfect. Harlan lowered the binoculars, a satisfied look on his face. He glanced at Jake, then at Marcus. "That's all right." Marcus traced a line in the dirt with his finger. "The fence is a joke, designed to fence in kids, not keep out enemy combatants. We can cut it at the south corner, behind that dumpster." He looked from Jake to Sarah, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "But getting to the truck is the trick. It's a 100-yard dash across open, well-lit ground." "We don't run across it," Jake said. "Ortiz spent 10 years as a lineman. I asked him earlier. He says he can create a cascade failure in their generator feed. It won't last, maybe 30 seconds before their backup kicks in, but it'll be enough to plunge this whole lot into chaos." Marcus's smirk faded, replaced by a flicker of grudging respect. "A window of darkness," he mused. "Good. That gets us across the lot." He laid out the rest of the plan. "Harlan gets dressed in the dead Russian's uniform. We get close during the blackout. We take the driver and his 2 buddies quietly, knives and fists. We head out through the front gate like we own the place, and pick Sarah and the others up at the rendezvous point we came up with earlier." "And if they stop you at the gate?" Sarah asked. "They won't, if we do it right." "But if they do?" she pressed. "Then we shoot our way out," Marcus said flatly. "You just be ready." The plan was set. Insane and audacious, but it was their only viable path forward. Jake nodded once, then looked at Sarah. "It's time. Your group moves first. You need a head start." Sarah crawled back from the precipice, leaving the men to their observation. She moved quietly toward the others, huddled in the hollow, where she knelt in the center of the small, anxious group, her presence an immediate focus. "Listen up," she said calmly. "The plan is a go, but we're splitting up. Jake, Marcus, and Harlan will take the truck. Ortiz is going to make a distraction. The rest of us are meeting them. We're not going into the base." A wave of palpable relief washed over Rebecca and the children. Sarah pulled out a worn, folded map, shielding the faint glow of a penlight with her hand. She pointed to a spot about a mile past the high school's main gate, more for the adults' benefit than the children. "This is County Road 12. There's a sharp bend here,
bordered by a thick stand of pines. That's our pickup point. We move now, quietly. We get into position, and we wait. The truck will find us." She looked at the wide eyes of Jesse and Devon. "I'll lead, and Coop, Steve, and the others will bring up the rear. You will not make a sound. You'll be behind me. No talking. If you see or hear anything, you freeze. Understood?" A series of tense, silent nods answered her. She gave Devon's shoulder a firm squeeze. "Stay close to Jesse, and you two stick to Maya like glue." The instruction, the shared task, seemed to activate something in Jesse. The last vestiges of the sullen, withdrawn boy vanished, replaced by determination. He nodded, his eyes fixed on Devon. He had a job. Sarah rose, and with a series of simple hand signals, she got the small group to their feet. She took point, leading them on a wide, looping path down the opposite side of the ridge, away from the school, swallowed by the pre-dawn gloom. She risked one look back at Jake's silhouetted form on the ridge before turning her attention completely to the treacherous, dark path ahead. Jake watched them vanish into the woods and waited until he could no longer hear the faint whisper of their movement before crawling back to his position. "They're clear," he breathed. As Ortiz joined them, Harlan was already shrugging out of his own gear and pulling on the Russian uniform they'd salvaged from one of the dead soldiers from the truck that had been transporting Sarah and the others. Its former owner had been taken by a headshot, so the uniform was unscathed. The fit was tight across the shoulders, but it would pass in the dark. While Harlan wriggled into the dead man's clothes, Jake and Marcus donned their own grim costumes. The other uniforms of the dead Russian soldiers had been shredded by gunfire or soaked in too much blood to be salvaged, but they had managed to save a couple of the heavy wool jackets and fur-lined Ushanka hats. They wouldn't pass a close inspection, but in the chaos of a blackout and in the darkened truck cab, it should be enough. Jake lowered his binoculars. "It's time," he said. "Let's get into position." The four of them descended the dark slope with a stealth that belied the tension brewing in their guts. They used the trees for cover, their boots finding purchase on soft earth and mossy rock, until they reached the base of the ridge. The low thrum of the generator seemed to resonate through the earth. They hugged the shadows of the wood line, circling around to the south corner of the fence. A large, overflowing dumpster provided the final piece of cover. They crouched behind it, the stench of rotting garbage thick in the air, peering through a gap in the rusted metal. They were less than 30 yards from the fence. From here, the soldiers by the truck were no longer distant figures. They were men, their faces clear in the harsh floodlights. This was the split point. Jake looked at Ortiz, who was checking the simple tools on his belt one last time. He gave a final nod. Ortiz nodded back, his expression steadfast, and melted into the deeper shadows, beginning his wide circle toward the generator. Now, all they could do was wait. Crouched behind the dumpster, the three remaining predators watched their prey. The two soldiers loading the truck worked with a lazy, end-of-shift slowness. They heaved a final crate into the back, the wood scraping loudly against the metal bed. The driver, finished with his cigarette, walked to the back of the truck, exchanging a few words with the loaders. He laughed at something one of them said. They were just men, doing a job, completely unaware of the danger just yards away. The driver clapped one of the loaders on the shoulder and began walking back toward the cab. The other two slammed the heavy tailgate shut, the metallic clang echoing across the lot. They were about to leave. Jake's whisper cut through the silence. "This is it. Get ready."
He watched the driver reach the cab door, his hand resting on the handle, as the two loaders headed for the passenger side. The moment was stretched thin, a wire pulled to its breaking point. Any second now, all three would be inside.
Come on, Ortiz,
Jake thought, his knuckles white where he gripped his knife.
Come on.
As if in answer, the floodlights went out. The harsh white light vanished in an instant, plunging the entire base into disorienting blackness. The sudden absence of the generator's drone was even more shocking. For a single, beautiful heartbeat, there was only confusion. Shouted commands in Russian erupted from the main building. A klaxon began to blare, a wailing cry in the dark. Jake didn't hesitate. Now. Chapter 2. The Heist. The word was a starting gun. Before the echoes of the klaxon had completed their first frantic wail, Marcus was already at the fence, bolt cutters in hand. The thick wire parted with a muted snap, the sound swallowed by the rising cacophony. He peeled the chain link back, creating a narrow, jagged opening. They slipped through, three shadows detaching from the greater darkness. The 100 yards of open asphalt felt like a mile. They ran, not in a straight line, but in a low, weaving crouch, using the blackness and the hulking shapes of parked vehicles for cover. The air was electric with shouted Russian commands and the pounding of their own hearts. The driver was their first problem. He was a silhouette against the slightly less black shape of the truck, fumbling at his belt for a flashlight, cursing his luck. Jake reached him first, a ghost of motion from the side. A hand clamped over the driver's mouth, stifling the surprised grunt. There was no struggle, just the whisper-thin snick of a blade, a single thrust under the ribs, and a wet gurgle that was lost in the wail of the alarm. Jake lowered the body silently to the asphalt, the driver's unlit flashlight clattering softly beside him. He immediately began dragging the dead driver towards the waste bin. One down, 20 seconds left. Marcus and Harlan moved on the other two men. One was halfway into the passenger side of the cab, one boot on the running board. The other stood at ground level, fumbling with his phone, the screen's pale glow illuminating his face. Marcus didn't slow, reaching up and grabbing the loader in the cab by his belt, yanking him backward off the running board. The man barely had time to yelp before Marcus was on him. Harlan took the one with the phone, moving in fast from the side before the soldier could look up from his screen. "Простите, tovarish," Harlan grunted. "Sorry, comrade." Two more down. The clock was ticking. Just as Jake finished dragging the driver's body toward the dumpster, Marcus arrived, hauling his victim by the collar like a sack of grain. A moment later, Harlan joined them. They worked without words, grunting with the effort of heaving the three dead-weight bodies behind the dumpster, out of the immediate line of sight. Thunk, chunk! A bank of emergency lights sputtered to life on the corner of the main building, casting the lot in a hellish, strobing red glow. Their 30 seconds were up. "Keys," Jake hissed, throwing the keys he'd taken from the pockets of the driver. Harlan snatched them out of the air. They didn't run back to the truck. They walked. Three figures in Russian jackets and hats, moving with purpose through the strobing red emergency light. Just three more soldiers responding to the chaos. They reached the Ural. The cab doors opened and closed with soft, oiled clicks. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale cigarettes, cheap air freshener, and diesel. Harlan slid behind the wheel, his movements confident. Jake took the passenger seat as Marcus crowded in beside him, his massive frame filling the small cab. Harlan slid the key into the ignition. The engine coughed once as he gave it gas, its rumble a reassuring sound in the chaos. He flipped on the headlights, their yellow beams cutting a steady path through the emergency lights. Harlan put the truck in gear. "Here we go," he said. The heavy vehicle lurched forward, beginning its slow roll toward the front gate. They were halfway across the lot when the generators kicked back in with a deep, mechanical roar. One by one, the floodlights blazed to life, washing away the darkness in white brilliance. The entire compound was suddenly exposed, every shadow erased, every corner illuminated. "Nice and steady," breathed Jake as they closed the distance to the gate. The final 100 yards to the rendezvous point were a struggle through a thicket of thorny vines that tore at their clothes and skin. The air by the county road was colder, heavy with the smell of damp asphalt and pine. They were still deep in the tree line, the road an unseen ribbon of darkness just ahead, when the world changed. The monotonous thrum of the generator died, stark silence taking its place. In the same instant, the yellow glow on the horizon that had guided them was snuffed out like a candle. "Freeze," Sarah hissed. Her hand shot out in the blackness, finding Devon's shoulder and holding him fast. The entire group froze in their tracks, a collection of breathless statues in the dark woods. Before the silence could fully settle, a new sound began. It was thin at first, a faint wailing, carried on the wind. The klaxon, the base alarm. It was go time, but they weren't in position. "Move!" Sarah's voice cut through the hesitation. "That's it. The clock is ticking. To the road, now!" There was no time for caution. The final 100 yards became a frantic scramble through the dark. Branches whipped at their faces, and unseen roots grabbed at their ankles. Coop and his men acted as shepherds, their low grunts of, "This way," and "Watch your step," guiding the others through the blackness. They tumbled out of the tree line and into the deep pocket of shadow by the road's sharp bend, breathless and disoriented, their hearts hammering against their ribs. "Down. Stay down and quiet," Sarah commanded, pushing Devon gently into the undergrowth. Just as they settled, everything snapped back. The deep thrum of the generator resumed, and a heartbeat later, the yellow glow reappeared on the horizon, spilling faint light onto their hiding spot. The klaxon cut off mid-wail, leaving a ringing silence. They were exposed. Coop cursed under his breath, flattening himself further into the ditch. 30 seconds, my ass. That was barely 20. "It was enough," Sarah breathed, her eyes fixed on the dark stretch of road before them. "They'll be here soon. Everyone be ready to move as soon as I say." Now there was nothing to do but wait in the cold, half-lit darkness, praying that the headlights they saw next belonged to friends. In the unforgiving glare of the main floodlights, the men in the stolen truck felt naked. No longer shadows in the dark, they were trundling across a brightly lit kill zone, their stolen uniforms feeling thin and inadequate. Harlan's focus was on the road, on maintaining the illusion of absolute normalcy. He pulled the brim of his captured Ushanka lower, shadowing his face, as they closed the final 50 yards to the gate. The two guards at the main gate were on high alert, standing outside their shack with rifles held at low ready. Their backs were to the approaching truck, their attention fixed outward. If there was going to be trouble, they were expecting it to come from beyond the perimeter, not from within. As the Ural's headlights washed over them, the senior of the two, a barrel-chested sergeant with a weathered face, turned with an annoyed sigh. He put a hand up, a clear signal to stop. Harlan brought the truck to a smooth halt 10 feet from the striped barrier arm. Inside the cab, the air was thick enough to chew. Marcus was still, head down, but with his gaze fixed on the sergeant, his hand resting on the pistol tucked into his belt. Jake was more relaxed, the pistol in his hand, but out of sight between his knees. Harlan leaned out the window, a transport manifest, taken from the dead driver's glove box, held in his hand. The sergeant stomped over, clearly irritated, his boots crunching on the gravel. He snatched the paper from Harlan's hand, his eyes scanning it under the glare of the floodlights.
"Another false alarm,"
the sergeant grumbled in Russian, more to himself than to Harlan. When he looked up, his eyes passed cursorily over Jake and Marcus, mere cargo handlers in his mind, his gaze instead lingering on Harlan's shadowed face.
"I haven't seen you before. Are you new?"
The question was casual, but it was a possible landmine buried in small talk. Harlan let out a weary, put-upon sigh that was a masterpiece of understated performance. "Yes, Comrade Sergeant," he replied, his Russian tinged with a believable provincial accent. "Arrived only this morning, and they're already sending me out." The complaint was so universal, so perfectly pitched, that the tension in the sergeant's shoulders visibly eased. A short laugh escaped his lips. He glanced at the younger guard, who cracked a smile. Even in the Russian army, a new guy getting the dirty details was a source of endless amusement.
"They break you in fast,"
the sergeant said, a hint of sympathy in his voice. He stamped the manifest with an authoritative thud, then handed it back to Harlan. He jerked his chin at the younger guard. The barrier arm lifted. The sergeant slapped the side of the truck's door twice, a gesture of dismissal.
"Drive through,"
he ordered. Harlan gave a curt nod, put the truck in gear, and let the clutch out slowly. The Ural rolled forward, passing the guards, clearing the gate, and leaving the noise and light of the base behind. As they picked up speed on the dark country road, the three men in the cab let out a collective breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. They had passed through the enemy's gate. Now they just had to hope the rendezvous went smoothly so they could get the hell out of there. The darkness in the woods was absolute. Crouched in the ditch, Sarah could feel the cold, damp earth seeping through the knees of her pants. Every sound was magnified. The whisper of wind through the pines, the frantic thumping of her own heart. Coop and the other militiamen were statues of readiness, their rifles pointed down the road, their silence a testament to their hunter's discipline. Minutes crawled by, each one a small eternity. Devon, huddled between Sarah and Jessie, began to shiver, a combination of cold and fear.
"What if they didn't make it?"
Rebecca whispered from the darkness, her voice a fragile thread.
"They'll make it,"
Maya answered firmly. Then they saw it, a distant glow, far down the straight stretch of road. It grew steadily, resolving into the distinct twin beams of a truck's headlights. They swept the trees, getting closer, the low rumble of a heavy diesel engine vibrating through the ground. Devon's head popped up.
"Is it them? Is it Uncle Jake?"
He whispered excitedly, starting to rise. Sarah's hand shot out, clamping onto the back of his jacket and pulling him down with a firm tug.
"Wait," she hissed. "We have to wait until we're sure. Stay down."
The boy froze, chastened, and pressed himself back into the leaves. The truck drew closer. The rumble became a roar. It was a Ural, canvas covered, just as they'd planned. But a knot of dread tightened in Sarah's stomach. Anyone could be driving that truck. A patrol sent to investigate. A pursuit team. The headlights were blinding, turning the cab and the driver into an indecipherable silhouette. The truck began to slow, its air brakes hissing loudly in the quiet night. It was going to stop right beside them. Was this an ambush? Had the plan gone wrong? Coop raised his rifle slightly. the safety clicking off with a sound that was unnaturally loud. Sarah's hand drifted to the pistol at her hip. The truck rolled to a stop, its engine idling, its headlights cutting a sterile path down the empty road. The driver's side door creaked open. A figure in a Russian uniform stepped out and looked directly into the woods where they were hiding. For a heart-stopping second, no one breathed. Then the figure pulled off the Ushanka hat, and in the faint wash of the dashboard lights, they saw a familiar face.
"Come on! We don't have all day,"
Harlan called. A sigh of relief rippled through the hidden group.
"It's them,"
Sarah breathed. The tension broke, replaced by a sense of urgency.
"Go, go, go,"
Sarah commanded. They burst from the cover of the woods, a scrambling mob of shadows. The back of the truck was already unlatched. Jake and Marcus appeared, pulling back the heavy canvas flap.
"Move, now,"
Jake barked.
"We've got a couple of hours, maybe less, before they find the bodies and realize this truck is gone."
Jesse and Maya worked as a team, hoisting Devon up into the dark, cavernous space. Rebecca was next, followed by Sarah. One by one, the others clambered in. Coop, Briggs, Steve, a tangle of limbs and gear. Sarah was the last of the passengers in, turning to help Jake and Marcus haul themselves up into the cargo bed. Ortiz, however, broke away from the group and walked around to the passenger door of the cab.
"I'm riding up front," he said to Harlan. "You'll need a second pair of eyes on the map, and I can monitor the radio."
"Good idea," said Harlan. As they settled into the uncomfortable space, Marcus, ever the opportunist, didn't waste time. He ran a hand over the nearest wooden crate, his fingers probing the stenciled Cyrillic markings. He pulled a pry bar from the strapping in the side of the truck, and with a grunt of effort, wrenched one of the lids open. The smell of gun oil hit them instantly. Inside, nestled in grease paper, were brand-new Kalashnikov rifles. He moved to the next crate. Ammunition. The next. Grenades. An appreciative whistle escaped Marcus's lips.
"Well, well," he rumbled. "Looks like we're not just delivering prisoners."
He let the lid fall back into place with a satisfied thud.
"A truck full of fresh guns and ammo should grease the wheels nicely when we get to Ohio. Everyone loves someone who comes bearing gifts."
"That definitely might come in handy," said Jake.
"You guys good?"
asked Harlan from the rear.
"Yep, shut it up,"
said Sarah.
"Okay, hang on tight back there."
He slammed the heavy tailgate shut, and they were plunged into stifling darkness, thick with the smell of diesel and gun oil. The truck lurched into motion, throwing them against their newfound arsenal. The gears ground and the engine roared as Harlan accelerated hard, putting as much distance as possible between them and the hornet's nest they had just lit a fuse under. 2 miles down the road, in the deep shadows of a logging pull-off, the night was a symphony of quiet misery. The rumble of a dozen idling motorcycle engines was the only thing that drowned out the pained whimpers of Tanya, who lay on a bed of pine needles, a crude pressure bandage wrapped around her thigh. Cass stood apart, staring back toward the faint yellow glow of the Russian base through a set of binoculars. The knuckles of her other hand were white where she gripped the stock of her sawn-off shotgun. She had been alerted when the constant hum of the Russian generators had ceased suddenly, the lights blinking out a few moments later. Now they hummed again, but her attention had been caught by a truck that had exited the gate a minute or two later. She was about to put the binoculars down, the excitement apparently over, when it disappeared behind a thick stand of trees for longer than it should have. She judged by the time it finally reappeared that it had stopped for roughly 2 minutes. Not only that, it was now going noticeably faster, barreling around bends it should have taken much more sedately. She watched intently. She didn't need to see into the cab. She could feel it in her gut. Hard certainty that was as real as the shotgun in her hand. The timing, the stop, the vehicle's sudden urgency to get out of there. It was them.
Rook, get over here.
Rook approached her, his movements hesitant, like a dog expecting a kick.
Yes, Cass?
Get everyone saddled up,
she said, tracking the truck's expected progress after it disappeared behind a hill.
What about Tanya?
Leave her.
But...
She turned her head to him.
Leave her, or you're staying behind with her.
Rook scurried off. A moment later, the Ural truck crested a small hill, closer now, its beams cutting through the darkness. A smile spread across Cass's face, twisting her scar into an ugly sneer as the vehicle passed, oblivious to their presence. She lowered the binoculars and turned to face her gang, her eyes glinting.
Let's roll,
she commanded.
Behind me. No lights.
One by one, the engines roared to life, a guttural chorus that drowned out the wails of the injured woman they were leaving behind. The bike swung out of the pull-off, a pack of steel wolves falling into formation behind her. The hunt had begun. Chapter 3. Steel Wolves. The night swallowed the logging spur as the bikes rolled out, engines throbbing low and mean. Cass took point, the scar on her cheek pulled tight by the grin she didn't bother to hide. The Russian base's glow was already shrinking in her mirrors, but the truck, their truck, was still somewhere ahead, a dull smear of light and diesel smoke on the country road. Behind her, the remaining coffins formed up in a loose, predatory V. 6 bikes now. That was all she had left that could still ride and shoot. Boone, dead. Lyle, dead. Tanya, bleeding out on a mattress of pine needles, if she hadn't already crossed the line. Rook. Her jaw tightened for half a heartbeat. Rook was still with her. For now. The world narrowed to the faint band of starlight overhead and the pale strip of road beneath their wheels when the Ural's distant taillights glanced across it. Cass rode by feel and by memory, counting the curves, letting the engine note and faint gravel lip tell her where the world ended. The truck had stopped back there. She'd watched it vanish behind that stand of hardwoods, then sit, invisible, for just a little too long. An unscheduled stop. It smelled like the same people who'd killed Boone and Lyle and left Tanya screaming on the barn floor. Had to be. Why would Russians stop after only a few minutes driving? Her fingers tightened on the sawn-off pistol grip where it lay half-tucked in a scabbard across her handlebars. Her scar pooled again, not in a smile now, but in something closer to hunger, as she thought of the woman who had defied her.
You're mine,
she muttered to the dark. She cracked the throttle. The bike leapt, the others surging with her as they hunted down the road like a pack of steel wolves. The Ural hammered east, eating up the miles in a blur of dark trees and ghostly fence posts. In the driver's seat, Harlan hunched low behind the wheel, a stolen Ushanka jammed down over his hair. In the dash reflection, his stubbled jaw was an angular smudge. Ortiz rode shotgun, literally, a captured AK laid across his knees, head set askew as he listened to static and the occasional snatch of Russian. "Any chatter?" Harlan asked, eyes never leaving the empty ribbon of road. "Nothing about us yet."
Ortiz said. Lot of confused traffic from the base. They found the bodies. A pause. But no bolo on the truck. Not yet. Let's hope it stays that way. Harlan downshifted for a bend, engine barking as the truck leaned and grumbled through it. 2 hours at this pace, we're ghosts. In the back, there were no windows, no horizon, just darkness, canvas, and the constant judder of the road. The air smelled of diesel, sweat, and gun oil. The crates under the benches creaked and thudded with every pothole, the Cyrillic stencils a warning in the gloom. Sarah sat with her back braced against a crate, Devon half curled into her side. He clung to the belt at the small of her back, the way he had in the city and in the cornfield, and a dozen other nightmares between. Try to close your eyes, buddy, she murmured, her palm moving slow circles between his shoulder blades. Would they come after us? He asked, voice small under the engine's growl. We're in front, she said. They're behind. That's where they'll stay. It was half a lie and half a prayer. Maya sat a little apart, shoulders touching Rebecca's as if just being a physical presence could keep the woman upright. Jake sat opposite them, elbows on his knees, head bowed as if in thought. But Sarah knew him well enough to see the way his fingers flexed, the tiny tilts of his head as he counted seconds between gear changes and felt for any shift in speed. Marcus lounged near the tailgate, but it was the particular kind of lounging that could turn into violence in a heartbeat. An AK lay across his thighs, muzzle pointed at the floor, his boots spread for balance. Briggs and Steve sat to either side of him, their own rifles propped close. Coop, restless, had wedged himself nearer the front wall, where he could bang a boot if he needed Harlan's attention. It should have felt safe, this metal cocoon full of guns and fighters and distance from the Russians. It didn't. Sarah's neck hairs prickled a second before Marcus straightened. You hear that? He asked the air. Everyone froze. The engine's drone filled the silence like a curtain. Then, under it, barely, a new sound. A distant, ragged snarl, like angry hornets. Engines. More than one. Rising. Coop swore under his breath. Company. Marcus slammed his fist twice against the front wall. Harlan! The truck surged as Harlan instinctively leaned on the accelerator. From up front came his muffled shout. Hold on! We got tails! Jake shifted closer to the tailgate, muscles tightening. Marcus, how many? Can't see shit yet, Marcus said. But it's bikes. A pack of them. Sarah drew Devon tighter. Stay down, no matter what. The Euro gathered speed. The engine note climbed an octave, the vibrations harsher. The change in momentum rolled everyone a few inches toward the rear. A beat later, the first bullet hit. It smacked the tailgate with a dull, ugly clang, the impact ringing through the metal floor like a bell. The second and third followed in quick succession, gouging sparks and punching shallow dents. The fourth punched straight through. The round tore a ragged hole in the steel, sizzling past Marcus's boot and burying itself in a crate. Splinters of wood and a spray of something that smelt chemical burst into the air. Down! Jake snapped, dropping flat. Everyone obeyed. In the seconds that followed, the rear of the truck sounded like a steel drum kicked down a flight of stairs. Rounds slapped against the tailgate and bulkhead, some whining off into the dark, others punching in and flattening against crates, ricocheting in deadly, unpredictable arcs. Devon screamed. Sarah threw herself over him, rolling them both into the narrow space between two crates. A round tore through the canvas inches above her boot, the muzzle flash carving a brief, hellish strobe of red through the interior. God damn it! Marcus snarled. "We're in a box." "We have to return fire," Briggs shouted over the noise. "They'll cut through the cab." "Through what?" Steve snapped back, arm thrown over his head. "You see any windows?" Another burst stitched across the rear. Something heavy in the front of the truck shattered. A side mirror or a headlight, and the Ural slewed, tires squealing, then thumped back into line. Sarah could feel Devon's heartbeat hammering through his whole body. She pressed her forehead to his for a second, forcing her own pulse down. "They can't see us either," she thought. "They're shooting blind at a big box. That works both ways." Maya's voice came from the dim, dry and breathless. "The canvas." "What?" Jake barked. "The sides," she said. "It's only canvas. If we open it up, we can shoot." Marcus twisted, eyes flicking from the solid bulkhead to the canvas walls that shivered with every gust of wind and spray of bullets. She was right. They were riding in a mobile coffin with thin cloth for walls. "We rip it," he said. "Turn this coffin into a gun nest." Jake hesitated for a microsecond, then nodded. "Do it. Coop, Briggs, Steve, you're on guns. Short bursts. Everyone else stays low," Sarah added. "No heroics near the openings. Jesse," Marcus's voice cracked like a whip. "Ammo mule. You keep these idiots fed or we're all dead. Got it?" The boy's eyes were huge, but his nod was immediate. "I've got a knife," Coop said, already wriggling toward the right-hand wall. Briggs followed suit and drew his own, scooting to the left. The gunfire from outside slackened as the bikers repositioned, engines roaring closer. The sound of knuckles studding on canvas and steel replaced it as Coop and Briggs attacked the walls like men trying to cut themselves out of a burning building. The first vertical tear sounded like someone ripping a bedsheet the size of a barn. Cold night air knifed into the truck, carrying with it the full volume of roaring engines and the acrid tang of exhaust and burned powder. Through the gap, Briggs got his first look. A bike rode the right flank, 20 yards out, its rider hunched low over the handlebars. Muzzle flash stuttering from a pistol in his outstretched hand. Another jittered behind him. "Contact right!" Briggs shouted, shouldering his rifle. On the left, Coop tore his slit wider, canvas giving way in stuttering jerks. For a heartbeat he saw nothing but blurred trees and dark fields. Then another biker roared into view, angling up the verge, trying to get even with the cab. He never got the chance. The first burst from Briggs's AK hammered out in 3 tidy flashes. The recoil slammed into his shoulder, hot brass pinging off the floor. On the right flank, the leading biker jerked as if yanked by an invisible hook. His front wheel wobbled violently as the bike veered onto the soft gravel shoulder. The machine went sideways at 40 miles an hour. Rider and steel tumbled together in a grinding, screaming ballet of sparks and spinning limbs. The 2 bikes behind him took evasive action, fighting not to join him in the ditch. "Ha!" Briggs whooped. His triumph was cut short. A shotgun boomed from somewhere off his sightline. The blast chewed through the canvas directly in front of Coop. The pellets punched through meat and wood indiscriminately. Coop screamed. He toppled backward, a spray of blood following him. His right thigh and hip were shredded, jean fabric hanging in bloody tatters. Only Briggs's hand reaching out to grab his arm prevented him from toppling out onto the road. "Got you," Briggs grunted, heaving him away from the opening. Coop hit the floor on his back and howled, both hands clamping uselessly over the pulped mess of his upper leg. Blood pumped hot and dark between his fingers. Sarah was already moving. "Maya, Jesse, on me." She slid to her knees beside Coop, boots skidding in the spreading pool. A quick glance told her what she already knew. The wound was ugly. Shotgun at near medium range. Dozens of pellets. But the leg was still attached, bone maybe intact. He could live, if she stopped the bleed now. "Tourniquet," she snapped, eyes never leaving the wound. "Here." It was Rebecca. She had pushed in front of Jesse and shoved a rolled strap into Sarah's hand with fumbling speed,
then pulled another from the kit. Sarah smiled grimly. Somehow her friend's instincts were overriding her shock. She looped the strap high on Coop's thigh, yanked it tight until his scream became something wordless, then tighter still until the gush became a seep. "Hold pressure," she told Maya, grabbing her wrist and slamming her small hands down over the bandage. "No matter what, if you let go, he dies." Maya nodded, jaws clenched. She bore down with her weight, knuckles whitening. Rebecca, pale but steady, slid in next to them, grabbing gauze and another strap without being told, building layers of pressure where Sarah pointed.
"Don't you let me bleed out for these assholes,"
Coop ground out between clenched teeth. Sarah gave him the briefest ghost of a smile.
"No promises, but I'll try."
Another burst of bullets rattled across the tailgate, punching fresh holes. One round ricocheted off a crate, sparking off the metal and winding off into the dark. "Guns up," Jake barked. "We keep them off the cab." He crawled to the left-hand opening Coop had made, keeping himself low, and eased his rifle barrel out just far enough. The world outside was a chaos of motion, smears of bikes in the truck's wake, headlight beams jittering across tree trunks and fence posts. On the right, Marcus planted a boot against a crate, braced his back against the opposite wall, and slid his rifle out into the cold. "Jesse," he shouted without turning, "keep the mags coming." The boy's voice came back tight and thin. "Got it?" Rounds cracked past, some so close the hot air of their passage made Jake's cheeks sting. He waited for a shape, not a flicker. There. One rider had swung wide and was now trying to close on the left rear quarter, rising off the seat as he fought the bike up the uneven verge toward the cab. His jacket flapped open, white T-shirt, flashing like a target. Jake exhaled, let the muzzle lead by a bike length, and squeezed. A 3-shot burst. The first round clipped the man's shoulder. The second took him square in the sternum. The third went into the headlight. The bike surged forward without a rider for a surreal half-second, then slammed itself into a drainage ditch in a geyser of mud and sparks. The rider cartwheeled bonelessly into the brush. Gone. "That's 2, Marcus muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Keep coming." Another biker on the right flank opened up with a pistol, rounds sparking off the side gate. Marcus answered with a neat pair of 2-round bursts. The first missed as the rider ducked, the second shredded his back tire. The rear wheel locked, the bike fishtailed, and then he, too, was gone, skidding sideways into the night. 3. The pack was thinning. Outside, the roar of engines had shifted. Less a chorus now, more distinct snarl and gaps. But the ones that remained were getting bolder, pushing in tighter, flashes of metal and leather whipping through the torn canvas like ghosts. The truck itself protested. A Molotov, thrown wild or perfect, Sarah couldn't tell, smashed against the already scarred tailgate. Fire blossomed, a sudden tongue of orange licking the lower canvas, flames clinging and crawling. "Fire!" Maya yelped. Sarah spun, saw the flare, and was moving before thought. She grabbed the nearest thing, a thin wool blanket from under a bench, soaked it with water from a canteen Jessie flung at her, and slammed the dripping mass against the burning patch. The flames hissed, licked through, then suffocated. Smoke billowed, making their eyes water, but the canvas held. "Nice work," Marcus said, without looking back. "Save the compliments," Sarah shot back, dropping the smoldering blanket. "We're not done." As if summoned by the words, a new roar joined the symphony outside, louder and angrier. It wasn't another bike. It was one of the existing engines, pushed to a screaming, reckless pitch. Rook. He knew it was now or never. If he showed the slightest hesitation, it would be Cass who killed him for not following orders, and those orders were to kill the fuckers or die trying. He gunned the throttle, darted across to the oncoming lane, and came up on the truck's left front quarter, parallel to the cab. Wind hammered at him, the Ural's slipstream threatening to tear him under its wheels. but he held his line with white-knuckled fury. His AR-15 was slung tight across his chest. He let go of the bars with his left hand, yanked the rifle up one-handed, and started spraying rounds at the driver's side window in 3- and 4-round jerks, teeth bared. "Shit!" Ortiz yelled as glass spiderwebbed, a shard slicing his cheek. "We've got one on the left!" Harlan hunched lower. A round punched through the corner and took a chunk of the weather stripping out next to his ear. He involuntarily jerked the wheel as he ducked before righting the vehicle. In the back, Sarah felt the truck drift, gather itself, then come back. Through the left-hand slit, she saw the muzzle flashes strobing against the cab. Marcus leaned out as far as he dared, but Rook's position was too far forward, shielded by the wall of the truck. "Can't get an angle," he snarled. Jake swore under his breath. The bastard had picked his spot well. "I got this," yelled Marcus, then planted one boot on a crate, grabbed a rib of the truck's roof with his left hand, and shoved half his torso out through the ragged slit, the AK braced tight into his shoulder. "Marcus!" Sarah shouted. He ignored her. For a second he was hanging over open road, boots scrabbling for traction on the stuttering floor, his whole body a tension line between gravity and momentum. The wind tore at his clothes, tried to rip the rifle from his hands. Then he saw Rook. The biker was maybe 10 feet away, helmetless, hair whipping, eyes wild and fixed on the shattered smear of Harlan's side window. He never even registered Marcus's presence, a grinning, tattooed wraith, clinging to the side of the truck like something out of a nightmare. "My kill," Marcus said, voice snatched away by the wind. He didn't fire a burst. He just held the trigger and walked it. The first rounds hit Rook in the shoulder and chest, jolting him backward. The next chewed through leather and rib and lung. The last few slammed straight into the fuel tank under his seat. For an instant, the bike wobbled, but held. Rook's body arched, rifle slipping from his hands. He was already dead, but the bike wasn't done with him. The fuel tank ruptured. The bike jackknifed under the blast, frame twisting. Then the whole machine and rider together erupted in a dirty, brilliant flower of fire. The shock waves slapped against the side of the Ural, rocking it sideways. A gout of orange and black rolled across the road and into the tree line, setting low brush alight in a whooshing line. The bike behind him tried to evade the wreck, but had nowhere to go. Fire blossomed across the asphalt, and the rider, too close, too fast, hit the rolling shock wave like a wall. His front wheel lifted, skidding sideways, and the bike fishtailed violently. For one heartbeat he hovered there, arms windmilling, suspended between control and oblivion. Oblivion won. The bike's front wheel struck a piece of wreckage and cartwheeled end over end, sparks spraying in long, shredding arcs before it smashed into the burning brush and folded in on itself with a metallic scream. The rider tumbled bonelessly through the fire trail before disappearing into the smoke. In the fumes and heat, Marcus hauled himself back inside, boots slamming into metal. He collapsed to one knee, laughing once, short and delighted, incredulous at his own survival. Coop, half-conscious, wheezed a laugh that turned into a groan. "That was so goddamn stupid." "4 down," Marcus yelled. Only 2 bikes remained now, Cass and Fat Mark, lumbering along behind her, and Fat Mark was done. He hesitated first, just a fractional stutter in his engine note. Then his hand eased off the throttle entirely. His bike drifted back a length, then 2, then 5. He gave Cass a single, miserable shake of the head as the distance widened, fire reflecting in his visor. "Not dying for this," he thought. Cass had seen her loyal sidekick go down in flames. Now she watched as the only rider left at her back lost his nerve and fell away.
Don't you dare!
She hissed into her helmet. But Fat Mark was already a fading silhouette, shrinking in the wake as he watched her go on without him.
Motherfucker!
Cass screamed. In a tiny part of her mind, she knew she should call it, pull out, and live to fight another day. But the image of Sarah's face in the barn, the quiet contempt, the way she'd kicked her, burned hotter than Rook's pyre. Cass spat a mouthful of bitter saliva onto the road and leaned low over the tank, opening the throttle all the way. The world compressed into a tunnel. The truck's big, squared-off ass. The wounds torn in its canvas sides. The silhouettes inside. Inside, the volume dropped by half as the gunfire slackened. The Ural's own engine and the slap of tires on cracked asphalt filled the vacuum. Briggs slumped back from his firing slit, chest heaving. I think that's it. Not yet, Jake said. We hold positions until Harlan says clear. Sarah finished tying off the improvised dressing on Coop's leg, satisfied, for now, that the bleeding had slowed to an ooze. His skin was cold and slick with sweat, shock tugging at his features. You stay with us, Coop, she said, patting his cheek. Beck and I haven't gone to all this trouble to have you die in a stolen truck. He managed a lopsided grimace.
You're very bossy, Mitchell.
She always was, said Rebecca, smiling, stashing bloody pads into a bag. Traitor, teased Sarah, happy to see her friend back in the land of the living. You did good. Thanks for the assist. Rebecca's eyes, a little less glassy now, met hers. Welcome. Sarah was about to go back to Maya and Devon when they heard it. A single engine, high and angry, not fading but climbing, eating road. She moved to the torn canvas and peered through. In the distance, she saw a single bike, closing fast. Shit, she breathed. Jake slid in beside her and looked too. He saw the outline of the rider, tall, broad through the shoulders, hunched forward like a charging bull. She's not quitting, he said. The bike's engine climbed higher. It changed timbre as Cass downshifted and goosed it, using every ounce of speed the machine could give. In the cab, Ortiz glanced in the shattered side mirror, caught the bobbing headlight, and swore. We still have one on our tail. She's closing. Harlan gritted his teeth. I'm already doing 60 on a road made for tractors. I roll this thing, we all die. Just keep it straight, Ortiz said. The folks in back will handle her. The folks in back were doing the same math. She'll try for the cab again, Jake said. Driver kill. Cleanest play. Marcus's smile was humorless. Not if I pop her first. Sarah shook her head. She's not thinking tactically. This is personal now. How do you know? Marcus asked. Because I kicked her in the chest after she put a gun in my face, Sarah said. She's coming for me. There was a beat of silence. Well, Marcus said, let's not deprive her of the chance to be disappointed. The bike's roar shifted position, not directly behind, but angling. She was moving out of the Ural's wake into the oncoming lane, where the slipstream was cleaner and the line of sight into the side of the truck was better. Marcus, Jake. Sarah's voice dropped into the register she used in triage tents and firefights. Stay off the left openings for the next 10 seconds. She'll fire blind at the first silhouette she gets. Marcus snorted. You volunteering yourself? Not exactly, Sarah said. I'm volunteering to move my people. She crossed the swaying floor in 3 quick steps, grabbed Devon by the collar, and hauled him deeper into the truck, tucking him between stacks of crates and Rebecca's boots. Head down, she ordered. Hands over your ears. He obeyed without argument. She straightened and turned back toward the slit. Closer now, the engine howl of the bike was a chainsaw rasp right alongside the truck. For a split second, the bike was there in the opening. Cass, standing a little on the pegs, letting the suspension soak the worst of the road.
Her hair snapped in the wind. Mouth was twisted into an ugly sneer. Her eyes locked onto Sarah's through the torn canvas.
"There you are!"
Cass screamed, though Sarah could barely hear the words over the noise of the engines and wind. She angled the bike tighter, almost scraping the verge, drawing abreast of the midsection where the canvas had been shredded by bullets and knives. The barrel of the sawn-off swung up in a violent arc, leveling through the gap. Sarah saw the twin black holes of the muzzle fix on her chest from 10 feet away. The world telescoped. She felt, more than heard, Jake shout her name. She saw, in a smeared flash of peripheral vision, Marcus lunging for his rifle, feet slipping on spent brass. Cass's face was transformed into the cold, empty focus of someone who knew they were seconds away from snatching a long-cherished prize. 3 things happened at once. The truck snapped hard toward the murderous bike. The shotgun detonated with a world-ending boom, and Sarah hurled herself sideways in a desperate, sprawling dive across the filthy floorboards. The blast didn't hit her, instead passing a little to the left of the space she had been just a millisecond before. The buckshot shredded a basketball-sized hole through the canvas roof and the thin steel ribs above it. Hot metal shards and shredded canvas rained down in a stinging cascade. For a heartbeat, Sarah's world was a ringing, disoriented blur. The driver had saved her. As Cass fired, Harlan, seeing the bike pull dangerously close in his shattered mirror, had reflexively swerved the heavy Ural a foot to the right. The violent lurch threw Cass's aim at the exact moment she pulled the trigger, and she was barely able to swerve away and avoid a collision. Now she fought for control, the bike wobbling precariously as she wrestled the handlebars, her face a mask of furious frustration. The perfect shot had been spoiled. Inside, the sudden jerk of the truck had brought chaos, tumbling crates and tangled bodies. Jake and Marcus scrambled to their feet, weapons in hand, but from where they were wedged among the fallen crates in the jostling truck bed, they couldn't tell if Sarah had survived the shot, or if the lone bikers still lurked beyond the torn strip of canvas. Someone else was closer. Maya. When the shotgun blast tore the roof open, she pushed Devin against Rebecca and, clutching her rifle, crawled forward to check Sarah was okay. She saw the woman a few feet away, struggling to her feet amongst tumbled crates. Cass spotted Sarah at the same time, and as she finally brought her machine under control, she smiled and raised the shotgun for a final kill shot. Through the rip in the canvas, Maya saw her. There was no thought, no hesitation. With a speed born of pure protective instinct, she brought the weapon up, bracing it against her hip, and fired. The AK bucked violently, the burst thunderous inside the truck. Hot brass rattled across the floor, pinging off crates. The first rounds went wild, sparking off the asphalt. But as the muzzle climbed, the next 3 struck true. They hit Cass, square in the chest and neck. She snapped backward against the bike's seat, as if struck by a sledgehammer. The shotgun spun from her hands, cartwheeling into the dark, and her head whipped back in a final scream, stolen by the wind. The bike, its rider now just dead weight, kept going. For a surreal 5 seconds it held its course, running parallel to the truck, a machine piloted by a corpse. Then, slowly, it began to drift. It veered across the center line, crossed the oncoming lane, and left the road. It didn't crash in a fireball. It simply plunged into the dark maw of the ditch, swallowed by the trees with a final muted crunch of snapping branches and folding metal. Then, silence. The only sound was the roar of the Ural's engine and the whistle of the wind through the new, gaping holes in their stolen transport. Slowly, shakily, Jake lowered his rifle. Marcus let out a long, slow breath, his knuckles white on the foregrip of his own weapon.
Maya was frozen, the AK still held in a death grip, its barrel smoking faintly. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the darkness where the bike had vanished. She was trembling not from fear, but from the massive, violent energy she had just unleashed. Sarah crossed the swaying floor and gently, carefully, took the rifle from Maya's hands. The girl let it go without resistance, her fingers uncurling as if from a dream.
You okay?
Maya simply stared at her own empty, shaking hands and gave a meek nod. Jake came over and put a hand on Maya's shoulder.
You saved her life, Maya,
he said, his voice rough with emotion. He understood the weight of a first kill all too well.
You did what you had to.
A fist hammered the cab wall. "Is it over?" Harlan shouted. "Is that it?" "That's it," Jake yelled. "Safe for now." He met Sarah's eyes. Just a heartbeat of shared relief and something deeper, unspoken, waiting for a safer time. They drove on into the night, the wind whistling a mournful tune through the shredded canvas, leaving the last of their ghosts burning in the ditches behind them. The road to Ohio was clear. For now. Chapter 4. Welcome to Ohio. Jake jerked awake as a heavy hand fell on his knee, snapping his head up just in time to see the green reflective rectangle illuminated by the Ural's lone headlight. "Look," Harlan grunted, pointing through the spider-webbed windshield. The sign flashed by in a second, streaked with rust and pockmarked by buckshot, but the words were unmistakable. "Welcome to Ohio." "That's the border," Harlan shouted over the diesel roar. He turned and hammered a heavy fist against the metal partition behind them. "We just crossed into Ohio." Inside the lightless, battered truck bed, the mood shifted instantly. The air, freezing and whistling through the shredded canvas roof, seemed to grow lighter.
We made it,
Maya whispered, her voice barely audible over the grinding roar of the engine. "Don't celebrate yet," Marcus grumbled from the darkness near the cab wall. He was sitting on a crate of grenades, cleaning his fingernails with a combat knife. "Lines on a map don't stop bullets, and right now we're driving a Russian bullseye." Up in the cab, Jake rubbed the grit from his eyes, his neck stiff against the headrest. He had swapped places with Ortiz 2 hours ago during a roadside piss break. The lineman had been struggling to keep his eyes open, so Jake had ordered him to get some actual sleep in the back. In truth, Jake was just as happy to take the passenger seat. After hours in the pitch-black cargo bed, he had been desperate for a change of scenery and a view of the road ahead. "Jake," Harlan shouted, tapping a cracked gauge on the dashboard. "We got a new problem." Jake leaned forward, squinting at the needle. It was buried in red. "Temp is redlining," Harlan said, wrestling the wheel as the truck drifted sluggishly. "I think one of them managed to damage the radiator, and the pedal feels mushy. We probably got a slow leak in the brake line, too. She's bleeding out." Jake stared through the glass at the rushing darkness. The relief of crossing the state line vanished. They were driving a dying enemy troop transport, riddled with bullet holes and flying Russian colors, straight toward the only fortified American position they knew of. Well, we were going to have to ditch it sometime. "If we roll up on a safe zone checkpoint in this thing," Jake said grimly, "they won't ask for ID. They'll hit us with a tow missile." "Yeah, let's ditch it," Harlan agreed. "Too bad about the cargo. But if we hike the rest of the way in, we can always lead them back to get it." Jake banged on the wall to the rear. "Listen up. We're dumping the truck. Everyone prep to move. Grab your weapons, the food, and the wounded. We walk from here." Harlan spotted an overgrown gravel service road cutting into a dense line of maple and oak trees to the south. He hit the brakes. They felt mushy and slow to respond, and wrestled the heavy beast off the main road. The Ural groaned, its suspension protesting as they bounced over a washout and crunched deep into the cover of the woods. "Here," Jake commanded. "Kill it." The engine died with a shuddering cough. The silence that followed was absolute, save for the ticking of cooling metal and the hiss of steam escaping the radiator. Sarah was the first out, dropping to the gravel and immediately turning to help lower Devon. The boy was practically sleepwalking, his eyes heavy and glazed.
"Stay with Maya,"
she whispered, guiding him to the tree line. Next came Coop. It took 3 men, Steve, Ortiz, and Jake, to lower him without jarring his shredded leg. Coop bit down on a leather strap, his face gray and slick with sweat, stifling a scream as his boots touched the ground.
"We need a litter,"
Sarah said, moving to inspect his bandages. "He can't walk." "We'll make one," Jake said, pulling a knife to cut down 2 saplings. "Fast as we can." Marcus and Briggs had just emptied a crate of rifles onto the grass, ready to use the rough wood to begin fashioning a stretcher, when a sound cut through the woods. Engines. Multiple vehicles. "Be alert," Jake yelled. "Do not raise your weapons. This should be friendlies." Within seconds, darkened, unseen vehicles skidded to a stop to their east. "Movement, 12 o'clock," Harlan yelled. Then the world turned white. A high-intensity floodlight mounted on a vehicle in the tree line 50 yards ahead ignited, blinding them and throwing long, stark shadows against the side of the Russian truck. "Contact front!" Marcus roared, raising his AK blindly.
"Drop it! Drop the weapon or we'll fire!"
The voice was amplified, booming from a loudspeaker system that shook the leaves on the trees. It wasn't Russian. It was American English, flat, hard, and utterly uncompromising.
"Do it now! Hands on your heads!"
Through the glare, Sarah squinted, trying to make out shapes. She saw the silhouettes of 3 Humvees fanned out in a blockade formation. On the roof of the center vehicle, the heavy outline of a .50 caliber machine gun was swiveled directly at them. Behind the vehicles, a dozen figures moved silently, flanking them. "Don't shoot!" Jake yelled, throwing his empty hands up. "We're Americans. We're refugees."
"Bullshit!"
the voice boomed back.
"You are in a Russian military transport and at least one of you is in a Russian uniform. Last warning, surrender or be fired upon."
Everyone but Marcus laid down their weapons. A red laser dot settled on his forehead.
"Marcus, put it down,"
Sarah screamed, realizing what was about to happen.
"They think we're a raiding party."
She didn't wait for him to decide. Sarah stepped away from the cover of the truck, moving directly into the blinding spotlight, her hands raised high and open.
"We are American citizens,"
she shouted, her voice cracking with desperation but carrying clear across the gap.
"We have wounded and children. Don't shoot."
She turned and grabbed Devon by the back of his jacket and pulled him out of the shadows and into the light beside her.
"Look,"
she screamed.
"Look at us!"
For 3 agonizing seconds, the only sound was the hum of the Humvee engines and the wind in the trees. The laser dot on Marcus's head didn't waver. The gunner on the .50 cal tightened his grip. Then, the amplified voice crackled again, lower this time, speaking to someone inside the vehicle before addressing them.
"Big boy needs to lay his weapon on the ground and step back. If anyone makes a sudden move, we will fire."
Jake looked at Marcus. "Do it. Now." Slowly, Marcus lowered the AK to the ground. From the blinding light, a squad of soldiers advanced. They didn't wear the mismatched gear of the militia or the olive drab of the Russians. They wore crisp camouflage, high-end body armor, and helmets with night vision mounts. On their shoulders, a patch caught the light, the shape of Ohio, overlaid with a sword and shield. The lead soldier, a lieutenant with a face like carved granite, stopped 10 feet from Sarah. He kept his rifle trained on her chest, his eyes scanning Devon, then the wounded Coop, then the Russian truck. He reached up and keyed his radio, his gaze never leaving Sarah's. "Command, this is Bravo 6. He paused, looking at the ragged, bloodied group of survivors. "We have a complicated situation. You better prep the containment cells." He lowered his rifle an inch, though the threat remained. "Welcome to the safe zone," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. "You are now under the jurisdiction of the Ohio Defense Force. You're safe from the Russians." He gestured to his men, who moved in with zip ties. "But until we figure out who the hell you people are," he added, signaling the soldiers to advance, "you're not refugees. You're detainees." The end of Episode 5. You've been listening to Blackout Nation, the complete Season 2, written by Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr.
If you're enjoying Scott's audiobook content, please like and subscribe. It's the best way to help out the channel.